Yes, you can go.
Yeah, yeah. So let me. Oh, I might need squat. Where? Hello, hello. Okay. Good morning. Morning. Can everyone quiet down so I take that as a cue that you can hear me? If you will, please take your seats. We're going to begin the program. It's 9 a.m. First, I want to thank everyone for joining us today. My name is Cindy Heitzman, and you are at the Building on History, a Summit for Housing Solutions. I'm the Executive Director at the California Preservation Foundation, and we are very pleased and proud to be here today hosting this program in partnership and sponsored by the Los Angeles Conservancy, Arizona State University, and of course the California Preservation Foundation. I would like to make a few introductions here before we begin, and would like to first open by introducing and welcoming Elaine Becherer, who's the Director at the Office of Enterprise Planning with Arizona State University. They're our host today. Elaine has over 18 years of experience in design and urban planning and economic development. She works with senior leadership at Arizona State University to coordinate program and facility planning across 4 campuses and 8 innovation zones, focusing on medium and long-term planning to implement the vision of the new American university. Elaine?
Thank you, Cindy. Good morning, Elaine Becherer, and really happy to be here and working with Cindy and her team. So I just wanted to say good morning on behalf of ASU and my colleagues. Welcome you here to the Arizona State California Center, Broadway. We do have another building just down the street, California Center Grand. Over the past year, we have welcomed over 10,000 guests, visitors, colleagues, lecturers here to this building and our other building, whether it's through undergraduate and graduate studies, professional development, education, research embedded in the state of California, and industry partnerships. ASU is committed to serving the needs of Californians. Today, we are happy to host the California Preservation Foundation, its members, its guests, and any other folks walking through the door. Really happy you're all here. Again, welcome and enjoy the day. I'd also like to just take a moment to thank all of my colleagues and the ASU team that has put on this event. So if you could all help me in giving them a warm applause, because they've been working hard. With that, enjoy the day.
Thank you, Elaine, and I will second that comment about thanking ASU staff. They have just been terrific to work with and hosting us. And David Hong in the back, thank you so much for your help. Clark, wherever you are back there, thank you. Today's program is a result of a shared vision and unique opportunity. Thanks to the generosity of Arizona State University, we were able to convene in the historic Herald Examiner building, a setting that exemplifies the intersection of history and progress. We are excited to explore these important topics today with you, and we look forward to the innovative solutions and meaningful discussions that will emerge from today's conversations. I want to introduce my colleague, Adrian Scott-Fine, President and CEO of the Los Angeles Conservancy.
First of all, I want to thank Cindy and the California Preservation Foundation. They've really been a leader in this in terms of bringing this summit together, and we're very happy to do this in partnership with California Preservation Foundation. But also Cindy has been doing this on the national level with the National Preservation Partners Network in terms of how do we have this conversation about housing and preservation, where's the nexus, where's the intersection, where do we bring value? And I think that's core to why we wanted to do this session today, is talk about this, because certainly I think some in the housing world would say we're part of the problem. I don't think we necessarily believe that, but we do need to step up to figure out where do we bring critical value in terms of this conversation and thinking about new tools, new approaches, and it's this conversation about it's not necessarily an either or in terms of how it's often pitted. Either you do affordable housing or housing or preservation. It's really a both and. We can do both, but we need to bring those ideas forward. And again, how do we find our way in the space of the YIMBY, NIMBY, or MIMBY, maybe in my backyard, debate, and also housing providers and then preservation? Where do we all fit in? So that's really the core of what we're wanting to do today with this conversation. But again, thank you for CPS for really bringing this forward in terms of this. We've organized this around 3 components to try to understand and to break out the conversation. And granted, there's natural overlap between the 3, but first component is this idea of around adaptive reuse and conversion, especially the hot topic of office to housing, and how do you make that work? Certainly a major conversation. The second component is about infill and how do you do density without demolition or limited demolition? How do you do that well? More of a surgical approach to how do we increase housing, add density, but do it in a way that doesn't sacrifice our historic places, neighborhoods, communities. And then the third part is about naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAA. Where does that fit into this whole conversation? Again, overlap among all of these 3 components. And then the last thing I would just lead with, I hope we would anchor in terms of this conversation that we're having today, is this is ultimately about people, about communities, about neighborhoods. It's very easy to devolve into the conversation about housing units. And so I think always kind of remembering about what is the human component in terms of this conversation about housing and certainly around preservation. We have a lot of folks joining us, both obviously here in person, but online, so welcome. For those that are with us online, please feel free to add your questions into the Zoom. We will be addressing those at the end of the program, so we want to make sure you're fully able to be part of this process and take part. And with that, I get to introduce the person you've really come to hear what they have to say, and that's Alfred Fraijo Jr. He is the owner principal of the Somos Group. He specializes in managing the design and permitting of complex development projects for government and private sector clients. But he actually does a whole lot more than just that. He is from LA, born and raised here. He has worked in the nonprofit sector, affordable housing, social justice. He really knows it and is working in this in lots of different ways around housing, both from the standpoint of creating affordable housing through nonprofit development organizations. How do you do adaptive reuse? And certainly involved in things like the General Hospital, which could be one of the largest adaptive reuse projects in terms of housing as that is proceeding. And this idea also of how does the private sector intervene to try to help. So one of his initiatives, which I assume, Alfred, you may touch on, is LA for LA, which is really like, how do we step up? And I think that's the whole goal of this program today, is how do we all step up to help more in terms of this very complex, massively challenging issue when we're talking about housing. But with that, Alfred.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be with you all this morning. I'm just thrilled to participate in this convening with so many folks that are committed to preservation, to city building, and to community, really. As Adrian mentioned, I am Alfred Fraijo. I'm the CEO of Somos Group. Before I start my remarks, I do want to thank the California Preservation Foundation, in particular Cindy and her team, for making this possible. Thank you, Cindy, for the opportunity to speak before you today. If you find my remarks unwanting or controversial, you can blame Cindy. If you like them, you can blame my colleague, Sarah Etzbaha. Sarah is a true trooper in our practice and a member of the board of the LA Conservancy, and I owe her a debt of gratitude for allowing me to be here, suggesting my participation. So thank you, Sarah, wherever you are. Really appreciate that. I also want to acknowledge Adrian Fine, the CEO, as was mentioned. Adrian is a true trooper and warrior around cultural and historic preservation in LA. He's taken the helm of an organization that was led by another fearless leader. And so he had big shoes to fill. And I just want to acknowledge Adrian's leadership that started at the beginning of this year. He's done an incredible job. He's a real friend of mine, and I'm really proud of his work and his accomplishments. So thank you, Adrian, for fighting the good fight in LA. Today, I want to talk about affordable housing, not so much from the point of my own personal practice, but really touch on some larger themes that I think are relevant and that I'm hoping will pervade the conversation today. First, I'm going to approach it from a personal perspective and then from a more socio-political one. As Adrian mentioned, I'm from LA. I'm a proud son of Mexican immigrants. I grew up in Boyle Heights, and although my parents were hardworking, I grew up housing insecure. As a young kid and through high school, I never had the certainty of a permanent home. Always subject to the whims of an unscrupulous owner or an ambitious landlord that could stretch the laws and alter the course of my parents' lives for no legitimate reason and very few repercussions. With the help of my family and a few mentors in my high school who took interest in me and saw my potential, I was able to go to the Ivy Leagues and register and enroll in law school. I became a land use attorney. For years, I worked in big law. And just more than a year ago, I launched Somos Group, a multidisciplinary real estate company that uses land use law, policy, and urban planning to bring greater results to our clients. We leverage our diverse team of experts and disciplines to create better solutions and opportunities for the companies and organizations we serve. We believe that the needs of our city and our clients depend on innovations built on what I like to call the 3 Ps. The first is process, the way systems work and how people and organizations do things. The second is programs, the laws, policies, and regulations that enable and fund, for instance, the construction of affordable housing. The third is partnerships, the cooperative relationships, whether public, private, or with philanthropy, etc., needed to bring these projects to successful completion. I've seen projects in which organizations have a good understanding of 2 of the 3, and invariably they do not reach their goals. I believe the multidisciplinary nature of our team at Somos creates the optimal opportunity for success. But whether you navigate the complexity of the affordable housing terrain with an in-house team, as we do, or use a tightly organized team of collaborators, a deep understanding of these 3 building blocks and the interplay between them is critical. For Somos Group, and for me personally, building a team that reflects the diversity in Los Angeles County and throughout California is an essential part of achieving this goal. Our talented team of lawyers, planners, lobbyists, architects, and designers let us view challenges like housing development and historic preservation through multiple lenses. I am excited about the Foundation's agenda today and its acknowledgement of the inextricable link between preserving our housing heritage and the importance of developing new ideas and paradigms in the area of affordable housing production. And given the roster of today's speakers, it's clear that the organizers also embrace the role that policymakers and leaders of our private and nonprofit organizations must play to achieve such transformative change. I'm excited by the conference theme that in addressing the current crisis of housing, we must not only draw on our history, but also seek solutions that call on developers, government, and the sources of capital to do their part. In a more literary or poetic vein, we need to address what I call the ghosts that linger in our city streets, by the beaches, and in the foothills of our beautiful Los Angeles. Both those who have been recognized in the official record of the city and those who have been forgotten. When I launched my company just over a year ago, I encountered one such ghost in my building. When we started, Looking for office space, I felt that, just as in my own life, our future should be rooted in our past. So we chose to settle down in one of LA's oldest and most venerable office buildings, the Bradbury. As most of you know, you cannot enter the Bradbury building without an immediate cessation of the city's history, a palpable sense of financiers and companies long gone, of Louis Bradbury, the architect, Summer Hunt, of ghosts. I love walking into that iconic ornate lobby every day and communing with those ghosts. One thing I did not expect, however, was experiencing another luminant ghost walking from the parking structure in the rear entrance of the Bradbury. Each day, I walk past the 82-foot-long installation honoring Biddy Mason, a Black woman born a slave who walked to California from Utah, walked to LA from Utah as part of a Mormon delegation in the 1850s. After fighting for her freedom and winning, Biddy worked as a nurse and midwife. Saving her money, she began buying land and amassed a large fortune, unheard of for a Black woman of her time. The concrete wall I walk by each day near the site of Mason's home contains embedded objects that tell the remarkable story of her life. Biddy's grandson, Robert Curry Owens, went on to own the Owens Block, a two-story brick building built on Spring Street in the early 1890s that became the first Black-owned building in downtown Los Angeles. I repeat, the early 1890s, the same time that the Bradbury building was built. This personal experience serves as something of a metaphor. The big, beautiful Bradbury building, known far and wide, facing the busy intersection of Broadway and 3rd Street, juxtaposed to the long-forgotten Owens Block just around the corner. Not to mention Biddy Mason herself, consigned to a hidden alley, shadowed by the Bradbury, largely lost to history and unknown to a majority of Angelenos. In the last year, I have become involved with another group of lost Angelenos, another community of ghosts, and they provide a direct link to what I'm here to talk about today. I have been working with Assemblymember Wendy Carrillo and Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara on AB 1950, the Chavez-Ravine Accountability Act. You all probably know Chavez-Ravine as something of a synonym with Dodger Stadium. But in reality, it was a collection of 3 communities, Palo Verde, La Loma, and Bishop, that encompassed approximately 350 acres near Elysian Park. By the middle of the last century, this area was home to generations of predominantly Mexican Americans, one of the few places in our city where they could buy land and build the generational wealth that ownership provides. Most of the residents of these neighborhoods were working class and built a strong sense of community with local businesses, churches, and social organizations thriving in the area. But unfortunately, in the 1950s, the city of LA initiated plans to acquire land under the false promise of building public housing. This displacement forced more than 1,800 families from their homes and businesses, scattering a close-knit community and leaving a lasting impact on their lives and livelihoods. This unjust seizure of land from the longtime residents of these 3 communities is a chapter in our city's history that we cannot and should not forget. Our homes are central to our livelihood and a sense of being, and often the most important asset in the building of generational wealth. The longstanding residents of these communities were never adequately compensated for their property. Landowners and tenants, some of whom had lived there for decades, were given no choice about leaving their homes, and many resisted, but eventually all were forced to relocate. One of the spectral figures that hovers over the seizure of Chavez-Ravine properties is Adriana Arechega. She refused to leave and fought to the very end to protect her home. You may have seen the heartbreaking photographs of Adriana and her daughter holding an infant being dragged from their home. This, in a roundabout way, brings us to the conversation today. The land was seized through eminent domain, a legal tool, the kind of tool used in the heyday of urban renewal against those without power. It robbed them not only of their homes, but of their sense of security. and their ability to build wealth for their children? How do we restore justice to all those who bear the scars of social, racial, and economic discrimination and create an opportunity for healing and reconciliation, not just for the residents of these three communities, but for all Angelenos? Belated as it may be, we hope this legislation will begin a larger conversation about how to restore justice to all those who bear the scars of social, racial, and economic discrimination. Another way, however, is the subject of this gathering today: to bring housing that is affordable to people who not only have historically been deprived of access to housing, but who, for all intents and purposes, have been disappeared. This has happened through physical dislocation, as was the case in Chavez Ravine, or with the Bruce family in Manhattan Beach, or the forced relocation and internment of our Japanese neighbors in Boyle Heights and other parts of the city. And it is happening today in more subtle ways, perhaps I should say in more sophisticated ways, but no less brutal. Think of the gentrification of non-white neighborhoods. Think about the barriers to capital due to systemic racism. Think about the disinvestment in public education. Think about the school to prison pipeline and other pernicious, insidious forms of class and social discrimination endemic in our society. This is why I believe today's gathering is so critical. The topics you will be considering in today's workshops, led by some of the brightest and most creative thinkers in our city, address some of the issues and solutions we need to tackle to move the needle on affordable housing. You will be discussing adaptive reuse and celebrating Julia Morgan's beautiful work in this very building. In talking about adaptive reuse, I would also like to highlight the beautiful conversion of the brilliant and prolific Black architect Paul Revere Williams's 28th Street Y building into affordable housing. In your second session, you will discuss a difficult task of preserving the character of neighborhoods while addressing the need to move beyond the paradigm of a single-family home. And finally, you will explore how we can leverage our existing housing stock to remain permanently affordable for current and future residents. These are extremely important discussions, but I believe we must also think more broadly, as I have mentioned, if our aim is to transform what we do and to produce new results. I have been doing a lot of writing lately about the root causes of the lack of housing opportunities for people of color. And one cannot seriously consider the crisis we are facing without addressing its underlying cause: wealth inequality in America. Historically, wealth in this country has been created by people of color, while the benefits of capital accrued to a white economic class. Whether it has been Black people who were enslaved and provided free labor to Southern landowners, or Chinese workers who risked their lives to build the railroads, or Mexican laborers like my parents who picked the crops for agribusiness companies in California, the creation of wealth has been driven by people of color and immigrants who were then systematically deprived of the value of their work. What has resulted is a self-perpetuating cycle that systemically excluded marginalized peoples, and specifically communities of color, from acquiring and passing on wealth in which they have had a primary role in creating. What can we possibly do about such a deeply rooted systemic failure? That is a subject for another summit, actually many summits, but I feel duty-bound to bring it up this morning. I have to. And while the answers are complex and have a long horizon, I do have a few ideas about how we might begin to have an impact in this area. And I'm hoping that you can touch on the subject today in your own discussions. The federal government alone spends over $500 billion a year in procurement. $500 billion. In 2021, 24% of businesses eligible for federal contracts, like mine, were minority owned, and yet they only received 3% of the bounty from the federal government. This has to change. Imagine if developers of affordable housing who receive federal funding and the vast majority of affordable housing does receive federal funding, we're required to hire a representative percentage of minority-owned businesses like those gathered here today. How would more diverse hiring practices benefit your own practice or your company? On another front, union pension funds wield a tremendous amount of power and have an opportunity to maximize impact in this space. And in just one example, the second largest pension fund in the United States, CalPERS, that's the California Public Employers Retirement System, is comprised by a majority of people of color. If these employees were to demand that investments from the fund align with the housing needs of the majority of its contributors, this could drastically redirect the $336 billion under its control. Foundations and philanthropy also have a disproportionately large impact in this area. They have a tremendous capacity to use their bully purse to influence the actions of business and government. These organizations play a special role in identifying critical social and economic issues and strategically providing fundings to address those issues using their power, their dollars, and their influence to support capital formation in non-traditional ways, especially in the construction of housing. They can also support this kind of symposia and roundtables. Clearly solving the affordable housing crisis, not to mention wealth inequality, is not a short-term project. But discussions like you are about to have today is such an important step in the direction of creating a future for our city that embraces all of its people, regardless of their race, ethnic background, economic standing, color of their skin, background, where they grew up, like Boyle Heights. I do feel like I'm preaching to the choir. I have many friends in the room today. But using another religious metaphor, we must all become evangelists on the subject of reimagining a new Los Angeles. It is a vision I'm pretty sure we all embrace, a more equitable community where we recognize not just landmark buildings like the Bradbury or those of Green and Green and Wright and Schindler and Neutra and Julia Morgan and Frank Gehry, but also ones that honors the Vision Theater in Leimert Park, the stately mansions of West Adams, where one of my friends that I made this morning lives, the humble craftsmen's bungalows in Glassell Park, the historic presence of Calle Olvera, where a small group of Black, Indigenous, and Mestizo people started this incredible city. Honoring this history and heritage of our people and the buildings by its very nature acknowledges the injury done to these communities throughout the city's history. The incarceration of Japanese Americans in World War II, the so-called, quote, repatriation of the Chicano community during the Great Depression, the rebellions in Watts in the 60s, in South LA in the 90s, and many other less visible recorded calamities. We must first recognize this history before we can start a process of healing and problem solving. In closing, I want to turn to the words of the brilliant rapper and songwriter Janelle Monáe. In talking about her song about the killing of Black women at the hands of the police, Monáe said that she was speaking out, quote, to channel the pain, the fear, and trauma, to challenge the indifference, disregard, and negligence of all who remain quiet about this issue, end quote. She writes that, quote, silence is our enemy. She also wrote, quote, they say a question lives forever until it gets the answer it deserves. And then she follows with the staggering, stunning recitation of the names of some of the women who have been murdered. Say her name, she says repeatedly. I finish by asking us each in our own way to say the names of the many ghosts that inhabit the streets of Los Angeles, of Southern California, of the places where you live. What the author McWilliams referred to as this island on the land. Say their names: Adriana Arechega, Biddy Mason, Robert Curry Owens, Willa and Charles Bruce, Paul Revere Williams. What can we do to honor these people and our shared and sometimes troubled history? They say a question lives on until it gets the answer it deserves. Let today's discussion be one small step in providing answers to the vexing questions raised by our city's past with an eye to creating a better future. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you so much, Alfred, for really so eloquently framing our challenges and opportunities and setting up the day ahead. My name is Ken Bernstein. I'm a principal city planner with the City of Los Angeles. I oversee the city's Office of Historic Resources and Urban Design Studio. I'd like to invite up the panelists for our next session on adaptive reuse. And as we do so, just wanted to kind of set up the challenge around it and some of the opportunities around adaptive reuse. First of all, I want to join Cindy, Adrian, and Elaine in welcoming you to the City of Los Angeles and to welcome CPF and the conference, the California Preservation Conference, to Los Angeles. It has been since 2007 when the conference was last held in Los Angeles and Hollywood, and 1989 when the conference was last in downtown Los Angeles. So we think it's maybe long overdue, but we're happy to host all of you here to have this conversation about historic preservation and to kick off this conversation really around this important intersection of housing and historic preservation. And it's really appropriate that we start with a conversation about adaptive reuse. Adaptive reuse is one of those areas where historic preservation can add value to the housing conversation and has proven successful in addressing housing challenges. In a moment, I will introduce our panelists, and we want to make this an interactive conversation. We hope today is really solutions-focused, solutions-oriented, and that we come away with some constructive suggestions for how historic preservation and housing can intersect and add value. But I wanted just to situate the conversation very briefly in Los Angeles and some of what has been happening in Los Angeles around adaptive reuse. And it builds upon, in Los Angeles, the work that we've done on our city's adaptive reuse ordinance, which goes back to 1999. And the city of Los Angeles really, in many ways, is an adaptive reuse pioneer, beginning with dozens of vacant buildings in downtown Los Angeles in the late 1990s. The adaptive reuse ordinance cleared away many of the impediments in our zoning codes that had prevented many of these buildings from being converted to residential. And back then, it facilitated conversion of buildings built before 1974, allowed projects to bypass planning and zoning requirements, density, very notably parking, and many others. And the impacts were dramatic. In downtown Los Angeles alone, there were 12,000 new housing units created in the first just over a decade here in the city of Los Angeles. It led to incredible preservation outcomes, preserving and revitalizing important historic structures. The Eastern Columbia building just a couple of blocks north of here on Broadway, one of our great Art Deco buildings, is a preeminent example. The revitalization of an entertainment base and a retail base for downtown LA, and really establishing a market for new housing construction. But as we think about what are the adaptive reuse challenges and opportunities today for the 2020s, we are in a different era, almost about 25 years after, a quarter century after we first pioneered the adaptive reuse ordinance. And we've been talking in Los Angeles about adaptive reuse as a response to what we consider three intersecting crises in Los Angeles and beyond. The housing crisis, of course, and Los Angeles has the greatest disconnect between housing prices and incomes of any major city in the country. Our post-COVID pandemic commercial crisis, the commercial office market, really continue to be challenged. We have a 26% office vacancy rate in the Los Angeles market, which is the highest it's ever been, and that's the equivalent, the New York Times did a piece, that's 33 US bank towers, our 72-story or so tower across from the Central Library. 33 of those are vacant in the Los Angeles market. And of course, the climate crisis, realizing that the greenest building is the one that's already built. one of the ways to address the climate crisis is to reuse our built heritage with embodied carbon and a way of addressing climate and sustainability. So in the city of Los Angeles, and we can talk more about this in the discussion, we are now advancing policies to bring adaptive reuse into the 2020s through a proposed citywide adaptive reuse ordinance. Our original ordinance focused on downtown and in some targeted incentive areas, broadening the number of buildings that can come into the program to any building 15 years old or older. That'll be a rolling date. Can be a by right conversion to housing. Buildings between 5 and 15 years old with a zoning administrator approval, allowing for partial conversions in addition to full conversions, eliminating zoning code minimum size requirements, and even further, taking parking further, allowing whatever parking exists in the building to remain, but actually allowing parking to be reduced if a project can take advantage of additional incentives, and also trying to incentivize more housing affordability. And we are taking truly an incentive-based approach rather than a mandate-based approach to affordable housing by allowing new development in accompanying adaptive reuse projects, allowing for new construction adjacent to or even on top of adaptive reuse projects through what we're calling a unified development process, allowing for a 2-story rooftop addition or unlimited density for a new building accompanying an adjacent adaptive reuse project, and taking that approach to incentivize housing affordability. That adaptive reuse ordinance is now out for public comment. We'll be taking it through our approval process in the city of Los Angeles as we go through this year. We're hoping to have it in place by early next year. With that, let me take a seat here and let me introduce our panelists for today, and we look forward to a lively and stimulating discussion. Assemblymember Matt Haney, next to me here, proudly represents California's 17th Assembly District, representing the east side of San Francisco. He serves as the Assembly's Majority Whip and chairs the Downtown Recovery Select Committee. He was elected to the Assembly in 2022 and previously served on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, where he facilitated over 5,000 new units of housing. We're very honored to have Assemblymember Haney with us today, and as we'll be talking about, he is advancing some of the most significant state legislation on adaptive reuse. Michael Shilstone is the Vice President of Policy and Research for Central City Association of Los Angeles, CCA. Michael manages CCA's advocacy and research across a broad portfolio of policies and issues. CCA has long been a leading voice on adaptive reuse, was a driving force behind that 1999 adaptive reuse ordinance for the city of LA. And CCA continues to advance multiple white papers and reports to help shape city policy and policy statewide on adaptive reuse, and currently is sponsoring as well state legislation on the conversion of office buildings to new housing. Tara Beebe, next to me here, is Senior Associate with KFA Architecture, where she has worked for the past 15 years. She is a resident of downtown Los Angeles with roots in Boston in the historic Charlestown neighborhood, and has worked on a wide array of projects, including hospitality and new housing. Tara and KFA have been real leaders in both in practice and thought leaders on adaptive reuse, and KFA was responsible for many of the signature adaptive reuse projects over the years here in Los Angeles. And last but certainly not least, Christian Ahumada is Executive Director of Holos Communities. They are the nonprofit artist previously known as Clifford Beers Housing. Many of you may know the previous name. And Clifford Beers Housing, you heard Alfred reference the 28th Street YMCA project. They were responsible for that and many others. Christian was born in Chile, came to the US in the late 1970s, and has overseen the development of over 2,000 affordable apartment units. And he notes in his bio that he loves to train for Taekwondo, loves to play chess, and to look for UFOs. So I look forward to hearing how he connects all three of those to adaptive reuse today. So we are really fortunate to have a panel that spans policymaking, advocacy, architecture, and development, all of the perspectives related to adaptive reuse. So let me start, if I may, with Assemblymember Haney as the policymaker and elected official here today. I know that your team has looked closely at the city of Los Angeles, some of the policies that I've mentioned in crafting some of your statewide legislative proposals. Could you start by describing the bill you've introduced, AB 3068, and the approach that you're taking to incentivize adaptive reuse throughout the state of California?
Thank you, Ken, and I have to say I was already taking photos of the summary of your new ordinance so I could send to my team so we could continue to grow on ours and in many ways replicate the amazing work that has been done here in Los Angeles and that really should be extended across the state. I come to you from what the New York Times called the most empty downtown in America. San Francisco's downtown has unfortunately got a lot of attention for all the wrong reasons. We are at near 40% vacancy in our office space. It's about 37, 38% and still creeping up. We obviously have many of the same challenges that are endemic here and across the state of California. I also come to you as someone who is experiencing still, despite all of that, the most expensive rental market in the state of California. I serve as the chair of the Renters Caucus for the state. There are only 5 renters out of the 120 legislators, which is another challenge. But our opportunity here to do some of the things that LA has done to support the work that is continuing to happen here and to address the fact that we have a housing crisis, we have a vacant office crisis, and we have a tremendous need with all of that to bring people back to our downtowns by not destroying or undermining what makes our downtown special. I told my staff I was coming here, then it was going to be an opportunity for me to come out as a preservationist because I live in downtown San Francisco on Market Street. I spent most days during the pandemic walking around at our city, learning about its history, its cultural and architectural significance. And every time I come to LA, I'm one of those people, despite my friends here not understanding it, who always stays in downtown Los Angeles and walks around and experiences everything that has been done here to preserve what is amazing about this place. Our bill brought together folks from California's preservation community and from the housing advocacy world of YIMBYs to develop a way for us to streamline through ministerial approval with strict timelines, with an ability to make it feasible, many of the things that have happened here in Los Angeles, which is doing that adaptive reuse, but also having a process so that we can protect and preserve those buildings and the parts of those buildings that really deserve protection and need protection. Historic buildings that are empty, I think, are not well protected. The best thing that we can do to protect buildings is to make sure they're being utilized, and especially in our downtowns, we have an opportunity to do that with housing. So the bill has a lot of aspects to it. Many of it is really replicating what is in the LA ordinance, but I will also say we know that we need to deal with some of the incentives so that we can reinvest property tax dollars to help support these conversions, make sure that we maintain and take advantage of the tax credits which are available. And so our bill really deals with the barriers that sometimes exist to do this while making sure we have clarity on how to protect the parts of a building that needs to continue to stay, and also dealing with some of the incentives and financial challenges around it.
Well, first of all, we're happy to welcome you as a preservationist. We're a very accepting community, so happy to have you join us. But could you explain a little bit about how the state incentives will interact with some of our local programs, cities like Los Angeles that have their own adaptive reuse ordinance, or maybe developing policies at the local level? Will these be state mandates, or are they meant to kind of layer on top of whatever provisions exist at the local level?
We were able to work a lot, especially with folks in Los Angeles who were concerned that we were going to maybe make things harder or more complicated, or even override some of the good things that are happening here. So the local pieces of adaptive reuse will still be in place, and the state pieces of what we're doing will not override that. We are giving some opportunities within the state law to be able to create investment funds to help with some of the financing of it. We have some things around CEQA that are sort of uniquely able for us to be able to contribute to, but the specifics of taking advantage of the program, folks here would still generally align with what is happening with your local ordinance. Really, what we're trying to solve for is a lot of the parts of the rest of the state simply aren't doing this or are not willing to get out of their own way in some cases and have actually made it very difficult to do this. And so creating a state program with simplicity and clarity will allow some of those places to actually get moving on this where they aren't right now.
No, thanks. I do have to ask, I know the bill was amended as it went through the committee process in the Assembly last month, and there are now provisions for labor, prevailing wage requirements, as well as some affordable housing mandates that have been added into the bill. Have you and your team done economic analysis to make sure that those requirements, while very laudable in achieving other policy goals, that they won't undercut the economic feasibility of adaptive reuse?
Yeah, I mean, this was a challenge that we looked at closely, and the initial version of the bill did not have affordability and labor requirements in it. There was an interest in having the bill reflect some of the affordability and labor requirements that were in AB 2011, which is sort of another streamlining ministerial approval development bill. The requirements are, I think, generally doable. It's sort of broad prevailing wage. It's not the heightened requirements either on the affordable or on the labor. I don't know what the requirements are in the LA ordinance, but I'd imagine there's some level of affordability or labor requirements. And I think the ones we have were ones that we believe in conversation with folks will still be doable to get done.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We did not take that approach in LA, and it's an ongoing, our policymakers, I'm sure, will weigh in on that. We did try to take an incentive-based approach, as I briefly alluded to, on housing affordability, because we had done an economic study that indicated, due to the cost of some of these adaptive reuse rehabilitations, that imposing additional affordability mandates was only feasible in the hottest real estate markets of the city. So let me bring Christian into the conversation as the developer, from your perspective, hearing, that you're doing work all around California and Southern California, hearing that these new incentives may be coming from the state, your reactions to how meaningful these may be and any concerns you might have about any of the direction of state policy.
Who was it that said these are the best of times and these are the worst of times? Was it Steinbeck? I always get it confused, or Hemingway, one of those guys. We are living times where we have the most amazing land use concessions and bills coming out of the state. And that is awesome. We've never seen that. But we're also living a time when we have the most cuts to public programs. And that is a horrible convergence of events, because that's coupled with the high cost of construction today. It's coupled with an insurance fiasco that we're currently living. And at a time when we're still, unfortunately, stuck to our vehicles. And the reason I mention vehicles is because when we drive a car, that car has to be parked somewhere. And what most folks don't know is that concrete podium, when we typically build 5/1, and I talk about this a lot and I make a lot of people upset, so excuse me if I do that, but that is approximately 20% of total development costs and 28% of the world's contaminants. So until we sort of figure that out, that's also going to play in that formula. So this is all coming together in the best of times and in the worst of times, in a way that maybe needs to be re-examined. So by that, I mean, in the world past, for instance, we were able to effectuate 2 buildings that had historic tax credits. the 28th Street Y Apartments, and Emmanuel. Emmanuel was a conversion of an old church in downtown Long Beach. That couldn't happen today in those same conditions. But it could happen if we viewed it in a different light, perhaps as a mixed income approach, where we had, let's say, a component of deep affordability targets, some low-income units, perhaps some missing middle, but it would have to be, as you were saying, also in a higher resource area to be able to bank higher rents, to be therefore be able to bring that into the revenue stream and be able to support those additional costs. So I hope I didn't go too far, too crazy here into the weeds here, but that's
No, thanks, Christian. I'm just scrolling through some of the slides of a couple of the projects you referenced, so both the 28th Street Y in South Los Angeles and Emmanuel Church in Long Beach, and the remarkable job that Holos Communities did in creating those projects. And you referenced parking as well, and the cost of parking. That has always, when we talk about where are the solutions and being solutions oriented, the adaptive reuse lessons, adaptive reuse ordinance lessons about parking, that was really key, being able to do away with parking requirements, have no parking mandated or let the market dictate how much parking is needed, and being able to go further than that, perhaps taking advantage of some of the state bills is really key. Let me turn to Michael and CCA next. Again, as we mentioned, you've been a leader on adaptive reuse as an organization for a quarter century. And you've recently been exploring the need for additional financial incentives to make adaptive reuse work, and looking at other cities in the US, Canada, and elsewhere that have done this. Where have you landed as an organization about what the policy direction should be in terms of making adaptive reuse pencil, and how are you pursuing that both locally and in terms of state legislation?
Yeah, thanks, Ken. When we kind of look across what cities are doing around the country and around North America more broadly, there are all kinds of different programs that cities have come up with that make sense in their respective contexts in order to fill the financial feasibility gap for conversion projects. And that's another thing that I think we're seeing consistent across the board. Across all of these cities, as well as in the reports that come out studying the financial feasibility of office to residential conversion projects here in LA, is that there is a feasibility gap that we need to solve for. So cities like Calgary have put together a grant program, $75 per square foot, up to $15 million per project for office to residential conversion projects in their downtown core. New York City had a program in the late 90s, early 2000s that provided a property tax abatement that would sort of gradually go away over about 10 to 15 years. Other cities have kind of come up with these sort of Frankenstein packages of grants, property tax abatements, tax increment financing, and things like that. So it really kind of depends on the specific context, the specific politics of what works. So when we were looking at this issue for the city of LA, we looked at one method, I think very similar to Assemblymember Haney's bill, which is sort of a tax increment model of basically any new tax revenue that's generated by the conversion just goes back to the project developer to effectively support the costs of conversion. There's some challenges around tax increment financing here in LA that make it kind of not ideal. So we looked at another alternative and took a page from the historic preservation community with the Mills Act, which has been really a smashing success in Los Angeles specifically. We have 950 Mills Act contracts, 950 individual properties that benefit from the Mills Act. And the Mills Act is a property tax abatement program where the property owner enters into a contract with the city for reduced property tax payments of about 50 to 75% of your property tax bill, depending on the specific property and specific use and things like that, over a period typically of 10 years, which then gets renewed. So it was never really intended for adaptive reuse. It was intended to support historic preservation and the costs of rehabilitation and upgrades and things like that. But just because adaptive reuse really aligns so well with it, a number of projects in downtown LA also use the Mills Act in addition to the land use incentives that were provided in that 1999 Adaptive Reuse Ordinance. So when we were looking here at what we could do, we said, look, Mills Act is a great tool. Let's just kind of tweak the Mills Act to make it geared specifically towards office and residential conversions, or to add sort of an addendum to it to gear it towards those kinds of projects. We think it would be sort of a modest increase in the kinds of projects that would qualify. We feel like it's in the spirit, and there's also the infrastructure in place. There's Ken and his team who know how to do these projects, who have even just the forms in place and the processes in place. So it made a lot of sense to us. We then worked with Assemblymember Santiago to sponsor AB 2909 that's making its way through the legislature. It's running into a lot of, I think, the same political challenges that we started to talk about, and we could discuss a bit further. But we're hopeful that we can get it passed this year and create a financial incentive where really none exists today for conversion projects.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight some of those points. You know, it is really interesting that as we try to find where historic preservationists and the housing community can find common ground, that these policies are in many ways converging, that, you know, you're looking at the Mills Act, which has been traditionally the most significant financial incentive for historic properties, as a way of incentivizing adaptive reuse more broadly in the state. I mean, it is a sea change, though. This will be the first time that the Mills Act has been intended, of course, to be more narrowly targeted to historic resources. This would be broadening eligibility to non-historic structures that are undergoing adaptive reuse. So we'll have a chance to open it up for questions the last 10 minutes or so. I'm sure there may be some questions on that from preservation folks in the room. But let me bring Tara into the conversation, shift gears a little bit to the architectural and design challenges of adaptive reuse. We've talked about some of the financial challenges, but what do some of your past adaptive reuse projects tell you about some of the ingredients for a successful adaptive reuse conversion in terms of design or building configuration? What are some of the challenges that need to be overcome to make this successful?
Sure. Happy to be sharing the stage with a fellow downtowner. I live in the Rowan building. The question is really about what's the unicorn? What's the unicorn adaptive reuse project? And I appreciate that question because every building is different, and that's one of the challenges, but also one of the rewards of developing adaptive reuse projects. So cost we've talked about. We have people who are dedicating their most of their day to making it financially feasible to develop these projects. But the other two components of it from an architectural standpoint are the predictability of the projects and how to maximize the predictability. So whether that's having existing building drawings, whether that's really having a gut feeling, a good, strong feeling about how the authority having jurisdiction is going to interpret some of the existing aspects of the building. So that all contributes to the predictability of the project. And predictability to a developer means that when they're assigning dollar amounts to the components of the project, they have really a confidence that that's going to hold. And then the third aspect of it is the compatibility. So the existing building and the compatibility of that building with a new use. So what we're seeing, in some ways, the historic projects generally have taller ceilings. They have this iconic nature to the exterior of them. So they really do fit in well with this conversion to housing projects. We're at the California Preservation Foundation conference, so in some ways there's more incentives and more ability to develop historic buildings because you have the state historic building code, you have federal historic tax credits, the Mills Act we've talked about. But the compatibility doesn't always work. I'm working on a project in Alhambra where we're developing an existing medical office building into a community center. The ceiling heights are less than 9 feet. So it's a challenge and it's a consideration. So when we're looking at these conversion projects, we're really looking at what's the new use, The depth of the floor plate is another factor. What are the qualities of this building and how are they compatible with the use, which in many cases is housing?
Yeah, so we're talking about adaptive reuse, which in many ways began with historic buildings, and a high percentage of early adaptive reuse projects were historic conversions. Now we're talking about unlocking newer buildings, buildings from the more recent past, maybe from the 80s or 90s. But you kind of see that there's value added when we bring in historic preservation and some of the incentives and tools that we have pioneered over the years. Can you maybe just speak a little bit more to that, in terms of where preservation really can, again, offer value added to solve the housing challenges that we have?
Yeah, I mean, I spent many hundreds of thousands of dollars on a condo because I loved the brick walls, I loved the lobby. There's a real uniqueness to these buildings. The VA campus, the image that we're looking at right now is Building 207 at the VA. Many historic buildings, that's a historic district that we're developing into housing. There's beauty in the architecture, and it's architecture that inspires. Working on a school in Pasadena that's in a historic building, and that's really what's notable. You wouldn't build a building like this anymore. So maintaining that is really important. But in addition, you have historic building code tax credits and the like.
But then in turn, maybe turn the tables. What are the lessons we take from some of those historic projects? What have we learned from that we can then apply as we begin to tackle buildings without some of those features or from the more recent past? How can we apply some of those lessons?
Yeah, it's really important that we evolve. So I think the planning department really in LA has been a pioneer in evolving the adaptive reuse ordinance and saying, okay, we've tackled this era of building early 1900s buildings in downtown. Now, what about that 15-story office building that was built in the 80s on Pico in West LA? And so those buildings have different challenges, and updating the policy to understand and recognize that there are different challenges and how can we evolve. The structural engineering community has also evolved in technology. So, the buildings that we look at are typically either a concrete frame building from the early 1900s or a steel building from probably right before the Northridge earthquake. So building codes get rewritten after every major earthquake. So now these buildings are out of compliance. So how can we, without providing an onerous requirement to developers, how can we make these buildings safer, but also have them be economically feasible? So I think we're really approaching the issue from the architectural community, structural engineering community, policy. I love this panel, the development side as well. And a new, very interesting development is this policy at the state level, and how can that really help cities that don't have the Los Angeles Planning Department behind them? How can they, really develop this sustainable solution for converting our office buildings into residential?
Well, thanks. Well, you started to touch on some of the code challenges and dealing with, in California, of course, seismic retrofit, fire life safety issues, the challenges that we have in converting older buildings to housing. And let me bring Michael back into that conversation, because you and CCA have been, in addition to thinking about the financial feasibility, also thinking about some of the code challenges, working with our local Department of Building and Safety, Fire Department, and also have companion state legislation addressing some of these issues. Can you talk to that and how you've been addressing some of those code issues as an advocate?
Yeah, absolutely. So what Tara just said is really the impetus for our other bill, AB 2910, also sponsored by, also authored by Assemblymember Santiago. And this really tries to create it doesn't change code on day one or anything like that. It tries to create a process by which large local cities, so City of LA primarily, can go and engage with the right departments at the state level to create nuance in their local codes and get the appropriate sign off, make sure everybody kind of feels good about these sort of alternative standards for conversion projects. And there was sort of a first wave of this done back when the original, the 1999 Adaptive Reuse Ordinance was adopted, California State had amended its health and safety code to provide this flexibility for conversion projects, but unfortunately included language in there that just narrowly allowed this flexibility for joint living work quarters for artists. So it's really tied the hands of what locals can do going forward after that. It was effective, and in combination with those other sort of seismic codes at the time, it was effective back in the 90s, early 2000s, but now hasn't really kept pace with where we are today. And so it's led to these kind of tension points where there are really strict interpretations of the state wording, and so you can't have that same degree of flexibility that you need for buildings locally. So just by way of a few examples, this might mean where the code says you need to have a gurney elevator in your building, but you don't currently have a gurney elevator in your building. What that would mean is you would need to rip out your whole elevator shaft and put in a brand new elevator shaft with a gurney elevator, which is an absolute, no killer for a project, and that's not going to go anywhere. So that right there is stopping a lot of projects from going forward. Another might be, which I think is a kind of a more nuanced situation, is if the code says you need to have 3 exits. The strict interpretation would say you need to have 3 stairwells leading to a doorway that exit to the street. But would it be acceptable if you can do 2 stairways and then you have a fire escape? Strict interpretation would say, no, you can't do that. You need the 3rd stairway. So is a building going to have to go and build a 3rd stairway in order to accommodate that requirement? Again, another sort of deal killer. So it's little hangups like these that we're hoping that AB 2910 can sort of create that opportunity for direct dialogue between the state and city to overcome as we work through some of these kind of nuanced issues that come up with adaptive reuse.
Yeah, and I will say our counterparts in Los Angeles at the Department of Building and Safety really do feel they need that guidance from the state, right? Because the codes come down from Sacramento, and they need that more explicit flexibility to be embedded into the law in order to go in that direction. And I know they're working very closely on that bill. Let me bring Christian back into it. Christian, you were already alluding to the fact that perhaps 28th Street Y or your Emmanuel project maybe couldn't be replicated so easily. In terms of what you're hearing, I mean, would some of these code issues and code reforms really have a meaningful impact, or what are some of your thoughts about, again, what some of those obstacles are that need to be cleared away?
Could I go back to something?
Yeah, sure.
I just want to add 70% of Los Angeles is zoned R1, single family housing dwelling unit. And if we have a shortage of housing, right, and that shortage of housing is like, I don't know what that number is, 1.5, 2.5 million units. I mean, some crazy number, right? When you add the homelessness crisis, and you add affordability into that, and you add missing middle, and then you add everything else in between, where are we supposed to put all those units, right? And smart growth principles tell us that the smartest way to do that is to attach it to high frequency transit stops. But we don't have a whole heck of a lot of those here in Los Angeles. But we do get the most land use bennies when we site next to those. So I think there's a consideration there if we want to be able to think about reutilizing, let's say, office to housing, and be able to say, okay, if that's where the density is going to go, then that's a consideration as it relates to some of these buildings that might be, let's say, 5 stories or 4 stories, right? And that's a very, very real thing. I mean, I live that in every community engagement meeting that I ever go to. If I had a penny for every time somebody approaches me and say, hey, can you build on, there's a little warehouse right there in the corner, can you build on that? And then like, oh, hey, it's zone industrial, right? And that's like right off the bat, a no-no, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there for all of you guys to think about as we sort of proceed that and trying to find that middle ground in being able to find the solutions to multiple challenges that we're currently living. And as it relates to your question, absolutely. I mean, everything that Michael said and, the rest of the panel here is a huge, huge barrier for us. And today, with the funding climate that we're currently living, those are huge challenges. And they can only be solved, like I said previously, through either mixed income approaches, which we currently don't have any financial tools, just so you know, right? Public programs incentivize typically the deepest affordability targets. So we don't have anything that, for instance, says, hey, you can utilize this great loan product and it's only 20% affordable and then you can go, to market. Those tools haven't yet been created, but I do think that the climate and the needs are forcing those things to come about, because that's a different conversation, right? That's not, let's say, the planning department. These are the CDFIs, these are the banks, these are the secondary loan mortgages that are out there, that we will see that happen because, with this funding climate, like I said, it will force those solutions to be created.
Well, thanks. Let me bring Assemblymember Haney back into that. In advancing this bill at the state level, what are you hearing more broadly around the state? Obviously, a lot of us here on the panel are focused on Los Angeles, but you're looking at this statewide. What are you hearing from some of the financial institutions Christian was referencing, or from communities around the state in terms of who might be poised to take up adaptive reuse if your bill passes and really run with this in their communities?
Yeah, I think he makes a really good point about the best of times, the worst of times. There is so much interest in doing this and so much support for it among policymakers. And I think that landscape has changed tremendously over time. This bill that we are moving forward, and I hope the same happens with Assemblymember Santiago's bills, passed unanimously off the state assembly floor. There was no opposition from Democrats or Republicans, and a huge amount of support for it. The challenge, of course, is a lot of folks are telling us, this is all great. You're doing most of the things that we would ask that you do. And even with that, we'd probably need some more financial support in some ways, some greater levels of incentives, some of which the state can do, and there's been some funding put into the budget. But moving forward, I think we're at a time where direct funding or even significant larger tax credits, of which we need to maintain the ones we have and expand on those, are going to be hard to get. So how do we get as creative as possible on some of the things that need to change, that can change from the flexibility standpoint, and deal with the predictability, deal with the timelines, deal with some of the things that we can do on impact fees, and then from the reinvestment side of allowing property tax increases to be able to reinvest it, especially around covering the affordability pieces of this, is where we've been able to engage. But I think it's going to take a lot of creativity to look at the areas where we do have flexibility, and then think about on the investment side, on the development side, from how local, state, federal, everyone can work together to try to make these more feasible for folks. And I think that's where some of where this opportunity has come about, to have folks who have been working on and fighting for historic preservation joining with the housing advocacy world, because that alignment actually may open up some additional dollars or sustainability that may be the only thing that makes this feasible.
Yeah, well said. Thank you. I think at this point I have a final lightning round question we'll maybe end with, but before we come back to the panel, I want to open it up for questions from all of you. And do we have a microphone? There it is. Okay. So if you do have a question, if you can maybe line up, because we want to make sure that those are audible for our Zoom. I know we have at least 200 folks perhaps signed up to be on Zoom. We want to make sure they hear it. So please line up and we'll take some of your questions. We'll start with...
First, you want to go?
Laura Myers is first from our West Adams neighborhood.
Do I
Go for it.
take it off?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, first of all, this kind of panel should generate about an hour of discussion, not 10 minutes, right? Because there's so many questions. But I'll focus on the Mills Act. The problem right now with the Mills Act on a statewide level is it's tied to rental rates. So a huge number of people who have Mills Act contracts no longer have benefits. So if we're going to expand the Mills Act, you still need to go back to the old legislation and figure out how to fix it on a statewide level. It should be delinked from the rental rates and perhaps just an automatic in the chart percentages of discounts. That may not be what the local governments want because it would guarantee they have less income, but at least people have certainty when they apply for, get a Mills Act contract. It has requirements that basically require that they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and they should get the benefits, whether it's for adaptive reuse or just a preservation project.
Thanks, Laura. Let me have, if I can maybe have that go to Michael as the sponsor of the Mills Act legislation. Yeah, so the Mills Act formula is an income-based approach to property, and so the savings, it's a complicated formula, but it is based on rental values. Is that something you've looked at in the bill?
We haven't looked at that specifically in the context of the bill. I mean, we've done some calculations to see how it would impact the kinds of properties that we're contemplating would be able to use this, and they end up getting a savings of between 50 to 75%.
For the first 5 years or so.
Right, and I think you're absolutely right. I think some of the feedback that I've heard from developers is it's attractive, but it's really hard for them to kind of bank on that, on getting that, even for that 10-year contract, because it does change and get reevaluated each year. So there is some potential variability. I think that certainty would be welcome, as you said, from the property owner side, from the developer side, from the preservation side. It might get a bit thorny with the folks who collect the local taxes, as you said.
Although they would get certainty.
They would get certainty.
Wouldn't like it.
Yeah. I think it's a discussion worth having for sure.
And I think it's important to point out the Mills Act would be a very different type of Mills Act contract. Again, it would not be about preserving necessarily significant historic features. It would be about ensuring that an adaptive reuse for housing is actually kind of completed, right? It's not about preserving architectural features necessarily over the long term and continually re-incentivizing that work, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I think there are other kind of preservation or retention kinds of things we could explore, whether that's materials. Even if it's not architectural features, perhaps there's a certain threshold of materials that should be retained in a conversion project.
Right. Thanks, Laura. Diane King.
Yeah, hi. I'm really enjoying this panel. I've been looking at ways to create incentives in San Diego for adaptive reuse, and the AIA chapter is actually kind of interested in pursuing some of this and working with the housing groups. One of the existing preservation tools that I think could be very helpful is a state historic building code. Mm-hmm. And the question was, how would that's also can be used locally along with the Mills Act. And I think those two existing pieces of legislation can be very instrumental in helping with adaptive reuse. So the question I have is, with the state historic building code, that only pertains to designated historic properties. And it seems that there was an issue with the Mills Act to provide that benefit to non-historic properties. Could that also be done with the state historic building code? And looking at issues with those later buildings that have difficulty being converted. And one of the things I'm thinking of is, say, converting offices. One of the issues that comes up is trying to provide plumbing to individual units when most of your office space has common bathrooms in the main core, and trying to get those amenities out to individual units. So is there some way to do like group bathrooms and group kitchens along with the housing units, and how does that play into local building codes or state
It's a
codes?
really interesting question, Diane. And like the Mills Act, it kind of requires us shifting our thinking a little bit about how, can we reimagine the state historic building code being about preserving significant historic features, providing flexibility for that, and code flexibility to provide flexibility for adaptive reuse. I don't know, Tara and Assemblymember Haney, you want to take that briefly?
Yeah, I'll take it briefly, and also see Cindy here, who's raising her hand, because we worked a lot on this question within our bill, and she's the expert that helped to inform the way that we dealt with this. And I will do my best to describe how we thought about it. But essentially, our bill is tied to the state historic building code. In order to take advantage of the aspects of our bill, you have to align with that. But we acknowledge and learned about the fact that there are many buildings who unfortunately have not been yet designated. And so we needed to, within our bill, create a process to be able to determine which of those buildings and which part of those buildings also need to be protected. So within the bill, it's either tied to existing designated buildings, and then that goes to the state building code, or we have a streamlined process by which the locality needs to determine whether that is historically protected, and then it can take advantage of the bill. Did I mostly get that right? So that's the way we dealt with this question, which is that there are a lot of buildings or aspects of buildings that have not yet been designated as protected, and we need to also ensure we have a process for that when we're looking at adaptive reuse.
Yeah, I would just add that we have the layer of the state existing building code. So we have the historic, existing, and then the building code. So the concept of adaptive reuse triggers a change of use. And so that is where, you touch it, you buy it, that kind of mentality. But I think there is opportunity to use the existing building code in a way that ties in a little bit more with accommodating change of use. I think that would be a great frontier or avenue for policy to evolve.
Go ahead.
Can you go back to the 28th Street Y apartments? Okay. So what you're seeing here is the original envelope, the original building. When we did this building approximately now 15 years ago, those were single room occupancies. But we couldn't convert those to single room occupancies unless we met replacement housing obligations, which meant we had to create a new wing in the back. That wing that you're seeing right here was probably just as much as the other side. I think there's something to be said for exploring what worked once, even though it may not meet code today, for the sake of cost, for the sake of creating new ways of living. And quite frankly, it's also more green. So I just want to leave that there with you to think about, but I'm glad you brought that up.
Thanks. We'll go to the next question.
Hi, Megan Costello. I worked on over 200 units downtown of adaptive reuse ordinance rentals, and they were all market rate. How do you use the flexibility of the adaptive reuse ordinance for low-income properties that receive federal and state money that is tied to meeting universal design standards and minimum sizes? Because the adaptive reuse ordinance gets away from a lot of disabled access standards, and you wouldn't be able to do that in a nonprofit housing development.
We go to either our developer or architect to tackle that one.
Let me start, and you can fill in the gaps. My dream would be that I don't KFA does not have affordable housing clients and market rate housing clients. We want to have housing clients, right? Because we're working into this system where funding for affordable housing projects generally has strings tied to it that involve accessibility. But then our market rate developers can use, this is exactly to your point, can use the adaptive reuse ordinance to have less stringent requirements as far as accessibility and clearances within buildings. So we have, but the affordable housing developers have access to money. So when we hear about policy that involves prevailing wage, my market rate clients are likely going to be like, okay, not going to use that one because it bumps up the cost, 25 to 30% of the project. So we have this duality right now that I think is problematic. And if we can have an overlay where policymakers that are working on funding requirements for affordable housing really take into account the complexity of adaptive reuse. And on the market rate side, there's financial incentive to provide affordable housing in a different way. I think that there's something in there that can fill in the missing middle, that can solve these other issues related to providing housing.
Well, that's great answer, and we've got the right people in the room today, I think, to continue that conversation. Let me do one final question, then we'll do a quick panel wrap-up if we can do that, and then we'll close the session. Last question.
Thank you, Ken. My name is Bill Chen. I'm with Los Angeles Chinatown Community Land Trust. In Chinatown, at least a couple of buildings that I know of have been identified through the funding from Getty for the Survey LA, and they are R4 zone and with single-family houses. I know that I read through, and for the last 3 years, I've been trying to find a receiver site if I had to preserve the house and move it to a receiver site in order to free the R4 zoning to build multiple housing. But since ED1 came in, it was vacillating between, yes, you can demolish it, no, you cannot demolish it. And then CHIP came in that seemed to have a more articulation, even though it's in a draft form that will be revised a couple of times yet before it's determined whether you can demolish a single family identified under Survey LA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe I'll just quickly take that one. And I think it's a great lead into our next panel as well, where we'll be talking about infill housing and then later about naturally occurring affordable housing. Yeah, I think we're looking at, in the city of Los Angeles, kind of this balance between many of our housing incentives. The adaptive reuse ordinance that we're taking on is part of this larger, he referenced CHIP, which is our citywide housing incentive program, which is part of meeting our state mandate to implement our city housing element and create zoning capacity in the city for 250,000 additional housing units, with a deadline of February of next year to make those changes. And how do we put guardrails in place that also protect our historic resources while we are in that process? And so we have been very involved with our planning department, in many of those conversations about what that CHIP program will look like. Adaptive reuse is a key piece of the overall strategy, but how it intersects with some of these other housing incentives. And I think we'll get to that more in the second panel. To bring this panel to a close, since we wanted today to be very solutions oriented and focus on potential solutions, I just want to do a quick lightning round, final thoughts from each of you. What haven't we touched upon yet that is an important potential solution? What else still needs to change to help California fulfill its adaptive reuse potential? What else should we be doing that we're not today to help us get there? Let me start at this end with Christian.
Sure. So there's some new federal money called GGRF, which is essentially the greenhouse gas emissions dollars that are going to be rolling out this fall. We don't know what that's going to look like yet or the metrics attached to it. But I think at a time of diminishing public dollars available, that would be a great addition to the arsenal and the capital stack to be able to find solutions to all of these
Make
challenges.
that climate adaptive
Exactly.
reuse, preservation, housing connection that we started with. So I think that's a great suggestion. Assemblymember.
Yeah, well, I'll say this as a state official, one thing that I think we could talk about more is what to do with our public buildings and our state buildings. In many parts of the state, there's a concentration of state buildings, public buildings, federal buildings that I think should also be candidates for adaptive reuse and also offer some unique opportunities. It's been a huge issue in Sacramento in particular, and an area that I think should have a lot more focus.
Great, thanks. Tara.
The two things that I really like about this resurgence in adaptive reuse are, one, the focus on sustainability, which we've touched on, and also we have an opportunity now to reimagine our downtowns and figure out what they want to be. And as a downtown resident here, you know, the live, work, play that CCA was really supporting, you know, for decades is evolving, right? Our city is a cultural center. We're here at ASU. There's this academic resurgence to occupy these buildings. And so I think reimagining that, creating a streetscape that is engaged, probably in a different way, is something that I think is an upcoming evolution of adaptive reuse.
I'm going to give an annoying answer since we kind of talked about the technical solutions. My solution, I think, is really about changing kind of hearts and minds and perceptions around these things. And I think we need to get to this sort of spirit of compromise and collaboration, and to feel that we need to accept trade-offs sometimes. Everybody can't have everything in one bill, and one project can't solve all the world's problems. So whether that's, you know, putting affordable housing aside for a project or putting labor aside for a project, we have to just be committed to getting projects done, getting policies passed that actually support feasible projects. And I think that's a kind of political challenge. It's a hearts and minds challenge that I think we need a lot of progress on.
Great, well, thank you. Well said, all of you. And please join me in thanking all of our panelists from this morning. So we now have about a 10-minute break or so, and we'll resume at 10:45 with our next session on infill housing. Thank you very much. On the screen. So we're good. Guess it should be at the very end.
Why isn't it showing the previews? It's not helpful.
Should be like,
I'm just seeing what I should have looked at. What slide number we left on? I'm trying to find that real quick. I think it was this one.
yeah.
So they probably want to. Oops. They probably want to pick up after all these pictures.
Right. Looks like they didn't click through. What's the text
Probably.
there?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the new next
The
panel.
next panel probably.
Okay.
I'm gonna double check.
I don't want to stand.
Sorry, can you not?
I'm on the pedal. I'm watering the next one.
We have What's your name? I'm sorry. I'm John. Clark. John Arnold? Okay, thank you. Oh, and we know that's that's
Okay.
it.
You have our.
We're gonna put it on this slide then to start, right? Because this is all the previous portion.
Yeah,
This is
that's
this is your panel slide, so we'll start here. That has your name on it.
Oh, that's the official one. That's mine.
Okay, so like going into it, we'll have this up, and then you can use the clicker to advance to the next one whenever you're getting started.
So my initial one says exactly all of this.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well,
so
yeah. Okay.
I prefer to start with art. These
Okay.
buildings don't have any.
What's that?
These buildings that were shown here, I didn't put those together. I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, they're probably put together by the
Yeah.
Cindy and her team. Okay. All right, so 25. And
Go back. So that's the second. If you scroll up where it says 1,000 students or something like that, scroll down.
down.
Yeah, that one's the second video.
This is the video, or this is where the video
No,
should
this is
go?
where the video should go.
Like in place of it or after it?
I just heard that this was where they wanted that video to play.
But should the slide be up or no?
I guess it could be. The slide can go up and then video.
Okay.
And then there should be a bit of one as well.
Okay. I think. What time are we supposed to get started again?
So it's gonna
10:45 probably.
5 minutes at this point.
So probably just wait till lunch.
Okay. All right, I'll get the other one and I'll send it to you specifically.
Yeah, we're about to get started, so I'll just wait.
All right.
there's some very good preservation. Somehow I meet the ones that are not.
Good morning, everybody. If we can all get seated, we'll get teed up for our next panel discussion. Good morning, everybody. I was reminded by the powers that be that we have plenty of seating on this side of the room, because we're all entering on this side. So please spread out for the best view. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is John Arnold. I'm an architect with KFA Architecture in Culver City, and I'll be moderating today's panel entitled Preserving Place, Accommodating Change. Accommodating change, new housing in historic contexts. In what we think will be a robust panel discussion with our team of experts, we will explore how to fit new housing into historic contexts. And we think it's going to be robust because opinions differ about how to get this done. Historic districts are emotional. We live in them. We love them for different reasons. And they're full of nuances that one size does not fit all and does not fit all opinions. With new state housing laws being enacted that often override local zoning and specific plans, we're seeing entitlement applications for much larger buildings than expected, and often upending years of careful planning, and that includes planning in historic districts. And just to give a little bit of context, everyone know what SB 1818 is, more or less? So SB 1818 is basically the state's key linchpin housing a density bonus law. It was enacted almost 20 years ago, and it says, in retrospect, when it was first enacted, it was kind of cute. With modest increases in density, you got modest increases in height, or setback reductions, or open space reductions, or parking reductions. But then as the housing crisis amped up, especially towards the end of the last decade, and with the pandemic, Sacramento turned up the heat, saying this isn't doing enough. And so they added riders and additions and all the ABs and SBs and 230, 2345 and all the numbers that we got gobble our heads up. Most of those are glommed onto SB 1818, which is the key density bonus law. And what they have done recently is that, especially for 100% affordable housing, there's blanket mandated increases that just provide lots of stuff for developers to do more. One of the key ones is 33 extra feet if you're within a half mile of transit. Having time limits on discretionary reviews, which hit historic districts hard because in 60 days can you have a historic review or even look at compatibility and get it done without giving the baby away. So that's the context that we're thinking about today, and we'll start from there. Assuming this new reality is here to stay, and also, CEQA is starting to get under attack too. There's not the CEQA loopholes that we can try to block or stop or change. And also SB 18 has very few carve-outs for historic districts. There's some carve-outs for historic resources, but not districts themselves. And we all know that most of our historic districts have a lot of parking lots that are very valuable. Assuming this reality is here to stay, what we want to discuss is how can we mitigate scale through thoughtful design? What are the current best practices for establishing objective standards? Are there alternatives to objective standards? Where can they be compromised that allows historic neighborhoods to retain their character and sense of place without reducing mandated housing density? And how does the act of fitting into a neighborhood help everybody, the municipalities, residents, and the developers? Before I introduce the panel, I just want to note CPF was dedicated to creating a wider net for this today, including, I think, providing discounted or free admission, hopefully to get a wider audience. So I want to take a quick poll. I assume that there's a lot of historic preservation advocates in the room. How many people in the room live in a historic district? Quite a few of you. How many of you live in a historic district that goes beyond R1 and includes boulevards that might be suitable for multifamily housing? Oh, far fewer. I'm one of those. I know Jean is.
Yes.
How many housing advocates in the room, whether you call yourself a YIMBY or not? Okay, quite a few of you. Okay, great. And finally, watch out for the booze. Any developers in the room who do multifamily housing? So our goal here today is to find tools and common ground. We understand that the outer fringes of the discussion there are outer fringes of the discussion, that, like, for example, developers who don't care and won't listen, who just want to do what they want. I work with some of them, and it's difficult. On the other end of the spectrum, there are preservation advocates who want as little change as possible and want to block everything. And they're difficult too, and I work with them as well. What we're looking to do is meet in the middle. If change is inevitable, how can it be controlled for the best possible outcome and create that elusive win-win-win situation? To introduce our panel, our esteemed panel, I'm going to give a short bio, and each panelist will show a slide of a project that they think is a successful infill intervention into a historic context. You can read our panelists' complete bios in the event program. After the introductions, we'll have about 40 minutes of discussion and hopefully have about 10 minutes at the end for Q&A. And now our panel, which we crafted to include public policymakers and design reviewers, community advocates, and architects. And as need be, I'm going to play the devil's advocate as a developer's perspective. Maybe I'll call up Christian from the last panel to chime in on, as a developer. So first, we're going to start with Brandon Spencer-Hartle. Make sure I get this going. Brandon is the Historic Resources Manager for the City of Portland, Oregon, all the way from Portland. Brandon brings an out-of-state perspective to our panel today. In his role, Brandon is responsible for working with developers, residents, and advocates to develop both discretionary and objective design regulations that comply with evolving state laws, not dissimilar from what we have recently adopted in California. Brandon grew up in Sacramento, and he tells us he's grateful to be back in California where the sun might come out. Welcome, Brandon.
Thank you, John. It's a privilege to be here. Again, Brandon Spencer-Hartle, he, him pronouns at the City of Portland, Oregon. I did grow up in Sacramento, and my last CPS conference was 2006 when I was 18, so glad to be back, and I will see you all again in 18 years, 19 years. So I do want to share one example, and we're going to talk a little bit more today about clear and objective design standards, discretionary review. This example I have to share is from the City of Portland. You'll see it on the screen behind me. The building in the middle is a 1918 women's hospital that was proposed for demolition back in 2014. It's a contributing building in one of our historic districts. That district includes single-family, multifamily residential properties, institutional properties, and a variety of sort of pseudo-urban infill developments. So that building in the middle was proposed for demolition and replacement with about 100 units of market rate housing in 2014. And our city council, for the first time ever, said to the development team, no, you cannot demolish a contributing building in a historic district. Bring us back a better project. And this was at a time at the sort of cusp of our housing crisis. City council took a lot of heat for blocking new market rate housing. And what was interesting and transpired is the development team regrouped and thought, okay, is there a way for us to preserve the building and do something even better? And so what we have today, and this project just opened in January, is the building in the middle, rehabilitated, seismically upgraded, and integrated into the overall project program. And then two new infill developments. You'll see one in the darker brick and one in the more traditional red fire brick that provide 144 units of all affordable housing. It's a 99-year affordability requirement. The building on the left side of the screen is meant for people earning 30% of the median family income. Many of those units are intended for seniors transitioning out of houselessness. And the building on the right is offered at 60% of the median family income, which is sort of workforce housing, or maybe even sort of a lower income workforce housing. And so what we ended up with was 144 units of affordable housing, a historic building that was rehabilitated, and infill development that I think, broadly speaking, was supported by the community. A couple of things I wanted to mention about this. Our first speaker talked about who does the work. This project was 30% of the hard costs were completed by minority and women-owned small businesses. So I think that's very cool. But the building on the darker brick building follows some of our clear and objective design standards. It has a matching belt course, a matching bottom. It matches the materials of the building to the historic building adjacent to it, and it follows a high degree of symmetry. So we're going to talk more about objective design standards later. The larger red brick building did go through a discretionary review process that had extensive public input. Ultimately, it used several design elements that are found in the historic context, that cornice with the brackets, the brick color, the bay windows, to reach approval in its compatibility review. So I'll refer back to this project later when we get into some of the thorny issues of those objective design standards and the discretionary review. But excited to be here and excited for John's moderation.
Thanks, Brandon. I think we all agree that this project is lovely, and then one side's contemporary, one side's more traditional or somewhat contemporary, and I think it wouldn't have been affected if it was 1 story taller. But that's me being devil's advocate. Next up is Gene Frost. Gene's professional background is as an entertainment labor union executive at the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists and the Directors Guild of America here in Los Angeles. But it's her grassroots historic preservation advocacy work over the past 4 decades that brings her to our panel today. Jean, along with her husband Jim Childs, who's in the audience, has worked tirelessly and fiercely to preserve the historic resources in the close-in West Adams neighborhood, which is about spitting distance from where we're sitting, first with the CRA back in the 1980s, and subsequently through the nonprofit West Adams Heritage Association in the University Park Historic Preservation Overlay Zone, or HPOZ, which is LA's designation for historic districts, where Jean has served as president for many, many years. Welcome, Jean.
Thank you, John. Thank you for that introduction. First caveat, in planning, there are always multiple points of view, so you don't always arrive at a completely same place when you begin your discussions, and that's a given. And the project before you is 29 affordable units. Thomas Safran was the developer. The key to having a successful dialogue and a successful outcome is that we had a developer that respected community input, respected the goals of a historic neighborhood, was willing to embrace the preservation plan. The University Park Preservation Plan was the second plan adopted by the City of Los Angeles, and it is very specific and was guided again by CRA urban design guidelines that were adopted in 1990 that are 100% objective, because the mantra is, what is the prevailing? Prevailing is defined as most commonly occurring on that side of the block face, and it's a number. It is not, well, I like this, I like that. So you start with that as an objective standard, as we did with the Norwood Learning Center. And then you get into a discussion that is more nuanced of how do you make this 29-unit development compatible adjacent to the 20th Street National Register District and in the University Park HPOZ. And there were several rounds of discussion. I think some of the detriment today is you can't rush into an evolution of a building scheme. Originally on this site, there were 5 Victorian cottages and 1 multi-family building. They were demolished without any notice to the CRA by the LAUSD, the LA Unified School District, in order to build a playground for children. That was in the mid-90s. Well, cut to 2000 and 2003, finally someone said, this has been a parking lot now for 2 decades. What are we going to do? LAUSD came up with a scenario of doing workforce housing and affordable housing adjacent to Norwood School. And that began the dialogue, and as a result, they started with 3 tall buildings, and they ended up with 6 buildings, which as a pattern was the configuration of the demolished Victorians and multifamily house. There was a lot of dialogue, really talented architects working on this, and a very, very good HPOZ board that helped the dialogue happen, because architects have a way of speaking to architects that just kind of enrich the dialogue. So it was really a process of cooperation and mutual respect. And I think even in today's very difficult scenario with SB 1818, which does have a carve out for national registered districts, that seems to be widely ignored, with a cooperative developer, you can arrive at something that you can embrace. Case in point, not on the screen, is the 121 units Washington Villas in the Pierce Brothers Mortuary Historic Site, 100% affordable. That is a very recent development, and Lambert was very involved in that because the Pierce Brothers Mortuary was a monument. So the architect there, Dick G., was just wonderful in terms of translating the requirements of the preservation plan into something that met everyone's needs. I think today is very challenging. I plan on going to some of the interpretations of state law panels today because I think that's something that has to be looked at. But this was a success. It may be imperfect in terms of the purest preservation result, but it's an infill in an HPOZ adjacent to a national registered district where the massing, the scale, embraces the context of the neighborhood. And technically, there may be some not quite objective, perfect matches, but that is part of the process. And I think process is terribly important. And that the idea, oh, by the way, consultation meetings don't count. I've been to the Planning Commission. They do not count as one of the 3 meetings you're allowed to have. So I'm a great embracer of mutual respect, and you have to know the facts, and the facts have to be truthful. And so often we're misled, and I urge everyone to ask the right questions and proceed.
Thanks, Jean. Lambert. Lambert is an architect and has landed on this panel by virtue of his many years as the overseer and design review lead for the City of Los Angeles' over 1,300 historic cultural monuments, or HCMs, as well as the city's primary voice when sending design recommendations to SHPO and the National Park Service for historic properties within the city. Lambert is also a key liaison between property owners and the city to administer the city's HPOZ program, which currently includes 36 historic districts and tens of thousands of properties outside the HCM program. Lambert is also a planning commissioner for the city of Pasadena. Welcome, Lambert.
Thanks, John. John had asked each of us to bring some images just to kind of start to spark the conversation this morning. So I did bring this image from Pasadena. This is the Playhouse District, which is just east of our Civic Center. You can see in that diagram. And I really wanted this image to start to raise this issue of how do we build in a context? Either we're creating a context or we're responding to an existing context. And so I thought this helped really identify projects that are at fairly high densities in this district in Pasadena. I think if we go to the next one, you could just see some close-ups of some of the architecture. Again, very respectful of Southern California, the climate, all of the kind of issues that we deal with. I think the one in the lower left is the most recent of the projects shown that really also talks about higher density scale on a larger street, stepping down to smaller scale adjacencies. I think that's super critical. I really wanted to sort of raise this issue of context because, as Jean pointed out, yeah, sometimes there's parking lots that have to become new things, but there's existing conditions that really a lot of projects have to respond to.
Great. Thanks, Lambert. And finally, we have Dale Brown, who is president of Onyx Architects in Pasadena, a studio focused on providing affordable and market rate housing to build sustainable, vibrant, and healthy communities, often in sensitive infill sites. Onyx approaches each site with a range of design approaches, either with a clear historic reference or a contemporary response. The firm also provides preservation and restoration services for historic resources, including adaptive reuse. Onyx has a mission of participating in social and community impact through competent, creative, and artistic solutions to the urban environment. Welcome, Dale.
So if there's any Monty Python fans, now for something completely different, okay? So this was a site right adjacent, if you will, a block off of the Civic Center, the auditorium. It sits directly adjacent to the Masonic Lodge, which is a historic resource. It's in an area of town that is evolving, mostly with contemporary infill. And this site did accomplish a number of things. On a maybe more minor scale, there was a historic home on the site that was relocated to another part of town. And that allowed also a Victorian home that was on the same site to be restored. So two historic homes, two historic resources were saved as a part of this. This takes a very broad interpretation of an infill project. So it takes the Masonic Lodge and says, well, okay, so you have an elevated first floor, you have a primary mass in the middle with, the colonnade, and then you have a receding secondary facade behind it. So this building works to accomplish the same things. We do meet the belt line, the cornice lines in the new building. The elevated portion of it doesn't occur at the street, but when you go into the lobby, it occurs on the interior. So there's an elevated courtyard that all the units wrap around. So again, chose this, although, we do very traditional projects. We just got final design review in Pasadena for a 100-unit affordable senior project right adjacent to Pasadena City Hall. So, but we chose this in order to create maybe a robust sort of discussion on other ways to think of infill in districts that are evolving and have begun to evolve into new architectural styles.
Great, thanks, Dale. And as I said earlier, I'm John Arnold. I'm an architect with KFA Architecture in Culver City, and our primary focus is multifamily housing, and in all its forms, and most of our work being in Southern California. And since I am the moderator, I have an example too. Mine's a little bit of a cheat. This is a 1926 building that is located in central LA, and the city never grew up around it, but it was built in 1926 right next to a single-family neighborhood that was built about 15 years before it. It's 1 and 2 stories behind it, and that district is now an HPOZ. I like this building because it has virtually no articulation, has no setbacks, no step backs. Its character relies solely on careful detailing of windows, cornices, and studious attention to the proportions of the vertical and horizontal elements. One member of the panel, at least, thinks it's a beautiful building. And I wonder what lessons we can learn when 7-story apartment buildings are proposed on commercial boulevards near lower density residential neighborhoods. And recognizing that I cheated my own rules by including a historic building, this building is now, I think, eligible to be historic. I included a contemporary example at the bottom left that I thought follows some of the same rules that this building does with 1 story less. So with that, let's start our discussion. We have about 25 minutes before questions. So Brandon, I'm gonna start with you. Portland seems to be having some success with objective design standards as they apply to new development in sensitive areas. Can you give us an overview of your approach and how those objective standards have been working?
Sure thing. So one thing just to establish, the state of Oregon doesn't have the 4-letter word that you have here in CEQA. And so what that means in the state of Oregon is that we have to think proactively and deliberately about our historic resources prior to an application for development and alteration, new construction. And so what that has looked like over the last 30 years is an attempt to plan not just for surveying and designating historic resources, but to create resource-specific design standards and design guidelines. For those of you in the room who maybe are new to the world of let's say, urban design planning or the sort of regulatory framework for historic resources, I think we're all going to talk a little bit today about objective and then discretionary design standards and guidelines. The way I understand it in my professional role is that an objective standard is something that's quantifiable, measurable, clear, and not disputable. And I think we'll dispute some of that today. So an objective design standard might be use brick, no more than 30 feet tall, setback 8 feet, windows recessed 3 feet from the exterior finished material. A discretionary design guideline might be something like use a compatible material. Pick a window that is appropriate for the district. Discretionary means it takes some professional judgment, someone or someone's in this room, to apply the subjective nature of the discretionary standard or guideline. A discretionary standard is something that all of us in the room would probably find agreement on. In the state of Oregon, our legislature about 30 years ago required all cities to apply only clear and objective design standards to housing development across the board. There are a couple of exceptions. Cities may apply a discretionary review to certain environmental resources, and cities may, but are not required to apply a discretionary review to certain historic resources. What we've done in the last 30 years, and especially so during the housing crisis of the last decade, is to tier our historic preservation program such that there are some resources, districts and landmarks, that still have a discretionary review, alterations, maybe an addition, in some cases in historic districts, larger infill development. We have city conservation districts, conservation landmarks, that only have those objective standards that we're going to talk about a lot today. And then we do have many historic landmarks and historic districts, primarily those that are listed in the National Register but have no local designation, where we apply no design regulations. And so some of our thinking has been trying to be selective about where we may require an element of discretion, primarily in alterations to landmark buildings or alterations to contributing buildings, and then being a little more open-minded to contemporary or market-driven infill development in those districts or those adjacent parcels where it doesn't make sense. And I'm thinking specifically, and I think this may be a good discussion for this panel, but a future panel, we have many districts in the city of Portland that are not primarily significant for architecture or design. And so we're moving away from applying that rigorous discretionary review if it's a neighborhood that's significant for cultural patterns or a neighborhood that exudes some type of development history that has more to do with social and cultural history than architectural. And so those are the areas where we're thinking, maybe we don't need to be so rigorous on our design response, because what was significant here was that it was immigrant housing, or this was an area where we had small business generation. Do we really need to be so rigorous with discretionary review there? And then being more precise when it comes to alterations to a landmark.
And if the state passed a law that added 33 feet, would that upend your objective standards, or would they be flexible enough to accommodate that?
Yeah, good question, John. So our state did pass a law recently, 20% density or height bonus everywhere. So in some cases it's 33 feet, in others it's more, in others it's less. And what our design standards are really intended to do is to provide a continuity to adjacent or nearby contributing resources. Sounds similar to what we're talking about here in LA, but some of our thinking has been, unless it's critically important that scale is respected, we might be able to achieve a similar outcome for compatibility with design details and responsiveness.
Lambert, you're a key player in two cities close by, each with differing approaches and successes. How is your experience in Pasadena and Los Angeles? Different or the same or approaching the same as what Brandon described, what's going on in Portland?
I think, I appreciate Brandon being here. Since we're at a California Preservation Conference, we can learn from Oregon. I think that's great. I think the challenges with the, kind of moving towards objective design standards is we're so used to dealing with a process that really looks at things that are, much more subjective. But I think as we move in Los Angeles, we have 35 preservation plans, plus the Secretary of the Interior standards. How do we sort of pull out standards that we already have that can be interpreted as objective? And in Pasadena, we actually, a couple of us, a subcommittee of us on the Planning Commission, were given a task to take all of our existing design standards in one particular area and rewrite them as objectives. So we thought, oh, this is going to be easy because we're going to take all the shoulds and make them shall. Well, the city attorney wasn't so amused with that approach. And we got kind of far, and we sort of veered off even into subjects of lighting and paint color and how we could make those things objective. But what we've done since then, sort of to get the ball rolling, we had that exercise. We've now hired a consultant who's looking specifically at objective design standards, creating new ones for high-density multifamily residential. And that's moving in a good direction because they're taking an approach of really, how do you look at context? How does the size of the property, and are you on a commercial corridor or are you in a more low-scale residential neighborhood? How do you start with the basics of the place and create the design standards around that, and all the while making them objective, meeting the definition that Brandon indicated. And in Los Angeles, again, we're working through the preservation plans that we have and looking at the design standards that are already objective. And we're actually looking at how to supplement that with some additional research and maybe even a certified local government grant to then kind of move in that direction of how do you get maybe a consultant or more professional eyes on developing those objective standards.
Jean, do you have any, Jean, that LA is so endlessly complex and nuanced and having objective standards, and Jean lives in probably one of the most complex historic districts in the city.
Well, see, what Lambert explained, I thought when we were a community redevelopment agency project area in 1990, we did exactly that. The CRA funded an urban design program and adopted it because the intelligent leaders at CRA said, we do not want to fight block by block, moment by moment. So a very talented architect, John Kaliski, with Community Redevelopment Agency, adopted the urban design program, which is pretty much 100% an objective interpretation of how to seek compatibility. Fast forward to the year 2000 when CRA ended and we became a historic preservation overlay zone in University Park. We built upon what CRA did in 1990. And sometimes it amazes you that as life goes on, you live long enough to go through the exact same exercises and processes you had already done 40 years ago. So I really think that the urban design program from CRA did that, and our preservation plan really has widely more objective standards than maybe perhaps our city realizes. And they're critically important, and I agree with Lambert, an interior space and a streetscape has a different requirement than something on a major thoroughfare. But facts are really critically important. Accurate data is critically important. So much goes through the system because your planner doesn't live where you live. Your planner doesn't know that a project submitted as a one streetscape actually is a two streetscape development. So the strength, I think, of an HPOZ board is you have a variety of people. You have an architect appointed by the Cultural Heritage Commission, and very often two of the persons or three of the persons are required to be property owners there. And many of us live in the zone, and the zone benefits from that because you understand what may be inaccuracies, maybe missteps, or maybe misleading. So I really value what is the HPOZ board process, and I don't think the board gets the respect it deserves in the current atmosphere of saying, well, the state requires us that we do this and this and this. I think that's a topic of discussion, and it's a discussion that really hasn't been had fully.
What about the part one of the state laws has a time limit, 60 days, I think they have now for some. Does that?
But a consultation, I don't think a consultation includes that. So I think part of it is the consultation process. You arrive at, then you file, then you have 60 days and everything goes smoothly. And I don't think we've done enough to orchestrate things that benefit both the developer and the community advocates who believe in a sense of context.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I think speeding up the timeline probably just forces a community to have better written rules, or the rules are so clear that whoever the developer, architect, designing the project can apply those rules and get through the process in 60 days. It probably can get to that point. But again, many, the city doesn't necessarily pick the developer or the architect. And so there's different starting
almost
points.
wish that the city did, but.
Well, that could be objective.
Bring back the Community Redevelopment Agency for the purpose of subsidizing affordable housing and subsidizing home ownership. That's what our state lawmakers should be doing, not the kind of, I think, illogical and one-size-fits-all mandates that seem to be coming down from Sacramento.
Dale?
Well, so the project we showed was obviously discretionary action. I mentioned a project we just finished by City Hall that was 2 years in design review. A lot of community input. Some of it was objective. I think objective design standards does not have to preclude good design. It means you need a good designer, good architect who can use those rules in a creative way and fit in. But inherently, that's what will speed up housing, is you get in this endless cycle of reviews and community input, and it's all good, but our project, the other project I mentioned, is going to be 5 to 6 years from initial selection as a surplus land act to final construction.
Brandon, how does the city of Portland administer good design?
Well, I'll answer a different question, maybe come to that one. I do want to briefly talk about public process because I think it's so important. The project I mentioned in Portland, the 144 units of affordable housing, I will say the neighboring property owners who live across the street did appeal that project. It went to our city council on appeal. It went to a state land use review board. It did delay the project for probably 18 months. It jeopardized the project financing. And ultimately that experience of the immediate neighbors having the leverage and the power to delay and hold up a project that I think is so beloved by the community and provides such necessary housing in a district, I should say, that is historically significant for apartment housing, did lead us to rethink the public process. And so now in City of Portland, affordable housing projects that include regulated affordable housing units do not go through a public review board. They go to a city staff person who makes a decision, and that decision has a very narrow appeal path. And so we, unfortunately, through this project, we have a great product. The development team, at the end of the day, did have kind of a bitter taste in their mouth because of immediate neighbors who held up the project, cost the project team, affordable housing developer, significant legal fees, when the rest of the preservation community was saying, this is kind of our model project. We want to see this happen. What's the deal? And so I think that's for especially smaller communities around the state, I think there's a sort of a tough conversation. How much public involvement is appropriate at project development, and how upstream can you get it with the development of design standards and design guidelines that really do give everybody clear rules of engagement and that can establish upfront what are the character defining features of that district? Are they architectural? Are they social? Are they cultural? How do you codify those things working with your elected body and your city planners so that you don't end up with a great project that gets, it gets derailed or ultimately doesn't get built because of a flaw in the public process that gives too much power to an immediate neighbor. So I think that's a discussion point, but certainly one that I think we've been learning. There are great preservation projects and great infill projects that aren't so great to somebody, and if the public process allows that to be the nail in the coffin, that can be an unfortunate loss.
Yeah, speaking for University Park HPOZ board, I think we've arrived at excellent affordable housing projects, excellent infill projects, very little delay. Part of the project before you, the Thomas Safran project, part of it that delayed it was their own funding cycle. And I think engaging the community early on at a consultation level at the beginning is really critical. And if you identify key players and organizations and bring them into the room, what you explain is not likely to happen. And I also wanted to compliment Dale on the kind of modernist feeling infill. It's infill, and it does not echo or interpret historic styles, but it really does fit in, and I find it beautifully done. And our board would have, I can't speak for everybody, but certainly have approved it.
So that brings me, how do you define a sense of place? How do you, a sense of place that transcends either style or size or fading in the background? I've always admired Pasadena because old Pasadena has expanded into vast adjacencies that don't really have style. Some areas have style. And it's created a sense of place that is very much old Pasadena. It's just bigger and better, and you can walk further in it. How is that achieved?
John, I think you're talking about the area south of Old Pasadena.
All of it.
It was the old kind of East Ambassador College campus. A lot of that, again, lots of design review, lots of rules and regulations, but I think the developer there at least understood sort of how do you create internal walk streets? What is the nature of this? The project John's referencing is all residential. I think there's a couple of, maybe there's one mid-century modern historic building that was converted to retail, but it was really about creating kind of a walkable neighborhood just south of Old Pasadena. So with those sort of premises of how do units engage the street, parking is minimized or underground, it was really about extending sort of the walkability of a neighborhood.
Dale, do you have any Pasadena?
Well, yeah, so across the 710 stub from the project you were talking about, Ambassador West. So we were the executive architect, master plan architect for that entire campus. And the developer, 3 developers, full EIR, 4 years, but the developers inherently understood where the value was. It was in the open space. It was these incredible walkways that were actually where the old streets went, mansions up on the hill. Edod was the original landscape architect. There were streams, and I mean, it was just this gorgeous place. So everything that happened was just this careful insertion of new construction, respecting all that incredible thing. And it has a church in the auditorium, has a high school that's part of it. So it's an interesting community that's almost created among itself.
Lambert, in our pre-discussions, Lambert often used the word sophisticated standards. And what is involved in sophistication and nuance?
Well, I think it's what I was alluding to, at least in terms of the effort we're undertaking now in Pasadena, is how, in looking at objective design standards, a lot of times people think, oh, it's about the style or it's just about the massing. I think you really have to look at the pattern of development. And, we've touched on other issues that communities grapple with too, is, should developers be allowed to combine 2, 3, 4, 5 lots and do some giant project? Or is there a different scale, maybe an historical scale of 1 or 2 lots that should really set the pattern? So it's looking at those kind of input issues. So it's not just style. I think you can do anything contemporary. We have, Dale's example here of something that's very contemporary yet manages to fit into a context without being jarringly different, or the spaceship that landed from Mars. And again, I think a lot of that, in terms of writing what I said, sophisticated standards, has to look at all of those inputs and also involve the community, because certainly in Pasadena, there's a high degree of public participation. But I think, as Brandon alluded to, once the rules are written and hopefully everyone's agreed to them, then it's about applying them fairly. And maybe less sometimes what we see is developers want to come in with what their preconceived plan is and then try to rewrite the rules to fit the project. And that's just not really the way it should work. I think it's also important, do architecture schools teach context anymore? I think a lot of times they teach architects how to make objects. So I think getting back to sort of more grassroots, how do communities develop and what do we want the place to be? I think that really needs to be taught in school as well.
I think the lightning rod these days is scale. Scale is the boogeyman. But I think there's so many other elements of architecture, massing, the story arc. I think what you suggest, Lambert, is like, does the building tell a story that is adjacent to the context? Whether it's lot size or what story does it tell? There's the window recess is often a thing that I think makes most buildings look better, and is a detail that can be done in modern materials. Dale, do you have a pecking order, or do you have a sense of what really starts to make a building sing? And talk about teaching proportion at architecture school. I don't think it happened.
Well, I can't relate to architecture school. It was in the 70s, okay? So you can do the math if you want to. But it's interesting because design of buildings is different on one hand. I mean, it's this built thing, and it needs to be itself, but it needs to look at the immediately adjacent. It needs to look at the block face. It needs to look at the neighborhood. It needs to do all those things. But it's the same as fashion design. It's color, texture, it's all those basic elements of design that need to come into the building that you're working on. This building, as example, used height averaging, which was in the zoning code. It used a density bonus because it had some very low income housing as a part of it. And the new incentives in Pasadena, which actually work pretty well, they give you 12 extra feet over 60% of the footprint of the building, but it's not a story. So you can't add a story. You can, however, do a loft unit that has mezzanine because that's not defined as a story. So you're always trying to work development standards and objective standards. There will always be a way, well, how do you apply those? And not is there a way around it, but how can you use what's written to create a better project? Brandon?
As a city planner, I don't think any planner would call themselves sophisticated because that just opens up the public dialogue again. But I do want to talk about sophistication for a minute. How many people in the room have read or written a National Register nomination? Many people in the room. And so in the National Register of Historic Places, each nomination details a historic resources area of significance, its physical aspects of integrity, the period of significance. Sometimes I think what we need in our dialogue is to tie our historic places back to what makes them important in the very first place. And I think that the sophistication needs to be, as practitioners, as planners, as an interested public, putting ourselves back into the context of why are we preserving this place? Why are we in the exercise of historic preservation in the first place? There may be, as Dale mentioned, there may be some design themes that work most of the time or oftentimes. But I do think it's incumbent on us to look at what makes a place significant. If a historic district is significant for low-income housing in the early 1900s, maybe we're off base by trying to think about, does the building have a base, middle, and a top? Is it setback? Does it have enough front yard area? And so I do challenge all of you. I think it's a challenge that we're trying to embrace in the city of Portland. Can we make sure that we're thinking about compatibility in the same terms of the historic resources significance and with the contemporary lens of what are we really trying to achieve in this place? And is there a through line of that history that the new development makes sense? I'll just say one thing. We do have one historic district where we're playing with allowing much larger building scale if the new development, through a covenant, long-term covenant, provides some sort of a community use that targets an underrepresented community group. That's a district that has an immigrant history. It's a district that has a lower income past, and that's what makes it significant. And so we're taking sort of the bold move of saying, you know, if you can do something that gives back to that area of significance that's largely been lost, then we're going to look the other way on scale.
I think there's, I've worked with a lot of developers in my career, and developers, contrary to popular opinion, they do care. And I think they want to create value in a building, and I think showing developer how working together with a community does create value for their building. And then when I talk value, a return. Makes the building more attractive, makes it fit in more, makes it easier to lease or whatever they're planning to do on it. So I think there's a question about value and what it brings and the value it brings to a community for a win-win-win situation. And
yes, there's so many examples of win-win, but there were, willing people on the, other side of the table. And I think it's very critical for those of us who are kind of the grassroots neighborhood activist folks, ask the right questions, do the research, do not be daunted by what seems impossible hurdles. One of the things our neighborhood in West Adams did was win a Caltrans fight that was going to do a 55-foot exit way, concrete exit way adjacent to St. John's Episcopal Cathedral. And they eventually issued a finding of no significant impact. We worked very closely with the Conservancy and Adrian Scott Fine. And eventually, through the EIR process that CEQA provided, it resulted in a no-build alternative. So I mention that to say, don't give up, be factual, be respectful of all sides. I know in planning there's always multiple points of view, and so it can be very frustrating at times. But you really have to build consensus, reach out to other folks who have similar issues. My neighborhood is in a working class South Los Angeles neighborhood. Early on, Gloria Molina said, we get no respect. So I'm going to have a committee for more advocates for safe homes. It's that kind of grassroots participation that I think is really important. And also working with talented people and wonderful city staff, you can achieve something. And that's I want to leave people with the thought, yes, you can achieve. In spite of some of the things that we hear that, SB 9 and some of the things that are happening at Sacramento, you can still achieve a lot. And the Caltrans win it took a long time and a lot of effort, but it was a good one.
Yeah, I'd rather have a large, maybe imperfect building over a parking lot or a smaller, ugly building. So I think if we all can work to that goal and work together and have the win-win, because we have parking lots and some of them are projects that have been blocked.
Well, and the Norwood Learning Center example, that was a teacher's parking lot, a school staff parking lot. They put the parking underground and were able to build the housing. I mean, that's a win-win for everybody. Everyone loves this development. I would tweak it a little bit if I were king, but that's just kind of what you strive for. You want to make something better and as best you can.
So we have about 8 or 9 minutes left. If we want to take any questions. If not, we can keep talking. There's a question.
And sorry. Hello? Okay. Brandon, I liked your comment about the social and historical significance, and I'd be curious to know more strategies about how you might be able to work that in terms of placemaking and affordable housing, businesses that people have, et cetera.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll answer it maybe in 2 parts. One, I've had the privilege, along with the rest of my team, and working with several of our historically underrepresented communities in recent years to seek new designations on the National Register and through our local preservation program, in part for accessing financial incentives, and also in part for doing the work that's been long under, sort of under-resourced and long needed. And one of the things that was interesting in working specifically with some of our communities that have been less trustful of government was an interest in starting out with a preservation program that recognized the history of their resources, applied demolition protection to important buildings, but did not apply any design protections. And I think one of the lessons there was there are many communities who have a deep, rich history, maybe even the most important history in a community, who are distrustful of allowing a board, a commission, a city hall to have the authority to say, no, you can't alter your building in that way, or no, that new infill development, even if you're building it for your grandkids, not going to fly with our architectural sensibilities. And so I think we've been trying to be really thoughtful about how do we create that big tent to allow other communities that have been historically excluded to come into the fold of preservation without coming so far into it that we've got design review for every little thing that has to be done. So just in the interest of time, I think I'll answer it that way.
Great, thanks, Brian. Next question. Yeah.
Oh, so there are a lot of R1 neighborhoods that were designed to keep certain groups out. So how do you deal with those racist policies of the past?
I don't know. However, I do know there's a number of processes. So in Pasadena, I'm sure Lambert will get pulled into it as well. They're working on the affectionately known as the ditch or the 710 stub. So predominantly Hispanic and Black communities were wiped out for what was going to be a 710. And so there's some ad hoc committees, and then there's a formal group within the city that is working on everything from zoning to exactly the issue that was asked is how do we in some way address that?
Yeah, I think one of the issues in neighborhoods is displacement of the current residents and the current owners. How do you preserve not only the buildings, but a sense of community and a sense of commitment to a neighborhood? And it's a challenge. If I had an answer, I'd say, I'd wave a magic wand. I'm from South Los Angeles. I lived there 40 years. There were racial covenants in Sugar Hill. I mean, it's a neighborhood that has gone through a lot of suffering, a lot of pain, And I don't have an easy answer at all.
I would add that I think there are aspects of historic districts that are meant to be exclusionary. And I think if people advocating for historic districts can look hard at what is exclusionary and what is helping or protecting a historic resource or making it better, we've talked about ways to make historic districts better. I think just looking in the mirror and saying, we're being exclusive, or are we trying to make a better place?
One thing I'll say, I don't want to step on the toes of the last panel or the next panel, but in the city of Portland, if you're a designated landmark building or a contributing building in a district, regardless of what zone you are, we allow an unlimited number of housing units in the structure. So if you're converting your basement or your attic to accessory dwelling units, so we've moved beyond using unit count as a regulation in our historic areas. And I think importantly for some of our less represented communities and ones where sort of microeconomic development is important, we now are allowing accessory commercial uses throughout our historic areas. So someone can open a hair salon, or someone can have a yoga class, or somebody can do some production in their garage. And so some of our thing has been, how can we give historic resources the most economic opportunity to compete with new development, and what does that look like?
Interesting. Next question.
Yeah, you've been talking about objective design standards, and my question is, are these form-based codes? Do they use form-based codes? Are they starting from another premise or a different outcome? Or do form-based codes have any play in the objectivity and the end product?
Great question.
Well, I'll jump in. I think that is a good question, because one of the things we're looking at currently in Pasadena is exactly that, how when you sort of extend kind of the context discussion and objective design standards, you do tend to sort of move towards kind of a new urbanist or form-based code, because that's where you end up. Otherwise, you end up with something that could be very more complicated in terms of additional height or setbacks, or a lot of numbers that sort of play in. So it's a good point, because I think that's kind of when you extend the concept, particularly if you're looking at context or you're looking at architectural style that's appropriate to a region or a climate, you do kind of move in that direction, and we may end up there completely.
I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. Please.
Yes, hello. My name is Vivian Escalante. I'm with Boyle Heights Community Partners. And I just have actually a few, especially for Lambert, as you were just talking about the design elements. Are those also going to be included in the Boyle Heights Community Plan with regards to what you actually just mentioned? As in Boyle Heights, we have aggressive demolition going on with our historic places, and there is absolutely no design element being considered. Number two, as the Bill 8 overwrites on the HCM applications, we feel that historic integrity be applied, especially in Boyle Heights, as the second oldest community in the city of Los Angeles, because of the aggressive demolition. So when these developers come to a site, that they can actually go ahead and get the application for the Bill 8 to exclude the historic application. And then three, where are the conversations for a higher priority housing for our seniors, people with disabilities, and our veterans? We don't really have any housing that's being applied. Many of our places, such as Sakura Gardens, which was once the Jewish Home for the Aged, Japanese Home for the Aged, which was always traditional place for those to always have a home. And now with the new developer that owns it, they've evicted so many of our elders, despite their conditions, into other areas that do not accommodate the needs that they have for their culture. So I just would like to mention that. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivian. Those are good questions. I think I can address the first two questions. Your third question is really about kind of housing providers in Boyle Heights, particularly for the property that you mentioned. But you do mention SB 8. So again, in the aspect of state laws that are trying to more define or refine how properties can be designated at the 11th hour to potentially block or prevent a demolition, SB 8 does not allow the city, once a housing application has been filed, does not allow the city to entertain the idea of designating the property historic. So that's SB 8 that she mentioned. I think the other issue of the Boyle Heights Community Plan specific, and one thing that City of LA is looking at is, in fact, with the new zoning code, looking at context, how do you quantify what building forms are appropriate in certain districts. So to answer the first question, Vivian, that is absolutely part of the new community plan.
Thanks, Albert. I think we have one more question, if it's a quick one.
Hi, I'll try to contain this into a couple of questions, but, and I realize you come from different disciplines. I live in South Los Angeles in a predominantly black neighborhood. I've been the only white family for the last 20 years until recently because we are next to Inglewood. And my problem is that as someone who's typically identified with being on the left, I see that progressives, through changes in the law, have essentially paved the way for equity hedge funds to demolish affordable housing in California under the guise of building affordable housing, because that's what I see happening all over, not just in my community. I'm a homeowner. Most of my neighbors are homeowners. It's a very stable neighborhood. What gets destabilized by these things are totally disrupting communities and neighborhoods with inappropriate development. Pasadena, I keep hearing you speak of in glowing terms. I go there twice a week. There's an extremely ugly cargo container apartment building at 456 something, because that's what it's branded as. 456. It is ugly. It is not fit Pasadena at all. It doesn't fit with design. All of the new affordable apartment buildings that are going up around Los Angeles, they have no setbacks. They are insta-ghettos. You know they are affordable housing because they are painted municipal orange with big letters. It is, you want children to grow up in a place that has no gardens. You're talking about streams and plants. That's for rich people in Pasadena. All over LA, we are tearing down rent-controlled apartment buildings to build wealthy stuff. It gets advertised. I read the real estate listings to evict people from low-cost market rate apartments so that you can collect Section 8 from the government to raise the rents on a one-bedroom apartment to $2,100, $2,500, $2,600 a month. The government is paying developers to make Los Angeles unaffordable. And I realize you're developers, but the affordable housing game is nonsense. We need public housing owned by the government and private houses owned by families. And you developers doing your 30-year plans of affordable housing where they get evicted like Chinatown is a non-starter for everybody. Never mind the environmental consequences of tearing down quality housing built with quality materials and quality workmanship to be put back with absolute garbage that looks like prison industrial complex housing. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and your passion. We appreciate that. And it's a great segue for after lunch is our naturally occurring affordable housing panel discussion, which I think, and Adrian, will address some of those issues about displacement and replacing housing that already exists.
I just want to say I share that lady's pain as a resident of South LA, and I applaud her.
That said, thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good lunch. We have some great speakers coming up, and we appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Folks, let's see. I guess he cut this off.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, and I hope you're enjoying the program. We have a lunchtime presentation, so please continue to eat, but I would like to invite our next speaker, Richard Green. He's a professor and director and chair of the USC Lusk Center for Real Estate and the chair of the Wilbur H. Smith III Department of Real Estate Development. Richard. Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a confession. I don't know very much about historic preservation, so I'm not going to talk about historic preservation. So I'm not exactly sure why I was invited, but I'm delighted to be here. I will say there was a woman who asked a question in the last session that I think is a really important one that I think about in a slightly different context, which is, given that so many of our neighborhoods were developed around exclusionary policies, how do we undo those policies? And I think that is an incredibly profound and important thing to think about. The context in which I think about it is I think about what are things like automated valuation models of valuing real estate. And in principle, these models could be great, right? They are objective models of how to value real estate. So you would do better underwriting, you reduce the chance of fraud. There are just all kinds of benefits that would flow from doing this. But the problem is, of course, property values have baked into them racist attitudes. And so if you use a computer model that has those racist attitudes baked into them, you're going to get on the other side of the model perpetuation of those racist attitudes. So I know the context is different, but it's something I think about a lot. So as you're thinking about historic preservation issues, I hope that this comes to the top as you think about what you're trying to do. So what I'm going to talk about instead is, I'm going to talk about a couple of things. I'm going to talk about sprawl, which I think is something this group would be interested in. And I'm going to talk about growth and whether it will continue. And the reason I'm talking about these things is they're just both very top of mind things for me, and so they were easy things for me to talk about. One of the things that the pandemic changed is the evolution of settlement patterns in cities, not just in the United States, but around the world. And by that, what do I mean? Is we had a remarkable change in roughly 1990 in the US, where after 35 years of post-World War II suburbanization, we started to see people come back to cities. And so many cities who saw their populations drop dramatically from their peaks, cities like Boston, New York, Washington, Seattle, Denver, I could go on, saw a reversal to the point, San Francisco, saw a reversal to the point where actually they reached new peak populations, okay? And so this appeared, I thought, to be a very salubrious trend, and I'm a big fan of cities. But it was stopped in its tracks about 4 years ago, right, with the onset of COVID. And it sort of made sense at the time, because if you think about why are cities attractive, it's because you learn a lot by gathering with other people, and you can enjoy amenities that cities can provide that suburbs can't. Like you can walk to a bunch of restaurants, or to make an easy example. All right, well, you can't interact with other human beings. You can't go to restaurants. It's sort of the whole point of cities went away for, 18 months, more or less. And so you're saying to yourself, well, why am I spending all this money to be close to economic activities and amenities in cities when there's no economic activity or amenities in those cities? So under those circumstances, Rancho Cucamonga looks far more attractive than it did before March of 2020. And so the question is, will this continue? And the other question is, does sprawl help? And so there's what do I mean by that? Is there is a view, there are a couple of guys out there, Joel Kotkin and Wendell Cox. I don't know how many of you have heard of these guys, but they get a fair amount of attention. I've been on panels with Joel. He's an affable guy, and they say the solution to all of our affordable housing problems is just let people continue to build further out, and because it's more expensive to build up than it is to build out, we should build out instead of up. And by the way, it is factually correct, is building up per square foot is more expensive than building out per square foot if we're just looking at construction costs. So I want to just pose the question, are they correct? Okay, given that I'm setting it up, I'm going to say no, they're not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a very interesting talk here, would I? But then the other thing I've been focusing on is population dynamics. And, we all know that California, for the first time pretty much since the gold rush, lost population during the pandemic. The most recent census numbers having that stop, California grew a little bit, but just a little bit. But it's important to think about the context of that is part of it is the United States as a whole has stopped growing at remotely the rate that it had been year after year, decade after decade. And in terms of the kind of housing we need in the years to come, that's an important thing to think about. So I'll spend a few minutes talking about growth. Okay, so let's start with the problem. Cities are expensive, okay? And there's a group out there called Numbeo, which is an executive relocation sort of consulting firm, but they actually handle data quite well. And what they plot is a world map of house prices to incomes in large cities around the world. And the reason I'm picking on Houston is within the context of the United States, among cities that are growing, Houston has the lowest house price to income ratio. So, which is to say, in a sense, the cost of a house is more affordable than Houston than anywhere else. Now, in Cleveland, in Detroit, in St. Louis, those ratios are even lower, but these are cities that have been draining populations for many years. And yes, if you want if you want housing to get cheap, just have lots of people leave and housing gets cheap pretty quickly. But the thing, just to characterize this graph or this map is the way to think about it is the redder the color, the more expensive the city, and the greener or yellower the color, the less expensive is the city. What you could see remarkably is that by world standards, the United States is not particularly expensive relative to income, and in fact, in good parts of Asia, a notable exception being Tokyo, house price to income ratios are substantially higher than they are in the US. But to come back to Houston, okay, it's the cheapest in terms of just the cost of housing, but it's still too expensive. And what do I mean by that? If I look at a median renter's income, and I look at, that's your first time home buyer, right? A renter, not an owner. And I look at actually the bottom quartile of the income of the house price distribution. In Houston, you get a ratio of about 4.5. At a 7% mortgage rate, the most expensive house that somebody can afford, paying no more than 30% of income on a house, is about 3.5 times their income. So Houston, the most affordable growing city in America, is still not affordable. Okay, and that's before we're going to take into account some of the stuff I'm thinking about. So, okay, why are cities expensive? Well, what is just that they are big. And so if you go to the very fringes of any city, they tend to get very cheap. If you go to Lancaster up there in the Antelope Valley, much cheaper than the rest of the Los Angeles area. You go up out to Hemet or Victorville, sort of, I'm thinking the fringes of the Los Angeles metropolitan area, it's pretty cheap. As you get closer into stuff you care about, like jobs and amenities and so on, it gets more expensive. But the other reason cities are expensive is they're productive, and because they're productive, people want to live there. So I'm going to show you, I don't know, yeah, this comes out all right. So this is a plot of city size in the United States, and by city I mean metropolitan area, municipal boundaries are not particularly important. I mean, when you compare LA to New York, I think one of the most interesting things is New York at its peak had about 9 million people. LA County at its peak had about 10 million people. The principal difference being LA has 88 municipalities plus unincorporated Los Angeles, whereas New York City is all one city. And that could be the source of another talk why that difference matters. But what that line is a regression line that basically shows the relationship between city size and population. And what it basically says is this: for every 10 million people you add, a city becomes about 3 times as productive, okay, which is why people live in cities. They make more money in cities than they do in smaller places because people can do things like specialize in cities, which they can't in smaller places. And that specialization has rewards. I'm going to come back and talk a little bit more about that. But this is one reason people are expensive. Cities are expensive because people want to live there. Okay. And the reason they want to live there is because they're economically more productive. This actually, I think, understates the relationship because up here, well, this doesn't have a laser, it's not showing up. If you look at the very, very top left-hand side of the graph, you'll see a little point up there. That's the metropolitan area with the highest GDP per capita in the US. You can see it's tiny. Well, it's Midland, Odessa, Texas, which basically has no people sitting on top of a bunch of oil. So, but the next two are San Jose, with per capita GDP of about above 150,000, and San Francisco at about 120. If you put them together in one metropolitan area, which maybe you should do, maybe you shouldn't, you get about 7 million. You would get an average GDP of about 130,000, and you'd be further to the right of the graph, and the regression line would be even steeper. Anyway, point is, there's a reason cities are expensive. Okay, so the argument is land at the periphery of cities has little value, so does sprawl help? So urban economics says not if you really think about it, because the difference between land value at the edge and the center can be explained by transport costs. And in a moment of shameless self-promotion, I'm putting up a paper I wrote with a guy who was a student of mine, Arthur Ackerlin, who's now a professor at the University of Washington, looking at the Sao Paulo metropolitan area. In Sao Paulo, they had in Brazil, they had a housing policy called Minha Casa Minha Vida that guaranteed everybody in Brazil a house. Okay, sounds great, right? And they succeeded in that they built a house for everyone in Brazil. The problem is you tell civil servants to build houses and you give them a budget, and they're good civil servants, they're going to do what they're told, but if they have a budget, they're going to, I'm not saying they shouldn't have a budget, they should, they're going to try to minimize the cost per unit. How do you do that in Brazil? Well, you put stuff on the fringes of the cities. And I don't know, have any of you been to Sao Paulo by any chance? Okay, do you remember traffic in Sao Paulo relative to traffic in LA, which is worse? Sao Paulo, I mean, we think we have it bad here. We do have it bad here. I'm not arguing we don't, but in Sao Paulo, it is, I'll say 2 to 3 times worse. My favorite story is one time I left for the Sao Paulo airport, which is 13 kilometers from the middle of town. I left 4 hours before my flight. I almost missed my flight. Okay, that's Sao Paulo. All right, so what do people do? So you put people out on the periphery. They do one of two things. Either they use up basically all the benefit of that housing in transport costs, or alternatively, and this is very common in Brazil, they rent out their place at a very low rent, so that's very nice to someone who's not going to work, and then they move back into the favela in the middle of town. And so thinking you could solve the housing problem by putting people on the periphery is really problematic. Let's look at this in the US context. So I'm going to tale of two cities. Everybody knows what's on the left. I think I've made pretty obvious what's on the right that's theater in downtown Riverside, California. And the reason I picked these two cities is simple. New York is the city in which people drive the least. Riverside is the city in the US in which people drive the most. Simple as that, okay? Typical person in the New York metropolitan, household in the New York metropolitan area, well, I'll get to this, drives about 21,000 miles per year. That's not person, that's household, okay? Whereas in Riverside, it's about twice as much, about 41,000. Those are the alpha and omega of American metropolitan areas in terms of driving. Those numbers come from the Brookings Institution. All right, well, let's look at the all-in cost of rent and travel because, a house is only as good as its ability to get you access to stuff. Okay, and I think that's something we don't think enough about. So the HUD fair market rent for New York, this is the rent this is basically, think of it as Section 8 rent for a 2-bedroom, is $2,752 a month, whereas in Riverside, it's $2,000 a month. And I've had people object to the New York number, but you need to remember, this is not Manhattan, this is the whole New York metropolitan area. And of the 20 million people who live in Metro New York, only about 1.5 million live in Manhattan. So there are places in New York that are far more affordable than most people think. At the same time, the average wage in metropolitan New York is $38 an hour, and the average wage in Riverside is $28 an hour. The IRS mileage cost, so this is what I'm assigning to your cost of driving a car, is 67 cents a mile. Now, if you think I'm like trying to put a thumb on the scale, basically the higher this is, the more it's going to show that it's not so affordable to live in a fringy kind of city. But who thinks the IRS is very aggressive in terms of the amount they assign to a deductible cost? Okay, right. So I think if anything, the 67 cents a mile is a little low. And again, people have a hard time getting their head around this because I think most people, when they think of driving, they think of gas. Okay, so here in California, even at $5 a gallon, if you get 25 miles to the gallon, that means it's, I should be able to do this math, it's 20 cents a mile for the gas. And that's a long way, but insurance, tires are really expensive, you gotta replace them. And the guy in Riverside is replacing them twice as often as the person in New York. And of course, just the depreciation of a car. So you have this appliance that now on average costs $40,000 new, it lasts about 10 years. That's $4,000 a year just with the car. And of course, if you drive more miles, you wear out the car more quickly. On the other hand, because the New York winters are harder on cars than Riverside winters, so maybe that's a wash. Okay, but the other thing I want to note is a cost I'm going to put in is the cost of people's time. And in New York, according to the American Community Survey, the daily commuting time averages 66 minutes. In Riverside, it's 64 minutes. This is the post-pandemic number, so this is taking into account work from home and all of that stuff. And so think about it, again, this puts the thumb of the scale up for Riverside because in New York, your time is more valuable than it is in Riverside. Okay. And I'm not trying to be judgmental about the value of New Yorkers versus the value of people in Riverside County. I'm just saying an hour costs you more in New York than it does in Riverside because the opportunity cost is higher. Okay, so if you put all of this together, what do you get? Okay, you get in New York, I need to fix this slide. I'm going to tell you why in a minute. The all-in cost of driving and a house in a year is about $55,000. In Riverside, it's $57,000. Okay, now the thing I need to add in New York is what do you need in New York that you don't need in Riverside because you're not driving to work? You're paying for transit. Okay, so an MTA card, a monthly card in New York City runs about $140 a month. So add roughly $1,600 to the New York number. And what do you get? Basically, the total all-in cost of housing and transport in Riverside and New York is the same. Okay, but you're also making more money in New York. So as a share of your income, actually you're paying less for housing and transport in New York than you are in Riverside. Okay, now before 10 minutes ago, who would have thought that it was even possible that New York City was more affordable than Riverside? Okay, now Manhattan is, Manhattan is very expensive. The cost of housing in Manhattan is so expensive, it's expensive. And that's why, one of the things that's happened in New York is basically you have two people. You have very rich people, people living in rent-stabilized housing, people living in public housing, and that's it in Manhattan. There's basically no middle class, except to the extent middle class people are living in rent-controlled housing. So, I'm not gonna argue Manhattan is not affordable. I'm not trying to make that case. But as an economic region, New York is arguably more affordable than Riverside. And the point I'm trying to make is sprawl really, with affordability, doesn't help. Okay, now what to do? So here's one other wrinkle is we have a problem with cities, and that cities by their very nature are inequitable. What do I mean by that? Okay, high-skilled people, particularly people with specialized skills, when they move to cities, make more money than the extra cost of housing is to those people if you look at the kind of housing they're going to consume. So yes, housing in Los Angeles is very expensive. Housing in New York is very expensive. Housing in San Francisco is very expensive. But the highest income people in all of those cities make far more income than they make in other cities. Boston, Washington, a few other places. Actually, not Washington. Boston, the fact that so many people in Washington are civil servants tends to make it for a very different sort of income distribution. But Boston, New York, Washington, Boston, New York, Seattle, San Francisco, LA, high income people make really high incomes. And so even though the housing they face is more expensive than in other cities, it's not enough more expensive that it claws back all of that extra income that they make. Whereas lower income people, they do make more money in bigger cities, but they don't make enough more money in bigger cities to take into account the fact that bigger cities are more expensive. And so this is an issue that we have to deal with. So, but we need, beyond the issues of social justice, I mean, I'm an economist, so I'm not supposed to talk about those things. The fact is, to have an economy, you need lower skilled people. You need people in lower skilled occupations. And so the only solution to this, and I'm a big housing supply guy, by the way, I think we should build way, way more of it than we do, is to provide subsidies to housing or transport or both. When I'm talking about transport subsidies, I'm talking really about transit, but we could think more broadly than that. And of course, we haven't even discussed the impact of all of this on climate change. One thing on climate, just on environmental thing that I think is worth talking about briefly, is there's another conundrum, is there's no question that big, dense cities are better for the climate overall than small, spread out places are. I mean, the amount of greenhouse gas produced is much less. But if you're local to that city, your exposure to pollution is much higher. So, you know, what is it, the think globally, act locally? There's a problem here, is what's good for the globe is not necessarily good for people's health at the local level and vice versa. I have no answer to dealing with that problem, but, you know, think about it this way, is suppose people in cities produce about half the pollution per capita as people in, let me get there again. The people in large cities produce about half the pollution per capita than people in small cities or in suburbs. That's about right. Okay, but if you have 10 times as many people, multiply 10 by a half, you're still, we all share pollution. So you're exposed to 5 times as much locally at the local level as you are by living in a city. And again, I don't have a great view about it. Okay, let me just talk about a little bit about population growth, and because I mean, maybe again from the standpoint of greenhouse gas and so on, it's good that we're going to shrink, but I think we're going to shrink sooner than most people. There are 3 basic elements to population growth: life expectancy, fertility, and migration. Makes sense, right? People live longer, population stays higher longer, people have more babies, you have more people, and more people move in, the more people you're going to have. Okay, so I'm going to do this in I like doing things in an international context. So the first thing I want to look at here is life expectancy. And there are 2 graphs that I often show side by side. One is per capita GDP by country, and one is life expectancy by country. Okay, the US is, I don't have that graph, a world beater in per capita GDP per capita, particularly since the great financial crisis. We have had more economic growth than any of our peers, and China's not a peer, it's a much lower income country. I mean, it's a peer geopolitically, but it's an economy. But I also show life expectancy, and this is life expectancy in, the top one is Japan. The next one is Singapore. The next one is Canada, which is a good comp for us, right? And the red one is the US. And what you can see is, in terms of life expectancy, the US is doing really, really badly, embarrassingly badly. And it's not just that the level is lower, it's that we have been dropping. And that drop started before the pandemic. Yeah. It's it's basically drug abuse and suicide are the principal causes of that decline. I mean, I think that is a shocking picture. Okay. And I don't know that people are talking enough about this. Have you heard in any of the presidential campaigns anybody talking about life expectancy? And yet, this seems like a real problem. Okay, I could go off for a long time on that. I'm not. My point is, in terms of baking in a population forecast, this really matters. And how you think the trajectory of that red line is going to be in the future will say a lot about what you think will happen to population in the future. Okay. This is fertility rate by country. And as you can see, the US is, I'm going to give up on the laser. So it's hard for you to see this thing here. Is United States. Okay, again, I'm comparing it to Canada. We have higher fertility than the US, but the key is you'll note that that number is well below 2, which is to say the typical woman in the United States has fewer than 2 children, less than replacement levels of population. And then if we look at net migration, you can see most countries in the world have net out migration. That's why they're below bar there. United States has pretty decent net in migration, but much less than Canada. Okay, so we have 3 things going on. We have falling life expectancy. We have fertility that's higher than most countries that are rich countries, but still quite low. And we have some in migration, but by world standards, among countries within migration, sort of average. I mean, we think of ourselves as a place that has a lot of immigrants. That was once true. It really isn't anymore, relative to our size as a country. Okay, so what will happen to population growth? I like putting assumptions up. I'm going to, because I want to leave some time for questions, not going to spend a lot of time on these, but these are grounded in data from the various health agencies of these 3 countries. I like Japan because Japan is known as sort of the basket case for population. It is already shrinking very rapidly. I put up Canada again because it's probably our best comp in terms of thinking about things. And then I use what are mortality tables. So if you go to the Social Security Administration or their equivalents in other countries, what you can find is the likelihood that people will die at a particular age. And it will tell you something about me that I get great enjoyment out of poring over this sort of thing. But you yourself can look up what are the probabilities that you're going to die in the next year if you're really interested in that. They do a good job, by the way, of doing those predictions. And some other assumptions, immigration. So I'm assuming America will return to about 1 million immigrants per year, 750,000 documented, 250,000 undocumented. Canada 260, that's where it is. As you know, while Canada has 1/4 of the immigrants that the US does, it has about 1/8 the population. So much higher immigration rate. And Japan basically has no immigration. And I'm going to show you a couple of graphs about where I think population is going to go relative to 2020. And this is the graph that I always show first. It's hard to see much of anything, but I believe in always showing a graph first that crosses the axis at 0. You will see a lot of misleading data where people will make it look like something big is going on when it's not, because they'll have like the range of the graph is between 0.7 and 0.71 or something like that. And then, 0.702 looks really big, or yeah. So I don't, but it is, so I'm not trying to mislead you into anything, but I do like to then zoom in and show you what's going on relatively speaking. So Canada, you can see is in yellow, has the biggest increase, and that's because they have more immigration than anyone else, but ultimately their low fertility rate and aging population will catch up with it. And what this, again, it's hard to read, I'm sure from out in the audience, but the red and the green are sort of your optimistic and pessimistic US population scenarios, the way I'm modeling them. The census is a little more optimistic than I am, but I think they're assuming a big rebound in life expectancy that I am not assuming. And what you get is in about 30 years, the US population will start to decline. Okay. Now, maybe you don't care about 30 years from now, but houses last longer than 30 years typically. So as we're thinking about, settlements and what our cities are going to look like, I think we need to think about this. Okay, that cities will probably, on net, are not going to grow very much in the years to come. Okay, and even more problematic is if we look at the share of the number of people between the ages of 25 and 34, those are people entering the labor force. The blue line is that. You could see it's already falling. This is not the share of the population. This is the number of people in this population group. So, the millennials were big. The Zs are not. And so, who's going to do work is going to be an issue for us unless we have a major change in immigration policy that I don't see happening. Okay, but even then, immigration can only go so far. Okay, why is this? Well, the big thing is people are just not getting married. So this is on the left. I don't know how you could see this, but this is marriages per capita in the United States. And as you can see, it's been falling very dramatically. When I was born in 1959, about 80% of households had a married couple. In them, it's now about 45%. Okay. The other is, the one on the right is, oh, I'm sorry, this is Japan, right. The one on the left is Japan, the one on the right is the US. The point is, this is happening all over the world. Okay, and why? Well, you can't read this, but I'll tell you what's in this graph. This is educational attainment by men and women in the OECD countries around the world. You're welcome to have these slides if you want. And basically, it's telling the same story everywhere. More women are finishing college than men. And the gap is growing year after year. This is not a uniquely American phenomenon. This is a worldwide phenomenon. Okay, and what do we know? There's a labor economist at MIT named David Autor who's done a great study on this. Women with college degrees are not interested in marrying men who don't have college degrees. In fact, women without college degrees are not interested in marrying men who don't have college degrees. And so you have this, really important phenomenon that's driving marriage, which in turn drives fertility. One of the great news stories is the number of teen pregnancies has dropped precipitously. That's, of course, good news. But it basically is women either waiting till they're older to decide to have kids, whether they're married or not, or married couple are having the kids. The share of people having kids has fallen dramatically over the last 50 years, and that is why we have these population projections. Okay, final thing I want to say, this is just a cute graph that I like. One of the reasons people are hypothesizing that people are not getting married, I think it's all about the education stuff. But people are saying, is housing has just gotten too expensive, and so people don't want to form a household until they know they can buy a house and or afford it. And so what I look at is the share of people paying more than 40% of their income by state on housing against the fertility rate by state. And if you look at that set of dots, do you see any relationship between the two? Like, do you see a line or a correlation? Or no, there isn't one. That's the point. I thought that was a cool idea for an explanation, but that's not what's going on. So I think, yeah, that's it. And I have 10 minutes. I'm happy to take questions if Cindy wants me to take questions. Where is she? Yeah.
I'm feeling like the official question generator here this morning. I'm married to a housing economist, and one of his insights is that owning a home has been oversold as a way to generate wealth, and that there are many ways to garner wealth. Owning a house is more of a lifestyle than an investment policy. So I would agree with him to some extent. I've done my doctoral dissertation on this stuff as well, that we seem to look down upon people not owning homes as a failure, whereas there are many ways to become wealthy, and that's only one of them. Do you have any thoughts or comments?
Yeah, it's a great, may I ask who your husband is?
He's retired.
Oh, well, but
But he used to manage investment portfolios for very large companies.
okay, all right. So that's a great question. And I'm going to be, Harry Truman always said that he wished he could meet a one-armed economist so they wouldn't be going on the one hand on the other all the time. So, but the answer to that question really is that it depends. And I'm going to, so in principle, if you had equity, if you take savings, and you have a choice between putting it in a down payment on a house and then amortizing a mortgage versus putting it in an S&P index fund in 1980, yes, you would be better off putting the money in the index fund. There's no question about that. Very few people have the discipline to do that. So I think so conversely, if you do the following, if you take the following attitude as someone who owned housing since 1980, is you got an FHA loan, you put 3% down, and then every time since 1980 when interest rates were very high, interest rates fell by 2 percentage points, you refinanced. And you refinanced, you did a cash out refinance, and you sort of lather, rinse, repeat, you will make an amazing return on that initial 3% investment. Now, it's a risky thing to do, right? Because there's a lot of leverage involved in that. So I guess the answer on the financial question is, it depends on you. If you are a very disciplined saver, a very disciplined investor, yeah, house is not the greatest thing. Now, there are non-financial benefits to housing, and I don't want to sound like I'm a shill for the National Association of Realtors, because I am very much not. Like I don't understand 6% commissions at all. So, but in this market, back when houses were 50,000, sure, but okay, that's a whole other thing to get into. But that security, two things, security of tenure really matters. And one of the things we haven't figured out in the United States is how to do sort of what I'll call an intermediate tenure. So I find it interesting in Italy, for example, they have very tight rent control and you basically can't kick anybody out, but the landlord is not responsible for maintenance. So the idea in Italy is that you have security, you could stay in the place forever if you want, but in exchange for that, if the toilet needs fixing, you, the tenant, fix the toilet. So you're essentially you have all of the bundle of sticks except for the right to resell, right? You can think of that as an intermediate form of tenure. Singapore, from which I just returned, everything's on a ground lease, right? But what they're not sure is they started this policy in 1962, they're 99-year leases, and 2061 is now starting to get uncomfortably close, and what is the government going to do when that happens? But okay. So I think one of the things we could do is think about intermediate forms of tenure. And why do we only have 1-year leases? Is commercial property tends to have 5 to 10-year leases, right? Why don't we have 10-year leases? And it's good for the landlord because the landlord doesn't have to worry about reoccupancy. And that's a killer. Just 1 month of vacancy really hurts your return. So, why haven't we developed an infrastructure for 5-year leases or 10? I don't know. So, so I think if you have a kid in school, you want to know that the kid can stay in school. That really matters a lot. And I don't know how you characterize that financially. As to the looking down on renters, it is a problem. People shouldn't do it. But again, it is not a uniquely American problem. When you go to any number of Asian countries, they think ownership is just where it's at. Latin America, ownership is where it's at. And so if to change attitude, this is a worldwide attitude that needs to be changed. There are exceptions, like in Switzerland, the home ownership rate is, I don't think even 40%, and I don't think Switzerland has any self-doubt about itself as a country. In fact, if you visit there, the contrary is true. So that's the best I got. So, sir.
Hi, thanks for the meta perspective. I think there's a lot of food for thought, which is appropriate for a lunchtime speech. My name's Eric Linner. I actually live in a fringe part of LA, I guess, in Joshua Tree. I'm sort of at that edge of the workforce. I'm 35. I'm curious what you think all of this information, like how it ties back to housing, as someone that's trying to create housing, trying to make investment intentionally. And you talk about tenure. I'm also a landlord, ownership agency, trying to find a good balance considering everything you just shared. I know it's kind of a lot.
Yeah. So there were a lot of things in that question. My only point is there are people running around saying sprawl is the answer to housing affordability, and I feel an obligation to run around and say no, it's not. So that was that. So it does mean things like, and this is something this group might not want to hear, there needs to be more redevelopment in centers. And as I said, I just got back from Singapore, and then I'll stop repeating that. But one of the things that strikes me about Singapore is they have districts that are absolutely sacrosanct, where the old shop houses are, and they're very beautiful, and it's good that they're preserving them. And if you look at, from an economic standpoint, the shop houses don't make sense. They're 2 to 3 story buildings. I'm trying to remember, they're either 2 or 3 story buildings. They're literally, there's a shop on the first floor and housing above, amidst a sea of skyscrapers. But they have no sentimentality about a 4-year-old building in Singapore. That was housing that was built when we were that rich. We are now much richer. So we're going to tear down that housing and put up new housing, and way more units than were there before because it's supported. So there's a very famous example of kind of ugly, what I'll call appliance-like housing that housed 400 people that has been replaced with 1,100 units of what Singapore calls public housing. Now, what they call you own the public housing. The reason it's public is, again, the government owns the lease on the ground underneath you, but it is your unit that you could sell on the secondary market. So I think we have to have redevelopment. There's just no getting around that in order to provide the housing that's needed. But as to the population stuff, I haven't really concluded the implications of it, except to say that we think of houses as things that stay around for 70 years. And is that necessarily what we should be building right now? And in Japan, they build houses to last 30 to 40 years. And it's a way they keep their costs down. And if you think the country is going to start shrinking in 30 years, then maybe that's not an unreasonable thing to do. Remember, I pointed, Tokyo is a remarkable city, a remarkably productive city, a very functioning city. And you can rent a place, not in the fanciest neighborhoods, but all over Tokyo, there are flats to be had for about $800 to $1,000 a month. But in exchange for that, they are not building, and they will tell you this is not ugly American talking, this is the Japanese talking. The quality of their housing is not as high as our quality by design. It's one of the ways they make things cheaper. Yes, and then I think I gotta go.
So my question's adjacent to that one, almost the same question. So I understand what you want to happen, what the numbers show should happen. What culturally will happen? Will the suburbs start draining out first? Will the city start draining? Will they start filling up? Where do you think life is going? Because my opinion, depresses me. Bad land use in the suburbs just depresses me.
Yeah, well, I try to be careful not to substitute my preferences for the market. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say something I probably shouldn't say. I could not live in Orange County. Okay. There are parts of Orange County that when I go there, it gives me like, no, I can't. I could not do that. Okay. I love living up here in LA County, and people talk about all the, we have problems here. I'm not, but this is far more me than Orange County is. But you know what? There are a lot of people who love Orange County, right? Because they want it that way. And so trying to predict preferences is very difficult. But what I will say is this, if we're going to have more and more people who are unmarried and without children, we're going to have fewer and fewer people who demand single-family houses on lots because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, just from the standpoint of, think of property management, is if you are by yourself, do you really want to deal with the yard? Really? Something goes wrong, do you really want to deal with it? Really? So I do think the changing nature of households in the US is going to tend to make sort of what I'll call the classic American suburb less appealing. Sort of the older streetcar, so the post-World War II suburbs, the streetcar suburbs, you know, places like Bethesda, Maryland, and, you know, Pasadena here, which is where I live, Oak Park, Illinois, there are suburbs that are going to thrive for years to come. But that sort of cookie cutter, cul-de-sac, single-family house on a lot, the people who demand that kind of thing, there are going to be fewer of them. Let me be very specific. If you run, I do something called run regressions all day long. If you run a regression, you want to know the number one predictor of somebody living in a single-family home. It's, are they married? Number one. Other things matter too, but number one, are they married? Okay, if people are not getting married, there's going to be less demand for that kind of house. And presumably then the sort of environment which goes with it. But I've been wrong about, you know, back in 1990, I remember one of the first things I wrote is the average house in the United States is going to shrink in size because they're too big already and households are getting smaller. And it's actually finally starting to happen. But, you know, if you make a prediction, what is that, 34 years ago, and it takes 32 years for it to pan out, I don't think you get to claim credit for that one. So, okay, one more.
But economists deal all with statistics, and I had some issues with some of your statistics. And so I think I've lived in New York City. The presentation of the income being higher there and it being cheaper to live there than in Riverside was shocking to me, because in addition to having a house in South Central, I also have one in the high desert. So I'm really familiar with the Inland Empire. And I think, are you, as statistics do, averaging in Wall Street, lawyers, the real estate magnates of New York? Is that how you get to $38 an hour as your average income in New York?
No, that's a great question. I am pretty sure, and check me on this, but I'm pretty sure what I'm about to say is correct, but I'm going to double check it later. I can't double check it right now. I do think those are medians, not averages.
Okay.
And so if you're at the 50th percentile, that's an excellent question. It doesn't matter whether the person at the top is making a million, a jillion, a quadrillion, whatever, the median is the median.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. But let me
Yeah, because Riverside
check with me on that. And by the way, I will send a message to everybody if I'm wrong about that, because this matters to me.
And then that leads to my next thing, is you chose Riverside as a place. And to me, a place like Riverside, it was an actual city. And part of the problem we're having in this country is we've gutted the central part of the United States economically, shipped all the jobs overseas, and bring in environmentally devastating cargo containers instead of having an economy. That's why the kids are on fentanyl and dying of drugs. People aren't getting married. They have no jobs. All of them flooding to New York and Los Angeles to try and survive in the two coastal locations where there's still employment. Don't you think a better fix for the economy would be to address the larger economic issues? And places like Riverside, they weren't built like Thousand Oaks as endless cul-de-sacs with nothing there. They were functional, vibrant cities that were destroyed by the destruction of the train system that connected them and all of the other vibrant hub cities to Los Angeles. We've ended up with this commuter culture where they are devastated economic inland islands, and we are the only happening place, and everyone commutes. And that's the only reason they're commuting so far, because they no longer have a vibrant economy because they got cut off from the city. And that's a much larger sort of regional transportation development issue that affects housing than just, intensified development in the city. And then lastly, you say marriage is the biggest predictor of owning homes. I think affordability is the biggest predictor of owning homes. I am a single mother.
It doesn't show up in the regression that way.
That's probably because they can't afford it on one income. My neighborhood has gone up $500,000 in the last 10 years. It is still a 2-bedroom, 1-bath family neighborhood full of 1,200 square foot houses, which are hardly large and extravagant. And the fact that children need yards, it's like you're saying we're going towards this place, but we're going towards this place because of a lot of economic issues that go far beyond just densifying the housing in the few places that still have employment.
So I do also control for income when I look at that, and marriage shows up as the biggest. Now, you could say marriage is, reflects something called selection bias, and that might be reasonable. One thing I should note, and I wasn't intentionally misleading about this, but a point of clarification. When I say Riverside, it's the metropolitan area, and that's all of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. That's how that.
Which is desperately poverty-stricken.
Which is
overall.
about 4 million. But actually, this may surprise you, is median household income in those counties is now about the same as it is in LA County. They're both about 78,000 for median income. The job growth more than half the jobs in California that have been created in the last 30 years have been created in the Inland Empire. So it's not, and one of the reasons the definition of the MSA changed, it used to be they were part of the LA MSA, and the census changed that, is because it used to be more than 35% of people in the Inland Empire commuted west to LA and Orange counties. That's no longer true. I don't know what that,
they have a higher percentage.
They have a higher percentage that are not commuting anymore. So I think they're okay. I've been told I got to stop talking. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, everyone. We're at the home stretch, the last panel. I'd like to be able to say this was a kumbaya, everyone agrees, it's black and white session, but I don't think it will be exactly like that. So I'll invite the panelists, Louisa and Max, to go ahead and join us as well in terms of this. I think Richard set us up really well in terms of some of the conversations that we're having around, specifically in this case, naturally occurring affordable housing and what that means and what it looks like. And I'll start a slide screen here just to give you kind of some images of what examples of NOAA housing look like in Los Angeles. And I realize I just forgot to reintroduce myself. Adrian Scott Fine with the Los Angeles Conservancy in terms of this panel. So when we're talking about naturally occurring affordable housing, this is some of what it looks like. But you all have this, whether you're in Pasadena, you're in San Francisco, Orange County. I love Orange County. So wherever you're from, it's all good, but you all have examples of naturally occurring affordable housing. When we're talking about this, and specifically in context of this conversation around housing and preservation, this is the largest concentration of affordable housing that exists in most cities. It's what's here already. It's usually older and historic housing stock in older and historic neighborhoods. When we're also talking about this issue of what is NOAA and what's affordable housing, we're specifically focused on multifamily housing, usually 5 units or more, typically of what we're talking about, although it certainly could be smaller. But usually there's 2 types of affordable housing. One is the subsidized, maybe it's public housing or it's nonprofit housing developers that are producing. And then this is the other, the unsubsidized, privately owned examples of housing that is providing affordable access for many individuals, certainly in Los Angeles, but in all of our cities. So you get a sense of this. I am not a numbers guy, but I will give you some sense of what this looks like from a numbers perspective. When we're talking about California, there's an estimated 863,000 examples of NOAA housing that exist in 44,000 examples of multifamily properties. So it's a high concentration. Again, that's looking at 5 units or more examples of this type of housing. And then to put in perspective Los Angeles and historic preservation, if you look at our historic districts, or what we call historic preservation overlay zones, we have 35. About 40% of the housing that's within those 35 HPOZs is 5 or more units of multifamily housing, or NOAA. So while we have some historic districts that have predominantly single family, a lot of our historic districts have a mix of both single family and multifamily. And I think we see that in lots of different neighborhoods and examples across the state. When we're talking about also about affordable housing, NOAA is a huge component of what exists now, but just to acknowledge again, there's a huge gap of what's needed. So that's the kind of rub in terms of what we're talking about this. And that's also the issue of why I think we're having this conversation with this panel is increasingly NOAA housing is at risk through redevelopment, through demolition, through displacement of residents that live there. And I think we'll definitely chew on that in lots of different ways about why that's happening, what's the mechanism that's driving that, what are some ways that we could intervene in terms of that, and really thinking of that in the full spectrum of that kind of experience. If you look at just, again, statewide numbers again, 120,000 examples of multifamily NOAA housing in roughly about 1,700 multifamily buildings have been lost since mid-2022. So it's a lot when you look at it across the state. And again, much of the conversation when we're talking about this issue of affordable housing is focused on the production side, about how do we build. This conversation and this focus is really about how do we provide some parity, some balance in terms of what we already have, how do we retain that, knowing that some of it is at risk through demolition, redevelopment for housing. So, making some sense of that. And the economists and the gentleman that did our study, Preservation Positive LA for the Conservancy, he always says, and I give him full credit, Donovan Ripkema, you can't build and rent cheap at scale. And when you're looking at building new, it's $600,000 to $1 million a unit for subsidized affordable housing. So there's value in what we already have, and it's a natural alignment with preservation when we're talking about this and figuring out how this all works into this conversation. So we're going to have a lively conversation. I'm going to turn it over to Francis, but I think we're going to talk about a number of different things, what we can be doing to intervene in this issue around the private sector in NOAA housing. We're going to talk about issues of and pros and cons around RSO, rent stabilized housing, versus the new type of affordable housing that's coming online, which is more of a termed covenant affordable housing. Are they the same, and what does that look like long term? We're going to look about this theory of the trickle down approach in terms of what we're building today. Will that become NOAA housing of the future? How long will that take? And what do we sacrifice in that process? And then lastly, talk about the policies and tools that we are developing that are either helping or hurting or exacerbating this issue of putting pressure on NOAA housing. So with that, no small feat, I'm going to turn it over to Francis, who's actually going to moderate our panel. And just to introduce Francis, she covers Los Angeles design and architecture and print. Sorry, Francis Anderton, architecture and print, broadcast media, and public events. She's the author of Common Ground, Multifamily Housing in Los Angeles, and co-author of Awesome and Affordable, great title, Great Housing Now, a multimedia project produced in 2024 by Friends of Residential Treasures Los Angeles, otherwise known as Fort LA, our friends, and the indomitable Francis.
Well, thank you so much, Adrian, and you've established all the terms in the data so effectively. I thought that was my job. I'm so glad you've already handled it. And I should say that, one's in a constant process of learning. It was actually in talking to you, Adrian, for our Awesome and Affordable project that I am working on with a man to whom I must give a shout out, David Kirsch, who's actually watching what's going on here from his office in Madrid. I kid you not. But anyway, it was in talking to you when we were trying to sort of past the many aspects of the complexity of affordability and the housing ecosystem in Los Angeles that you introduced me to the term NOAA, which I have subsequently bandied about very authoritatively, and have found a lot of people I bump into, it's a new term. Just the very notion of it is new. And so, so just sort of, probably most of you in this room have heard of it because you're interested in preservation, but naturally occurring affordable housing. It's sort of a provocation. What do we even mean by that? Does it grow naturally like the blooms that come up in spring, or is it actually stirred a little bit? The pot is sometimes stirred a bit, and we can talk about how to enable this to bloom as the conversation unfolds. And we're going to do that with our two other guests, who it is my duty to introduce. Immediately to my right, I've been looking forward to meeting Max because we've both, I think, done books on really a genre of housing in LA that we both love, which is the smaller scale, the bungalow courts, the courtyard housing, the fourplexes, the sixplexes, of which we have such a wonderful heritage. And your book that came out recently is called A Paradise of Small Houses, The Evolution, Devolution, and Potential Rebirth of Urban Housing. You're an urban planner, you're an author, you're an illustrator, multi-talented. Your writings appeared in all sorts of places. And you interestingly live between a duplex and a fourplex in LA, which means, what do you live in?
I live in a small single-family home.
Aha, there we go. You see, I live in a sixplex, and I am one of those embarrassed renters. But before I get to you with a question, Max, I'm just going to introduce Louisa, who I am thrilled to say was actually in my book. Some of her work was in my book, Common Ground Multifamily Housing in LA, because Louisa, who heads her own practice, where she's engaged in pushing the edges of single-family residential design, as well as exploring new typologies for multi-unit housing and density. In that capacity, exploring new typologies, she was a winner in the City of Los Angeles' Low-Rise Housing Challenge, and her extremely interesting project found its way into a chapter that I did on a kind of the quest for a return, I guess, to a lower rise multifamily model. So you're also, you live with your family in the historic neighborhood of Highland Park in the Northeast, and you are very involved with its heritage, sitting on the board for a decade of the Highland Park Heritage Trust, past board president. So, okay, here's the three of you who are actively engaged with this topic, but let's find out sort of in what ways, and then we will unfurl many more questions. If we just, each of you, if you could just tell me sort of what does NOAA mean to you, and how are you kind of personally engaged with it? Let's start with you, Max.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here today. So in the process of writing my book, I sort of came to a very personal realization through my editor, which is my father and my grandparents were from Poland. My grandparents were Holocaust survivors, and they came to the US through Ellis Island in the 1950s and ended up in Portland, Oregon, and basically moved from an immigrant enclave in South Portland and eventually built their own duplex in Southeast Portland, which they rented the other unit. They actually even had a German man named Dietrich living in their basement for a period. And through that, they were able to get economic stability and ascend to the middle class, and sort of, my father went on to go to college and everything, and, leading to, me being here today. And so that's kind of one of the stories I want to tell in the book, and what's important about NOAA, or missing middle housing, or small urban housing. We have this perception of the United States being a country of single-family homes, but we have this incredibly rich tradition of multifamily housing and small urban housing that has historically been a way into the middle class for working class people and immigrants. And I think, we need to acknowledge and celebrate that history.
Celebrate, yes. Just before we move on to Louisa, it's one thing to celebrate it. It's another thing to sort of take paths that enable one to hold on to it. Are you sort of actively engaged in any kind of strategies, or are you just hoping to raise awareness?
Well, I mean, I do not think we should look at these buildings as artifacts, but learn the lessons of how they were built and try to replicate them. I mean, a lot of these structures, they were not even designed by architects. They were really, constructed by contractors and builders. Often there were pattern books that taught people how to construct these buildings, and they were replicated. And a lot of these structures actually had adaptation built into them. So if we're talking about a worker's cottage, which started in Chicago and spread up and down the West Coast, examples here, they were literally designed to be lifted up to build a unit underneath, or to have a building attached to the back. Or if we're talking about brownstones in New York, where they had sort of this cellular floor plan that each floor could become an apartment. So I think these are really important lessons of looking at these buildings, not as just standalone structures, but as means of creating incremental density that we can add to our neighborhoods in a way that, not only respects their existing character, but respects their historic character of how they traditionally developed.
But just so that I understand the distinction here, and I think this may be something that we should all sort of be aware of, is on the one hand, there's a building type that one has a great affection for, of the type you've just described. Older, rather really very well conceived living places with a relatively small number of units in them. It gave birth to a wonderful LA lifestyle that we perhaps haven't fully appreciated because we've put so much of a Klieg light on the single family home. Then there's a kind of parallel type of Noah, which is simply old housing that's cheap, that became cheap. So for you it wasn't always necessarily very well designed. I mean, there's tenement blocks that we've inherited that aren't really sort of great places to live. So for you, is the issue one of trying to hold on to the stuff we love, or just anything and everything that remains affordable?
I think it's both. I mean, I think, these buildings are beloved, and I think they're beloved because, they're character rich, they're nice places, when we walk down a street to go past them, and they also create, really livable interior spaces that are bathed in light and have open space. And they're under threat because they're, either getting demolished or they're being renovated, where the people are getting kicked out and much wealthier people are moving in, are a big phenomenon that's happening, in Chicago and New York. Is 3 and 4 flats and even big apartment buildings in New York City, units being combined. And even though that there's lots of new construction, there's actually a loss of units because the NOAA buildings are turning from 4-unit to a 1-unit home. But I think on the flip side, we have to look at one of the points of pressure on these neighborhoods, especially here in LA, is that we don't allow new types of this housing to be built in other parts of the city. So the places where they do exist become really valuable because people like living in dense neighborhoods. They like living in these sorts of homes, and you can't build it anywhere else. So we're sort of cannibalizing these structures by some of our policies.
Right. And an argument for building those smaller sort of missing middle, lower rise multifamily, was exactly the argument that was being made, posited in the low-rise housing challenge. So let's move right to Louisa and tell us sort of what brought you to this arena, and how are you now sort of actively engaging in it, apart from coming up with idealized examples of how it could be?
Thank you, Frances. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I live in a fourplex, a rent-stabilized fourplex in Highland Park. We own the building. We live in the owner's unit, and we rent out our units. And RSO has been quite fair, I think, to owners and renters. So I'm actively involved in maintaining and living in I guess you would say, the naturally occurring affordable housing. I have to say, NOAA was a new term for me as well. I had to take a deep dive into what NOAA is. I would say it has a very passive sound, naturally occurring. It's like it just flows out of the ground like a spring. And that sounds very like ripe for speculative development almost. It sounds like a natural resource that's ready to be quarried and mined and extracted. And I just overall kind of opinion about that is, we protect national parks, we protect all kinds of natural resources in our world for our collective benefit, for our planet and for us culturally. It seems to me that naturally occurring housing should also be protected in the same way. And I might add to that drinking water. It seems like we need to get down to basics. But in terms of, to go back to your question as to how I'm actively involved in hopefully protecting naturally occurring affordable housing, Noah, I believe that my work in preservation and preservation itself is aligned to protecting these resources in a very valuable way by having historic preservation overlay zone. That creates a natural protection for a lot of our older fabric. I live and I work in the Highland Park Garvanza HPOZ, and we are constantly working to preserve mid-level, missing middle style housing in our neighborhood and to fight back on inappropriate development. The low-rise housing competition that you mentioned was also a way to not only preserve the housing, but the cultural infrastructure that goes with it. Because just to look at a house or a unit by itself disregards the connectivity in a community between community members, their network, their support systems. With the low-rise housing challenge, we sought to help existing neighbors with their existing housing add additional housing so they could bring their families to live with them in their communities and to promote multi-generational housing on site, which is also part of what makes housing affordable, are those connections.
It's very interesting, and it's you and I both look for kind of analogies to the idea of the naturally occurring.
Mm-hmm.
I think I said a spring bloom, and you said a spring. Now, of course, if you talk to probably Richard Green, if he's still here, from the Lusk Center, whose presentation I loved, it was so interesting. He made graphs and charts just fascinating. And if you talk to any kind of people on who believe more on the sort of supply side, underpinnings, of housing, there will be the argument that the naturally occurring, that what we believe to be naturally occurring affordable housing really was kind of a gusher during times of building booms, that it actually took, like Richard Green was saying, sort of continuous building to produce through trickle-down effect, affordable housing. In fact, I know an architect in town who expressed it this way. He said, the best way to build affordable housing today is to have built market rate housing 30 years ago. It's a very interesting kind of equation, but it slightly does perhaps fly in the face of the notion that one can kind of, and I'm probably an outlier in this room, but it certainly begs the question, by freezing a neighborhood or by containing a neighborhood in a sort of preserved frame, and again, I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all, but in doing so, is one actually constraining the production of future Noah, I guess, is the question.
I have some thoughts.
Please.
The notion of trickle-down housing kind of implies that we live in a static environment and that there are no market forces at work, like gentrification, like speculation. I'll give you an example. In Highland Park, Garvanza, our overlay zone, we have 2 developments by the same developer. One was in 2016 for the Marmion Royale Apartments. This was a 60-unit apartment building built in 1987, I believe, right next to the metro station. Many families live there. the entire building was evicted in one go. And that was by a new developer who bought the building, kicked everyone out, and raised the building, brought in new tenants that were willing to pay market rate. So that was gentrification. So that was a building that was not left to be affordable for the rest of its life. No, it was developed speculatively, and it was squeezed out these families from our neighborhood, and was very violent. That's the other thing I'll just say about the massive evictions. It doesn't happen little by little. It is a mass violent eviction, and it's terrible. The same building owner, developer Skya, went on to create transit-oriented housing, TOC development, in the Garvanza neighborhood, and it's under construction right now. And it is, I believe, 25 units of co-living housing, and at 3 stories. The community kind of fought it because it was overscaled for the neighborhood. But so then that developer went on and both kind of got it at both ends. The trickle-down thing, I don't think exactly pans out. They squeezed the neighborhood on the original project, the Marmion Royale, and then they went on and built new housing that is market rate and very expensive housing in the neighborhood. So the net is that they've raised rents in the neighborhood and made the neighborhood less affordable, and have removed the native NOAA housing. So I don't think the trickle down always works. That said, I'm not anti-density. I'm not anti-densification. I just want to see it done right, and sensitive to communities.
Yeah, no, my job as moderator is to be the devil's advocate at all times. So I'm certainly not necessarily taking a side. However, I will say that you've in a way elucidated the 2 stages, I suppose, of the kind of creation of this new type that we're acknowledging called NOAA, which is, initially one has, building booms that do just, I guess, in that way that Richard Green was saying Tokyo does, just sort of keeps replenishing the supply. And yes, of course, there's bad actors within that, very bad actors, and there's enough of the bad actors that then we get the fight for rent control in the 1970s. It produces rent control, there's pushback against rent control, we get Costa-Hawkins, and then we have rental stability. You've said that your own building is under rent stability, and you think that's somewhat of a balance. But that's where we have what one might call the spring, and then perhaps the contained pond or something, where we try and contain it, slightly mixing metaphors here. We should go more into sort of those 2 kind of ways of sustaining NOAA, as well as other ones. But before we do, I want to go back to Adrian. Again, I learned about the term from you because you were telling me, about the Conservancy's efforts, really frankly, sort of struggle. You're swimming upstream, you're swimming up this spring or stream or whatever it is to try and sort of hold on to NOAA, because the market forces are so strong, the multifactorial challenges that we face around housing are making it extremely difficult, but you are fighting to do so. One of your recent successes is a marvelous bungalow court in sort of the Midtown, West Hollywood Midtown area, Edinburgh. You showed a picture of it, I think. And yet something happened on the way to the forum, as they say, which is you were able to save the building, its character, it looks wonderful. I've been over there, checked it out, admired it, but you weren't able to necessarily hold on to the rents, the affordable rents. So tell us the story about Edinburgh Court and what we can learn from it.
Maybe leading up to the forum conversation with that in Edinburgh, I think increasingly this issue that we're seeing at the Conservancy is this, again, that it's confluence between people and places. And that, for a number of years, we've had started, I would say, with the Garden Apartments, from Lincoln Place in Venice to Chase Knolls in Sherman Oaks, or Wyvernwood in Boyle Heights, where we started to see this issue in terms of owner developers coming in proposing to clear, redevelop, and add a lot more density. And we started making the connection in terms of, okay, if you lose the building, you lose the affordable housing. So it's not just about preservation, it's about the rent stabilized ordinance as well, and also this clear connection between people and communities, that they're a stabilizing force. When we did our study looking at different neighborhoods across the city, the HPOZ specifically, not only did it show that there's a lot of multifamily being provided, but it also showed that you have greater sense of stability, people stay there longer, more cultural diversity than the city in comparison overall. So I think that's part of what we're doing, but yeah, it's like bungalow courts in Venice right now, or a boarding house in Silver Lake, or the bungalow court that you're referencing, Edinburgh Bungalow Court in Hollywood. Increasingly, they're coming to us and asking for help, and we have some narrow, preservation tools to use, such as historic cultural monument designation, which isn't ideal, and it's one building at a time. But we're seeing this happen all over the city in terms of these examples of NOAA housing that people love and getting pushed out. And the example with Edinburgh is a good one that, yeah, we saved the building, or we saved the building, and it's been beautifully preserved. It's a designated cultural monument, and it's been put back together. But in the process, the people were evicted through Ellis Act, and it essentially starts the clock all over again in terms of it's now market rate at whatever value it is there to make that happen. But it just shows that there's this breakdown in terms of a valuable resource that exists in the city, that one by one we're losing them for various factors. And using traditional preservation tools, I don't think everything should be designated. That's not the best approach to figuring out how we address the issue of losing or at-risk NOAA. And then lastly, the other thing I will say, I have a house in Lamert Park, which we are seeing lots of speculation, but it shows in terms of a neighborhood in the city, and we have lots of neighborhoods like this, where you can have single-family housing and multifamily. They were originally designed that way, but I also believe that we have a lot of neighborhoods where you can surgically insert density, increase types of housing, that you don't have to call for the complete loss of NOAA or what's there now. And that's kind of it's a nuanced piece of this, but that doesn't always translate into what's actually happening on the ground in various neighborhoods across the city.
And there's certainly neighborhoods who are struggling with this and trying to do their best with the problem. I mean, I think, for example, of a project, I don't know if you admire it or not, Harper West Hollywood in West Hollywood. And this was a bungalow court known as Ramona. And Ramona came under threat, what was it, 10, 15 years ago? And as is true of so many of these courts, because they are designed that way, you often do have a pretty intense, devoted community of people, some of whom are essentially sort of aging in place, growing up in place, because they're really such wonderful places to live. You have an inbuilt community, and they get really feisty when it's under threat. And so, as did the people in Ramona. And what wound up happening was the city of West Hollywood, and forgive me if I get the details wrong, but the city of West Hollywood entered into ultimately a deal with the developers who bought the property and wanted to tear it down and replace it with some high-end luxury condos. And they did a deal whereby they gave the developer a density bonus on the condos, which were then wrapped around the bungalow court, and they kept the bungalow court with the people in place. What do you think of that kind of approach? A sort of hybrid market meets sort of intervention in the market kind of mix?
Well, it's something we say every day is like, how do we get to the win-win? And we need to be open to out-of-the-box kind of thinking, innovative ideas, and also embrace imperfect preservation in terms of when we look at how do we add density to existing buildings and developments and neighborhoods. There's more sensitive ways to do that than others, but we need to be embracing more options about how do we add even more density. And there's room for it in lots of older neighborhoods that are already incredibly dense, but we can do more without, again, kind of clear-cutting approach.
Does either of you want to chime in with any sort of examples that you know of where there's been a kind of, perhaps a kind of a win-win solution?
Yes, a project that I think is interesting, I'd love to see it, but I haven't been down yet, and something we should kind of add to the preservation toolkit, perhaps, are community land trusts. this is a way that we can purchase missing middle housing and provide it to the, say, that bungalow court. It would be a perfect example, through citizen activism, through government agencies, to purchase that bungalow court and give it to these people. And that is cheaper to purchase that bungalow court than it is to go out and build 8 units of affordable housing somewhere else. And then you get a stable community, and community is so key. It's not, you can win the battle but lose the patient, so that keeping the community together is really important. That's what makes our cities tick. And so this particular, it's called Liberty Hill Community Land Trust, and they have acquired, I believe, 8 small kind of 4-unit, 6-plex kind of scale buildings through a grant from the county. And now these buildings are being turned over to those tenants who've lived there for years and years. And so it's kind of an experiment to see if we could stabilize and provide this NOAA housing by empowering the people to do so, to preserve it themselves.
It sounds wonderful. I'd be interested to know how big the grant is, how easy
it was 14 million.
14 million. I mean, one needs a hell of a lot more than that.
Oh, absolutely. But it's just, it's another tool to explore.
Right.
And you covered CLTs in your book as well.
Yeah, no, I did. And that's a whole very, very interesting sort of area of development. We're seeing much more interest in that. It's a little bit similar to the sort of Baugruppen in Germany, where there is a tradition of sort of collectively owned, collectively developed, collectively maintained housing, but LA's land prices and all sorts of other costs do make it there's a bunch of complexities, and sort of at the bottom of them all is.
Yes, absolutely. No, it's not necessarily easy, but to speak to the gentleman from Lusk, speaking to our demographics are changing. People are having fewer children. People are not getting married. The sorts of communities that can form with CLTs, community land trusts, like the Echo Village in Los Angeles, is a supportive, intentional living environment where people of all stripes, ages, multi-generational, people with kids, without kids, can all share a space. I just think we should be, broadening our mindset as to what kinds of living do we want. Do we just want developer-driven housing? Do we want state-mandated housing? Or maybe there's, other flavors that we can explore.
Right, LA Eco Village in East Hollywood. Yes, it takes very strong personalities, very committed to the daily work of democracy.
Yes.
But no, it's an incredible, inspiring example, LA Eco Village. Max, over to you. Anything that you have observed that is the application of a sort of policy or approach that's helping hold on to some NOAA?
Well, just to add on to that, I think, one strategy is just having the city purchase these buildings outright, which, HACLA has done in LA, but I think that needs to be tremendously scaled up because, they can purchase these buildings for a fraction of the price per unit than the subsidy to develop new market rate affordable housing. And it's also sort of a buffer in these neighborhoods that are experiencing gentrification of, housing that's off the speculative market where low-income people can live. And also it's a way over time the city, can invest in these buildings, rehabilitate them, add climate adaptive features. I really think that's, a strategy that's a no-brainer that I do not understand why it's not more prevalent.
Well, I'm sure there's people in this room who are with the city, who could perhaps tell us during question time what really happens when the rubber hits the road, because I think there's enormous amounts of cost involved, and I don't know that the kitty is full enough to be able to, I don't think there's a big sort of slush fund of money for buying up these properties. Adrian.
Can I just add on that? I mean, I think it goes back to this idea of how do we put parity and balance between, if we're focusing on a comprehensive approach to addressing housing, specifically affordable housing, where maybe it's just how I look at it, maybe some others, it seems like much of the focus is on production. So how do we, again, put some balance between production and retention in terms of what we already have? Because it's somewhat of a game of adding and subtracting, and we're only paying attention to what we're adding. We're not really paying attention to what we're subtracting in terms of the numbers. So yeah, we increased this many, or we've entitled this many new affordable housing units, but how many do we lose in the process? And I think that is the kind of disconnect of this whole conversation. So I do think it goes to what Lisa's talking about, and even Alfred at the beginning of the day, and some of like LA for LA, is the idea of how does the private sector step up to bring capital to actually purchase examples of NOAA and to ensure that they're permanently protected as affordable housing, because that's what we're seeing being lost. And it is probably the path of least resistance in terms of just the sheer cost. As you were saying, it's much more affordable in terms of the bang for your buck to preserve what you already have versus trying to build it in terms of this conversation. So I think that's a big piece of this. How do we have some balance between these two things, but also looking at well-intentioned policies? And we haven't talked about ED1 at all today, and I think that is incredibly well-intentioned to try to like streamline production of affordable housing, but it does have sort of a disconnect when it calls for the demolition potentially of existing multifamily NOAA housing. So how do we direct that type of growth in a place where you don't call for the loss at the same time?
Right, and
may I just tag one thing onto that?
Sure.
Yeah. So yes, it's well documented that preserving existing fabric is less expensive than building new. In terms of the 5-year timelines that the previous presenter was talking about, the cost per unit is just lower. So while we might not have a slush fund, we are spending a lot of money in other areas, to fight homelessness. We have slush funds for different things, but could we realign our priorities just as a people?
Yeah, no, I hear. Although I will say that one of the ways into perhaps preserving NOAA is yes, acquisition. Who does the acquisition? In some cases, it is nonprofit housing developers. And in fact, there are many examples by some of the nonprofit housing developers around town of really beautifully preserved. One of the great bungalow courts is St. Andrew's Court, and that was preserved by Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. Now, that was back in the early 90s, and they did that with assistance from the CRA. And in fact, one can go back through the sort of 1980s, 1990s years of the CRA, and they were quite involved with holding on to what we now know as, or are calling NOAA. But I also, and again, I'm sure there's greater experts in this room, but I have certainly heard of instances where a nonprofit housing developer has been presented with the opportunity, wanted to acquire some existing housing, and has looked at the numbers, has had to go in and upgrade the building in terms of, enhanced ADA, perhaps adding solar panels. The list gets longer and longer of all the things that have to be added. And before you know it, they're calculating the numbers and they're saying, you know what, it actually would be cheaper for us to tear this building down. So that's not necessarily the way they go, but that's the calculation that's being made. So yes, are we sometimes asking too much of the nonprofit developer that comes in? Are we asking for a level of sort of preservation, restoration, adaptation that perhaps puts it into a very expensive into an expensive bracket? But just back to ED1, does everybody in this room know what ED1 is, Executive Directive 1? Is everybody here okay, so anyone not from LA, who is not so familiar with our mayor, Karen Bass, essentially she ran on dealing with our huge challenge of the unhoused in Los Angeles, and promised on day one that she would issue a directive aimed at streamlining the process of building affordable housing. And sure enough, she did. On day one, she announced Executive Directive 1. And on the face of it, this was a great thing. This was going to get rid of the red tape. It was going to sort of it was going to stop the holdup of projects stuck in the pipeline that should be expedited in order to just get some housing built. And this was aimed at housing that would be 100% affordable. And in order to streamline that process, there were certain exemptions. Developers were going to be allowed exemptions from perhaps open space required. There are exemptions and waivers, and a combination of exemptions, density bonus options from the state, and waivers meant that within a matter of weeks and months, one started to see some of these ED1 projects that, one, were perhaps going to displace. Yes, you might get 80 new units, but you might lose 15 on a building that it would displace. One also was going to see other, perhaps potentially less attractive outcomes. One might see less trees, one might see less setbacks, one might see a cutback on the open space. So, and also one might see a concentration of these ED1 projects on thoroughfares in less affluent neighborhoods because that's where the land was cheaper. So ED1 is a vivid example of unintended consequences of a essentially kind of a great objective. So anyway, now I think we're now in the kind of middle of figuring out ED1, which is being turned into an ordinance at the city. And we already have, I think it's First District Council member Una Hernandez, who has stepped forward, and she wants to make sure that that these rent-stabilized apartments that might be being displaced are not displaced, and that there is more community review, because that's another thing that developers get a waiver from. So. Is there anything else you want to sort of expand on in terms of ED1 and its relationship to NOAA?
And then there's another council member in LA that also has suggested that it, would exempt HPOZs, which there's a whole coalition that is pressing for this. Part of this, I raise this, I think the first session, one of the speakers said there's going to be trade-offs. And I think that is part of when we're entering this, and honestly entering this fray of housing, we need to figure out where are the trade-offs, and it's not going to be perfect preservation, and we need to accept things that maybe we weren't willing to accept in the past, because housing is really the goal here. But some of these policies, well-intended, have unintended consequences, and it forces the preservation community into a NIMBY kind of position when you essentially usurp and take away long, relied upon tools like HPOZs and design review mechanisms and protections. When those are usurped through these well-intended policies, not only do we lose ground, but there is no kind of middle ground in terms of figuring out how do you still do this in a way that provides some assurity or predictability the neighborhood's not going to be harmed. It's very black and white, very blunt, and that's the same that a lot of the state level policies, and now we're seeing at the local level, that's how they're kind of rolled out. And I think that is part of the challenge for all of us to step up and figure out, okay, how do we bring these kinds of tools forward? Because streamlining in itself isn't a bad thing, but how do we do that in a way that maybe it still has some design review mechanism, or something like that it can still ensure that you're not going to cause harm.
But relating to ED1, I'm going to come back to you, Max. One of the other kind of objections to ED1 comes from the other side, which is, hang on a sec, this ED1 is putting all the projects on the thoroughfares in the lower income neighborhoods within multifamily buildings, and it's somehow single family areas, R1 zones, are being exempted. That did not seem to, at least one sort of cohort in this whole picture, to be very fair at all, and seemed to be actually kind of perpetuating the segregation, economic, racial segregation that has been built into our zoning patterns. Now you, Max, you have said you're a great admirer of the smaller multifamily buildings that date back to the last century, but you want to see more of them in the future. In an ideal world, would you see a loosening up of the zoning so that one a bit more like Minneapolis? This is what the low-rise housing challenge was aimed at. Would you like LA to sort of say, okay, we won't have 10-story towers in our one neighborhoods. That doesn't make really very good sense. But perhaps we could push for more like 6 units, 10 units. What would you like that to be a way to go? So you hold on to the NOAA we have, but you create more for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely is a strategy. I mean, I think that needs to be calibrated to communities to make sure it's not, those projects aren't just only happening in, lower income neighborhoods. But I think, we had this conversation about different development models. Louisa relayed the story about, developers coming into her neighborhood that are really sort of these extractive developers. They're kicking people out of their homes. They're building oversized new apartments. And if we look at the history of this NOAA housing that we showed, a lot of these buildings were built, by small-scale speculators, especially here in LA. People who came from the Midwest with a little bit of money, they would build a bungalow court, they would build a 4-flat, they would live in it and then rent out the other units. If we go to a place like Boston or Chicago, or even the tenement in New York City, those buildings were really sort of these immigrant ecosystems where, a family would move out of the slums, they would build a 3-flat in Boston and then rent it out to their relatives. And so, through that, these buildings were creating affordable housing, but also, preserving these communities and giving a ladder into the middle class. And that's like the potential of allowing this, these buildings is it's not just, allowing these very large developers who only have the bottom line as their interest, but families who want to provide housing for their parents or for their son or for a friend of theirs. And we've seen that with ADUs, right? ADUs have really been unlocked across California, and people are oftentimes building that for their mother-in-law or their kid who came home from college. What if we scaled up on that, and instead of just building an ADU, you could build 4 to 6 units, and we could create more models of this NOAA housing?
Sure. So in terms of holding on to the NOAA housing that's been built by the mom and pop developers, as you mentioned, my building conforms exactly to that. Let's just talk a bit about some of the measures that are out there, policies that are trying to figure out ways to crack this nut. Again, there's probably members of the audience who are far better equipped to hold forth on this, but we've talked a little bit about what's going on with ED1. As I understand it, and I should say my colleague David Kirsch really helped with putting this together. Measure ULA. Are you all familiar with Measure ULA? That's the so-called mansion tax, which is a tax on transfer tax on sales of buildings over $5 million. As I understand it, that has local funds for the acquisition and rehabilitation of. You're nodding, Louise. You know about this. Tell us all about that, and is it working?
Oh, I don't know all about it, but I do know that that the Measure ULA can be used for community land trusts and to acquire.
Community land trust, but as I understand it, and Adrian, are you following this? As I understand it, those who live, there's money available for holding on to naturally occurring affordable housing, not necessarily through something as even as new and something somewhat complex as a community land trust. Is that something that you're following, Adrian, or are there any other policies that you think we should know about and support?
I mean, that's one, I think, in terms of thinking of new tools, and that's a controversial one for sure, Major LA. But also there's a, whole round of, increased tenant protections, in terms of state level, trying to figure out how do you, again, provide some more parity or protections for existing tenants is a whole other aspect, I think, is fertile ground in terms of policies that are being sought.
Yeah, are you talking about justice for renters? That's the bill that's going to be on the ballot in November. But already there's rumblings, and sort of some strange bedfellow alliances because, are we out of time?
I think we need to move to the Q&A.
Q&A, great. But I'll just finish this one point, which is, as I understand it, with justice for renters, which is endeavouring to repeal Costa-Hawkins. The issue there is, all these bills have something built into them. Built into that is what a couple of Democratic electeds are saying is the Trojan horse of a, I guess, exemption on coastal cities to allow denser development. And so you have cities like Huntington Beach that have really fought against SB 9, and we haven't even talked about SB 9 and its role in this whole picture. But already you're getting a kind of, some let's just say some different perspectives on the rentals bills and relating to rental rights, which on the one hand, in principle, of course, makes sense. for every action, there's a reaction. And wherever there's been a policy achievement with regards to rental protections, there's been pushback because you have competing interests. I don't know how we ever resolve that one. You have competing interests. Renters want to pay less, landlords want to charge more. How do you make both sides happy? And now we have these other ways in which we have the Ellis Act that has been used a lot. We have tenant harassment, but we also have new tech-based kind of phenomena like short-term rentals and Airbnb, which have also had a deleterious effect on housing. So anyway, the questions and answers go on and on. So let's turn it over to the floor to add to the conversation.
Hi.
Hello.
I just really fascinated with the idea of enabling smaller developments with people in the neighborhood. I live in the Hancock Park, Larchmont Village area. And I think there are plenty of people who would love to be able to develop small projects. And I think is there any way, I was fascinated by what you were saying, Max, is there any way that we could maybe make that something that we could incentivize smaller developments with smaller projects, and that would not be a problem for people who wanted to live there or put family there?
Yeah, and that is something the city is trying to do with its housing element is, incentivizing more of the small scale missing middle. Just to sort of give an example, so we mentioned I live between a fourplex and a bungalow court, but I live in a single family home. I am married, so maybe that's the reason why I live there.
So am I. One of those married people.
But I could not build to the density of my neighbors because my house was downzoned in the 1980s, like a lot of Los Angeles, where it's only zoned for a duplex now. So I think one of the things we're looking at is in a lot of neighborhoods where this no exists, they have been downzoned. So allowing more of that housing. A really interesting law, again from Portland, is they have allowed a mix of missing middle housing in their neighborhoods, bungalow courts, townhouses, cottage clusters, fourplexes, but they actually prevent new single-family homes over 2,000 square feet from being built, and that's a reaction to a lot of working-class neighborhoods on the east side of Portland. The houses went up and people were going and building mansions, which is something we're also seeing a lot here in Los Angeles. And I think, that's one thing we have to look at when we're talking about, preserving single-family home neighborhoods. If people are going in and destroying them and building a mansion and all your neighbors now live in, Atlanta or Palmdale, what exactly are we preserving? So.
Can I just add onto that? Patricia, I'd like to invite you and everyone here to a walking tour on Friday as part of the conference. It's called Grassroots Garvanza, a walking tour, and it is looking at innovative infill in the neighborhood of Garvanza. This is a kind of community-driven design, community-driven infill. We'll be looking at different types of infill projects, neighbors that are confronting TOC projects. We will be looking at some past CPF winning project where we turned 2 houses into 6 units of housing in a HPOZ, the A.V. Wahlberg residence, and we'll also be touring the Green Alley housing competition with our first pilot project. I'll be leading that tour on Friday, so I'd love for anyone to join us. That's 2 p.m. on Friday. It's in the mobile walking tour. Thank you. Shameless promotion.
Hello, Stephanie.
Hello, hi, Frances. Thank you for a great panel. As a former long-term renter, I want to applaud the idea of maintaining spaces for long-term renters. I also want to ask a question. With all of property across the United States, the history of the property steeped in redlining and systemic racism, how do you square a term like naturally occurring affordable housing, as if anything in housing has been naturally occurring? So that's one question I have. And then I think what I would be interested in is there are a whole raft of state laws, SB 9, density bonuses, SB 330, that would make it potentially not as desirable to maintain existing housing, and also a requirement that all units on a property be replaced with a new project. So there are some state protections for numbers of units, although renters would likely need to be displaced and sent somewhere else. So that's sort of a question about how these ideas of policies to maintain the lower scale neighborhoods square with the state intention to build lots and lots of housing.
I think we all agree that naturally is a provocative term. And so just to set that one aside for, for discussion over lunch, whether it's even the right term, there's a huge conflict going on. There's a lot that's coming down from state that is being pushed back. We've seen recent, I think it's 5 or 6 cities have won a lawsuit to, I guess, put a hold on SB 9. SB 9 would simply, increase the houses on a single family lot by up to, I think, maximum, yes, which isn't a huge amount. It actually appears to be what you're asking for.
Could be 8 on a lot, and that was a very narrow decision.
Right, but still, the fact is it illustrates how firmly held is the belief in the commitment to the suburban single family model, and with all its attendant stratification that you have referred to. So and again, the ED1 has run right headlong into that. One of the things that makes ED1 work, if you believe in ED1's goals, is that hand in hand with state-allowed density bonuses, you can really go up high. And yes, there are people who are going to say, why are you trying to save this tumble-down old bungalow court with 8 units when you could have 80 shiny new studios that meet today's needs? Of course people are saying that. And so, but you look at Councilwoman Una Zananda's district, and they're fighting it out. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Richard Green presented this kind of meta-analysis. I mean, on a sort of meta level, I honestly feel like California is going through a very difficult transition right now, and housing is right at the heart of it. And this is just one piece of that very complicated transition.
Just to address the first, part of your question, in the early 20th century is really when we see an explosion of lots of types of common urban housing, this NOAA housing that we're talking about. And really what it involved was, transit allowing working class people, immigrants, people of color to live, central city slums and move to the suburbs. And often when they moved there, they built, multifamily housing. And some of the first zoning codes we see are really into reaction to that housing. We also see the Immigrant Exclusion Act in 1926 to basically ban a lot of immigrants and people of color coming into the country. And then with redlining, a lot of the neighborhoods that were redlined were neighborhoods where we saw this type of housing. So I think, our ideas about multifamily housing, single family housing are, inextricably linked to these questions of, race and class. And with a lot of these policies around housing, we have to go back and look at, really what their origins were.
Thank you very much.
Probably one more question.
Hi, I'm Jessica Sanchez, and I'm a case manager for the nonprofit housing industry. And before I say what I'm going to say first, I'm just curious, is there anybody else here that's from the nonprofit housing industry? And I see that there's one hand in this room, and so we have all this conversation talking about, oh, the nonprofit housing industry is going to save us. The nonprofit housing industry, the nonprofit housing industry. And in this room where there's so many solutions and things being talked about in realness about the inequality and the experience of everybody, there's me and maybe another person in the industry. And so, because the nonprofit housing industry, you talk about HACLA and about units, the nonprofit housing industry is massively, massively mismanaged, and it starts in Los Angeles in conjunction with the city and money that is accepted from the government for people's rent. And I would say every single one of these, I've worked for 4 different nonprofits in the last 2 years as a case manager working for people who get benefits through the government to pay their rent. In these buildings they live in, a number of them SROs, naturally occurring affordable housing, the conditions are terrible. There's bed bugs, there's roaches, there's all sorts going on. Every single nonprofit is aware of this. Everyone has been sued by their employees. Everyone has unions trying to be formed by their employees, and there is nothing being done. The People's Concern, Downtown Women's Center, Weingart, all these places are massively mismanaged and misrun. So I'm here, and I think Adrian did a lovely presentation last week I saw on a webinar talking about kicking the can down the road. And so that's what I'm afraid of is happening. And I think there's so much wonderful things being done in preservation. It's a personal passion of mine, cinema and things like that. But the housing industry cannot handle what we are expecting them to do. And so that's just kind of my question is, what is the plan? What is going to happen? Because the housing industry is confused. And when you talk about, the nonprofit housing industry decides it's better to tear down a building, that's part of the problem. It's because there's so much money and mismanagement. A lot of units sit vacant and there's zero accountability, and the city is absolutely 1,000% complacent in it. So I'm just curious, are there any ideas for who else can save us besides the nonprofit housing industry?
Well, one, I don't think there was any contention on this panel that it all falls on the shoulders of the nonprofit housing.
This isn't contention, I'm just curious. I just want to bring up that there's the nonprofit housing industry cannot even save itself, and it's on the brink of collapse.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of very sort of serious statements that you've made there, and I don't think we've got in the next 30 seconds time to really respond to them all. I will say that I admire case managers very highly. I have certainly followed some of the work done by some of the nonprofits in my neighborhood, and I'm on the board of a nonprofit housing association.
And this right here is part of the problem, is that people that are on the boards of nonprofit housing organizations are very good at patting themselves on the back for what they do and not so good at holding themselves accountable for what they don't do.
Well, I was going to say
address the needs of their tenants and people that pay rent based on their government benefits. I don't know which one you are on the board of, but I guarantee you there is massive mismanagement going on at it, and it is probably being hidden from you because you're on the board. I'm just being real about how corporations and nonprofits are kind of functioning right now.
I think that what I was going to say was, I think the problem that we're talking about today is the physical space of home. You were talking very specifically about nonprofit housing that comes with wraparound services, which has its whole other set of issues. For the purposes of today's conversation, which has not been centered on the nonprofits at all, they have been mentioned as a player in a much larger picture.
But I understand what you're saying, but also I'm saying, but people that get wraparound services don't just live in buildings where they're provided for. I work with people that pay, this conversation that you're witnessing between the two of us is part of the conversation stalling that happens in the nonprofit industry. So I'm really thankful to be here today in a room full of people who are actually having conversations about how things can change, because this sort of stalling and defensiveness is what happens. And it's hard because it negates the experience of the people that work there and the people that live there by the board of directors and the CEOs and the COOs at the top. So
maybe I could just...
I would love to hear from you. Else.
Maybe I just add, maybe we also need to wrap up. Speaking from a nonprofit, and we have lots of nonprofits in preservation, I think we would all agree we are not the answer to all problems. We've got our own challenges in terms of nonprofits, and I think it is, we always say this is complicated. This conversation about housing and how do we address it and who does what and how do we intervene is a massively complicated issue, and it takes all of us to coming together to figure out how to do this. And I agree, I don't think it's nonprofits are going to be the entity that are going to solve this issue. And it's thinking about even ways that, like, you're an owner of NOAA Housing, how do we provide financing and incentives to private owners of these properties to maintain them so they are they're places where, we want to be able to live and they're maintained. How do we provide access so they don't want to just sell it to the highest bidder for redevelopment? We need to come up with a lot of new tools and incentives to make this work in a global perspective. And then lastly, the piece to it, I think you had raised about, are we kicking the can down the curb in terms of what we're addressing now? Most of the affordable housing we're building right now is term or temporary affordable housing. It's with covenants for 55 years. In some cases, they're suggesting up to 99 years. but most of it's in the 55 area range. So, and we're losing permanent rent stabilized ordinance housing. There's pros and cons with both, but there's also short-term versus long-term implications of how's that going to play out over time when we're looking at this issue. I think we've just scratched the surface of this incredibly complex conversation around NOAA, but I know Cindy's giving me the evil eye that we need to wrap up and move on to the next thing. So I don't know if you want to wrap up, Francis, or...
Well, you just did, Adrian. You and I have tossed the ball right back to you. So, but I should thank Max Podemsky, and if you could just say your book again, Paradise of Small Houses. There it is. If we could all live in that paradise. And Louisa, thank you so much. Louisa Van Leer, architect, and very much, and having her tour, I think a couple of days from now, and Adrian, our president or executive director of LA Conservancy, in case you didn't know. Thank you so
Francis,
much.
Multifamily housing book in LA. Thank you for doing this.
You're very welcome.
So we're going to just take a brief moment here just to get ourselves together, very brief, and we're going to move into the kind of the Q&A conversation here. So we may have just scratched the surface of this, so we've got more time to talk about that. So Ken Bernstein and I, right, Ken? Are you? Yeah. Okay, are going to be pulling in our Zoom audience and some of the questions that they've been raising, but also this is an opportunity for, if you didn't get your question answered or you would like to go deeper into something we've talked about today, I know we've thrown a lot of different things at you, this is the opportunity. So give us just a couple of minutes here and we'll start this segment. Hi, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start again. And this is essentially our wrap up. We're going to have an opportunity to kind of reflect on what we've heard today and also hear some questions from our online audience. So this is where everyone stops talking and looks at me. I'm the focus. I can't whistle in terms of that. But welcome back, everyone. Sorry to break up your great conversations. If you were on a panel, any of the 3 panels today, please come on up. We want to have you, so Louisa, come on back up here. Anybody that was on adaptive reuse, the infill, density, or the NOAA panel, please join us if you're still here. Francis, you're coming to join us. And then Ken and I are it's going to be the Ken and Adrian show a little bit here. And Ken's going to start with some questions that we've had from our online audience. And let's start with that.
Thanks. Well, welcome back, everyone. We wanted to bring into the conversation some of the voices from our Zoom. I guess today we had, I think, nearly 200 additional participants with us beyond the 200 or so we had in the room participating on Zoom, which is really a remarkable testament to the interest in this topic. So we wanted to share just a few of the questions and comments from our Zoom audience from this morning. Some of them, I don't know that we have our adaptive, I guess I'm the adaptive reuse panel, so I'll have to answer those questions. Shane Watson, who many of you know from Northern California, asked regarding adaptive reuse, given economic conditions and development costs, most conversions of underperforming office buildings to housing are not financially feasible. For projects to be financially feasible, the value generated from rental income must exceed the cost of development. And since the onset of the pandemic, construction costs have escalated rapidly while apartment rents have dropped by about 10%. So asking for the thoughts of the impacts on adaptive reuse. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the dilemma that we were referring to this morning, that the economics of adaptive reuse have become even more challenging. And I think we're hearing that from many applicants, from architects and others who are involved in that process, which is why striking that balance, in terms of how we provide new incentives, how far we can push in any mandates for affordability, and so on. It's a difficult balancing act. So we appreciate.
I can talk a little bit to that.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm Tara Beebe's colleague, so
yeah, of course, go for it.
The other thing is, and Karen knows all about this as well, is the changes in the building code. So conservative. They're so conservative it makes it impossible. And when you adaptively reuse a building that was designed to have 2,000 people, and you're reusing it to only hold now 400 people who are residing there who know their way out, it's an inherently safer building because you can reoccupy it tomorrow with 2,000 office workers in an unquote unsafe building with seismic upgrades, without seismic upgrades. So I think it's going to start at the building code level and getting building code officials to think expansively. That's how LA got its adaptive reuse ordinance 25 years ago, just because everyone's got together and said, how do we realize this building is safe and we'll do the best we can because it's worse to leave it as it is.
Yeah, and along those lines, David Bonowitz this morning from the Adaptive Reuse Panel made the point that AB 2019, that was the Santiago bill that was meant to provide flexibility on codes, makes no distinction among housing types, but it should. Please consider amendments to avoid putting vulnerable people into structurally unsafe buildings. And there was also an exchange, David also mentioned when we talked about the State Historic Building Code, that there is the California existing building code, and we have a separate set of requirements and provisions for existing buildings as opposed to new construction, and discussing the change of use provisions that already exist. Will Wright, who's with the American Association of Architects, weighed in and asked, and this is one we'd love to get you to react to, what if the goal was to build something new today that will be treasured as a historic resource in 100 years? This was for the infill housing panel. So Brandon Lambert, if you'd like to address that. What qualities, attributes, and characteristics will such a new building need to have so its authenticity bridges the divide of time?
Yeah, good question. I do want to say one thing on Shane's point, though. And yeah. Shane, we exported Shane up to Portland to help us with some of our LGBTQ+ site designations. And something we haven't talked about is the commercial displacement that comes with adaptive reuse. And we talked a lot about residential displacement, really important. But I do think in the adaptive reuse context, and true with new development too, we have a long way to go to think about commercial preservation and commercial displacement. I know San Francisco, Los Angeles, you're thinking about legacy business programs, but I think that's one of the big losses of adaptive reuse in Portland has been we've lost a lot of LGBTQ and Black-owned businesses. So I just want to make that point because I know it's near and dear to a lot of people.
Anything else?
Question about future historic building.
Yeah. Well, let's see, in 100 years, I guess, hopefully the criteria might be the same, but I think they will have, expanded to look at other areas. But I think one of the issues that was raised earlier, I mean, a lot of these new developments are being built for a 30 or 40-year lifespan, so we might not have to worry about that question with respect to things lasting 100 years, but it's a good one. I mean, we have this 50-year concept in the United States. I know on previous conferences we've talked about should that be expanded, should there be a longer period of time by which something is looked at.
I think you never know what's going to be considered good in the future. I grew up in the 1970s in Boston, John Hancock Tower, glass falling out, everyone hated it, it destroyed the Copley Square, and now it's one of the most loved buildings in the city. So I think you just never know what's going to be considered good design for any reason, whether it's design, cultural affiliation, or just becomes a well-loved institution in a neighborhood.
Yeah, for the naturally occurring affordable housing panelists, James Spansler was asking, how do you avoid naturally occurring affordable housing from being substandard housing? How do you think about that, the problem of housing deterioration?
A lot of it is substandard. I mean, that's exactly the issue, that some buildings get rent controlled and they don't get looked after. That's one of the, I guess, risks one runs with rent control. And also, if you're a supply sider, if you believe that that's what produces affordable housing through a trickle-down effect, the point is that it's the older housing, the housing that is starting to get a bit run down, that is the cheaper housing, because anyone that can afford, to pay a regular rent will buy the new thing. So I suppose you could say that being run down is sort of endemic, but obviously not all. And certainly, like I said, I am aware of institutions that have gone in to sort of acquire and maintain older buildings, and they've done it with love, but it has been costly. It hasn't been cheap. I mean, St. Andrew's Court, we mentioned earlier, that was preserved and maintained by Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. It was, Lambert, you know what's involved in preservation. It was a highly detailed preservation. It was a lot of work, and so anyway.
Well, and then you wonder, I think we had one of the speakers earlier, one of the questioners, what about the ongoing maintenance, right? St. Andrew's Court was lovingly restored. I wonder how well it's been maintained. John, we just look at a project you're working on, the Mary Andrews Clark residence. Lovingly restored, award-winning, all designed to last 30 years. Well, 30 years is up. Now you're going to do another rehab.
It's in bad shape. And it's substandard, and substandard usually is AC, heating, no sprinklers, and fire life safety issues, whether it's earthquake. There's all these things that are serious substandard issues. It's not about light and air and kind of retail things. It's stuff that can really hurt people if there's a fire. Sprinklers are the #1 thing that saves people's lives.
Yeah, we'll just take 2 more questions from the Zoom room, and then we'll bring all of you back into it, in this room with some closing thoughts and ideas. But Myra Schwartz-Herman writes, the systematic demise of single-family homes and NOAA properties is rampant in San Diego as well. I love the idea of creating CLTs, community land trusts, to protect and ultimately preserve an obvious affordable housing stock. But how exactly does a community or neighborhood accomplish this?
Louisa?
Yes. Well, I know it is a difficult process. There are resources out there. There is a community land trust foundation in California that helps support, I believe, the 30-odd community land trusts that are in California. I would start there. They have a how-to kit on how to get started and the questions to ask. I have not personally started one myself, but I think it's just ripe for the toolkit. So I would encourage people to check it out.
Anyone else? And then lastly, Steve Muzan asks, is anyone familiar with the Incremental Development Alliance? They're a group of small developers doing missing middle types of housing at a scale too small for Wall Street scale developers to notice. Sounds intriguing. I'm actually not familiar with them. So is anyone?
I don't know the alliance. I've certainly met developers, some of them young actually, who are aspiring to do the missing middle development at that small scale, incrementally. I think what I've heard is they may not be noticed by Wall Street corporate conglomerations, but they are certainly finding it very expensive. You know, it's not easy. The land is it's very hard to make it pencil out. They would love, I think, to get support, I think, and they're certainly looking at all sorts of ways to trim costs, such as getting rid of parking mandates, using TOC. You know, there's some developers out there, young, small-scale developers with very interesting ideas about having community mobility hubs rather than individual parking spaces. There's all sorts of creativity going on in that realm. So I'd love to be connected to that alliance.
Yes.
I would too.
And I would too. I'll just mention maybe an answer to that. I know Frances has been aware. We've pulled her into some of these discussions. We've been following up on some of the work that Frances, Louisa, as a winner of the Low Rise Design Challenge, did. We're working through our urban design studio, and some of our team was here earlier today on what we're calling the Low Rise Design Lab in the city of Los Angeles, looking at models for largely, in the range of 2 to 6 unit development, really, whether it's enabled by SB9 and those provisions, or building on ADUs, or how do we look at what are quality designs, drawing upon design traditions from the past that Frances and Max's book so ably highlight. How do we draw upon those design traditions to enable that type of gentle density, if you will, in lower rise neighborhoods of the city? And so that's some work that's ongoing and that will feed into some of the housing incentives and missing middle housing work that City of Los Angeles is doing moving forward. Let me now turn it back to Adrian, and we can kind of open it up for discussion.
Sure. Thanks, Ken. We have like 5 minutes to wrap up, but if is there anybody in the room that didn't get to ask their question or make their comment, this is your time. You know where the mic is. You haven't been shy earlier today, so feel free if you'd like to do that. But I'd also ask the panel if there's anything that we didn't cover, we should have covered, or something that you would want to amplify that you think needs to be referenced here as we think about, again, as I will say, a massively complicated, nuanced conversation when we're talking about housing. And again, how does preservation fit into this, and these 3 kind of segments that we've broken it out into. So, and maybe we've just exhausted everybody, including our audience.
The thing I'm taking away from this, I've loved every conversation has talked about the exclusionary nature sometimes that historic preservation has, and I think everyone's been open to wait, that isn't working, just to stop and to block and to preserve and to pickle, or whatever word you want to use. But it's not the opposite either. It's not tear it down and start over again either. It's like, how do we find solutions that incorporates everything and makes everything better? So I heard that everywhere, that the sense of place is real. And the sense of place, you need to respect it, but you can also add to it and change and make it and go forward. Which I think is different from preservation from years ago.
We have a question.
I'm just curious, where is co-living in the conversation?
Well, it sounds like it hasn't been mentioned, and evidently it should. As I understand it, there's co-living, which is what we're seeing a lot of in LA, where you pay a rent, you're a renter and you get a small amount of personal space that's offset by a large amount of shared amenities, roof space, perhaps a shared cafeteria, etc. And then there's co-housing. So there's co-living, which is rental, co-housing, which is co-ownership, a bit more like the CLTs, or a bit like more like the German model. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm referring to the co-living where you have small, your small private space, and then you have shared
right
space.
And in terms of preservation, I mean, there's definitely examples where a developer has gone in and bought an existing building and then subdivided it, and on the one hand, it's kind of great, it's offering perhaps as something of an attainable rent. Sometimes one might say that they're maximizing square footage and kind of really chopping up that building down into really tiny units, and so there's good and bad on that spectrum. Do you live in co-living, and do you like it?
I do not, but I am interested in looking at one.
Right. Well, I mean, they have a place in the preservation story, but also they're their own thing, and they've become so popular with developers that there's a lot of new builds, there's a lot of ground up.
Yeah, I was looking at a new one.
Yeah,
in terms of like providing housing, is that a part of the story?
I mean, it's a way of providing housing in an area where it's become so expensive, the rents are so darn high, and you have young people who, because it tends to appeal, as I understand it, to people who are perhaps in their 20s, 30s, who are trying to afford a rent in LA, and perhaps older people who want company, and perhaps a manageable rent. And it sort of somehow hits something of a sweet spot of an attainable rent plus a sense of community. And it's only achievable by just chopping up the space into little tiny units. And definitely people are saying, really, is that the way we really want to be living in LA, where you used 30 years ago, you could pay the same rent and you'd have a house, But it's a kind of response to today's market realities that also is appealing definitely to people who want to have a surrogate family around them. So I've seen some great co-living, and I've seen some really bad co-living.
I have a little different view on that. I think anytime you can share, there's efficiency there, and you can fit more people in to enjoy a place. And if it means sharing some things, I mean, if you have an eighth of an acre with a fence around it, it's yours, you're not sharing. But if you have an eighth of an acre and 4 families are sharing it, not everyone's going to be in the backyard at the same time or using the same thing at the same time. That's, to me, is efficiency, and more people in the city enjoying the things that we all love about the city, and have better land use out in the hinterlands.
John, you're absolutely right, and I can attest to that personally. However, what's happening with co-living is in some cases you're getting your own little 150 square foot space with your own restroom, and you do have a place to be private, and it's nice. And in some others, you're basically in a massive warehouse, and it's lights out at 10, no sex please, because there's other people in the room, 10 people sharing a shower. There's really a diversity, and sometimes it's too much community, and sometimes it's just enough.
How much is too much community? That's something we're going to solve at the next summit.
And I'm like everything, I'm guessing the ideal is somewhere in the middle.
As with most things.
Also with co-living, sometimes another model, tenancy in common, or Golden Girls model, in terms of sharing spaces or places in a way that houses more people. Sure.
Hi, I'm wondering, in all of this discussion, both preservation and development-wise, if the environmental piece ever gets discussed or considered. New construction accounts for 37% of energy-related global greenhouse emissions, so it's an extremely destructive environmental activity as opposed to preservation. And then we have the underlying issues of, despite maintenance and repairs, the underlying quality of the materials of older buildings is significantly higher. The wood is old growth, dense. I've been told that by my termite guy, by preservationists working on windows. I've been told to literally salvage my window frames from my 100-year-old house, despite how bad they are, because they'll still last decades longer than wood that's being produced now. So I wonder in all this, because we have a lot of discussion about the environment, but those are always like separate policy issues, is has the environmental issue been used to try and preserve any buildings? Is anyone in the preservation movement using that as a tool? And then at the policy level, does anyone care that we're completely destroying the planet for short-term profits for Wall Street? Because that's what most of this affordable housing in the long run, it's developers getting rich. And we've already discussed, we're losing affordable housing every day to build not affordable housing, actually. So that's really it, the environment. Where is it at in this discussion of destroying perfectly viable buildings?
Well, if I may be so bold as to answer, about 3 years ago, I wrote an article for the Sierra Club about exactly this issue. Ken was one of my much quoted experts because indeed, yes, those issues were siloed. It's fair to say the preservation community and the environmental community were not sitting around the same table very often, but in recent years, there is starting to be more of an intersection, and certainly, please Ken, tell the room, but the preservation community, the national preservation organizations are very much now pitching preservation as a climate solution for the exact reasons. I think your name is Summer, I think just laid out. My daughter's called Summer. I remember summers. Yeah.
No, well said, Francis. Thank you. Yeah, I led with that. I'm not sure if you were here. I led with that this morning in talking about adaptive reuse, really through the lens of climate. And again, that the greenest building is the one that's already built, and you said it very well. And I think there is this growing intersection. I know it's going to come up as a theme throughout the conference as well in other sessions. Many of us are involved with organizations that are part of the International Climate Heritage Network. The City of Los Angeles is a member, really looking at this intersection of cultural heritage and climate action, both in terms of climate adaptation and mitigating the potential impacts of climate change. So yeah, very well said, and we need to be continuing to synchronize those messages and kind of de-silo. Again, often we are not at the table with the discussions that are happening on climate action and sustainability and vice versa. And so just as we're trying to break down the silos here today in terms of housing and the affordable housing discussion, climate and that set of issues also needs to be part of the conversation. So very well said.
We're at that magic hour when we need to move on to the next thing. So again, thanking all the panelists that have been involved throughout the day as part of this program. We said at the very beginning, and certainly with Cindy's comments, is this is a start of a conversation. You know, we've all been part of various conversations around housing, and we need to be talking more with one another. I think the comment from the lady talking about where is the nonprofit housing sector, we wish they were here as well. We need to be figuring out how we connect with folks and partnerships and collaboration with groups that typically we don't talk to or we don't know. And I think, again, there's a level of intimidation within the preservation community to step into the housing world because we don't fully understand it, and probably vice versa, the housing world not fully understanding that we even care about housing. So the more that we collaborate and we talk about trade-offs and find what are those win-wins and imperfect solutions and strategies, the better we're going to be at in terms of, you know, scratching the surface of this issue, but also making some real impacts in terms of ultimately providing more housing, but ensuring that we're also providing and maintaining the values of the places that we care about and the qualities and the neighborhoods that come with that. And again, I can't say it enough, it's a massively complicated conversation, and I think you saw that unfold today. And like I said, this is just a start. But again, thank you to California Preservation Foundation. And I think, Cindy, are you going to make the introductions for the next one? So thank you.
Okay, well, we're in our final segment here, and I want to thank you all again for being here. I think it's been a truly enlightening conversation, and as Adrian pointed out again, we're just scratching the surface. We really did not intend this to be the solution, the answers and everything, but really kind of a starting point. So we value all your comments. We're collecting them all, and we're going to do a debrief and think about the next steps from here, because we really want to take, I think, a deeper dive into some of these issues and, again, continue it and to broaden the audience so that we can do more outreach and truly work together towards solving this problem, because I think preservation has a lot to offer. And we, as we've seen in the conversation today, and as we're looking at the legislation coming through, we've also seen that preservation has been in the crosshairs of a lot of housing bills. So we want to, again, hear from everyone, continue the conversation, and you'll be hearing from us because we have all of your contact information. We had over 400 people register for this program today, and it's being recorded. And as was noted, there's someone in Madrid, and we saw some from other places back on the East Coast. It's been across this country. We broadened this out to legislators across California. We broadened out to our membership, to our partners, the National Trust and National Preservation Partners Network. So we're trying to cast a big, broad net. And if there's anyone from the housing advocates, affordable housing, I'd love to hear from you, because we want to get you on our mailing list too. So today we're going to talk about adaptive reuse of this building, of the Herald Examiner building. The Arizona State University, California Center Broadway here, was once the historic Herald Examiner building. It's still the historic Herald Examiner building. It's now a vibrant cultural landmark in the city. It's designed to host community gatherings such as the one we're doing today and fuel entrepreneurship and innovation. The building features cutting-edge facilities like the Creative Media Center here, and I would note that all of the broadcasts, everything you're seeing here today has been generously donated to us for this purpose, and we are so grateful. The building features, in addition to the media center, virtual reality and editing studios and special event spaces. In 2021, Arizona State University completed a $40 million project to preserve and restore this iconic building. Originally designed by architect Julia Morgan in 1913 for William Randolph Hearst, the Hearst-owned Examiner newspaper. Though it's not an example of adaptive reuse for housing, it is part of a success story of community revitalization, fueled in large part by the adaptive reuse that's occurred in downtown Los Angeles. So while we don't look at this as perhaps an example of affordable housing, we see what revitalization of a community and introducing housing can do for a community in places like this. This building had been abandoned for a number of years, so it's truly great to see it being put back into use as an educational facility. Today's speakers include Sandra Stouffer, the interim dean of the Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts at Arizona State University, Cheryl Boone Isaacs, a founding director of the Sidney Poitier New American Film School at the Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts at ASU. Paola Sanguinetti, director of the Design School, the Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts at ASU. And Elaine Becherer, associate AIA, director of the Office of Enterprise Planning at ASU. Ladies, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness, louder than I expected. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for having us here at your conference. We're very pleased that you are here, and on behalf of Arizona State University, welcome to this facility, and we are so appreciative of your contribution to the energy and the vitality of this space. I first visited this building pre-pandemic, and at that time it had been abandoned and was being used for film sets, and I had to navigate through it with a hard hat and steel-toed shoes because everything was gone. There were open holes and leaks and wires. It was one of the most interesting experiences that I had in terms of walking through a building that had once had a glorious past with the Herald Examiner, and of course a glorious past with Julia Morgan's architecture, and looking at this space and thinking, what have we gotten into? And so here we are many years later with hundreds of students and dozens of programs who are in this space, and we are so glad and so proud to be here and contributing. And I'm thanking my colleagues here, who you will hear from today, to talk about what we're doing in this space. So the question always comes to us, why are we doing this? I'm gonna skip to this slide for a minute.
Sorry, Sandy, it's moving, it's going automatically on us, so if somebody could jump in.
That's so exciting.
If somebody could, it's moving like on a slideshow, so if we could stop that.
Well, I'll just speak extemporaneously. So to talk about ASU's commitment. So when President Crow arrived at Arizona State University now more than 2 decades ago, which is a long time for a university president, he was surprised to know that the university didn't have a charter. So we have one now, and the charter, although I can't recite it, some people can, says that we are a Research One university, which is great, but then there are 3 pillars that are important to us. The first pillar is this: we will not be measured by whom we exclude, but by whom we include and how they succeed. We are committed to all learners from everywhere to provide a college education from them 24/7 anywhere in the world. That's our first premise. The second pillar is that our research and design work and creative work is youth-inspired and serves the public good. That is what we are about. And our third principle, can I go now?
Yep, you've got it.
There it is. Our third principle is that we assume fundamental responsibility for the economic, social, cultural, and overall health of our communities. Working in the Herald Examiner building, doing the reuse and preservation of the historic lobby, which I hope you'll get to see, is our commitment to a community, and it is our commitment to education, and it's our commitment to advancing research and creative activity that serves the public good. So that is part of why we are here. I am the interim dean of the Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts, and that includes the design school, which has our architecture area, including many other areas, the Sidney Poitier New American Film School, which you'll hear from Cheryl about in just a minute, and also the fashion school. Those are the 3 schools represented. The other schools are art, arts, media, and engineering, and music, dance, and theater, which is my school, and I almost forgot it. So those are our schools, and we have 2 museums here, and one of them is here. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that in just a minute. As part of our commitment, it's not just the building, but it's what we do in these spaces. I heard you in the last session talking about the preservation of place and a sense of community. So in Southern California, and in California in particular, the economy in part thrives on the creative industries: film, music, animation, graphic design, architecture, theater. All of those creative industries are here. And so what we hope this space and our other space to be is a creative economy hub where we are working in partnership with communities and industries, with our students, to recreate and redevelop a vibrant economic and cultural hub. This was our commitment to Phoenix, where we have been able to work with the city to redevelop. It's our commitment to Tempe, which is our original home, and our commitment to Mesa, Arizona, where we are doing some, there are 300 acres that we are working in partnership with the community to redevelop for the public good. And our students need housing. So I hope that's of interest to you, because I think they have many designs and configurations on what housing might be. So we're thinking about what we do here as a virtuous circle of activities that feed the community, help our students thrive, help the downtown thrive, help preserve some of the historic buildings that are here, and help be part of what the energy and vitality of this important cultural and economic space should be. So that is how we think of it. And it's our mission derived from the charter and how we live. Now, I am not Danita Sewell. She is the director of ASU FITM, which is our fashion school. And I'm going to go right past this. We, several years ago, adopted and took in the Fashion Institute for Design and Merchandising, which is a historic landmark building and program here in Los Angeles. And they were in need of a partner, and so we partnered with them, and it is now ASU FITM. This is actually students reusing denim. So clothing gets reused too into fantastic exhibitions. And I'm going to skip past all the degrees, but let me see. One of the things that we did is adopt the ASU FITM Museum, again, a landmark museum in Los Angeles. This is located just 2 blocks up and over on 9th and Grand. We're 11th and Broadway, 9th and Grand. The ASU FITM Museum is historic for the city of Los Angeles, so one of our commitments in working and redeveloping the Grand Building is to preserve this historic museum and to advance its future. So we had there recently an exhibition from the Poor Things movie and also an exhibition from the film industry, all of the costumes that were designed for and nominated for the Academy Awards. So it's part of our commitment to being here. So this is the building here, but there are also exciting things happening in fashion, and fashion and film are our anchor programs here, and design will be following soon. So I am new in my role as interim dean, and there are many people managing me, and they have managed me into a triple conflict at this time. So I'm going to pass the microphone soon to my colleagues and let them take it from there. Thank you for being here. Thank you for visiting, and I hope to talk with some of you later today. So the next person is to speak to you will be Cheryl Boone Isaacs from the Sidney Poitier New American Film School. We are so proud to have Sidney Poitier's name associated with what we do. He is a legend and an icon all his own, and we are very proud to have Cheryl Boone Isaacs as its founding director. Cheryl has an extensive career in the film industry. She leads the program both here in the California Center and also in Arizona, in both Tempe and Mesa, where we have a state-of-the-art new building developed in partnership with the city of Mesa, with every kind of virtual reality thing you can imagine. Most of the names I can't pronounce. They're just remarkable. So Cheryl held every office in the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences, and was the president of that association for 4 years and helped transform that organization into the kind of thriving group that it is today. You can read there that she's been president of CBI Enterprises for a long time and has worked with MTV Films, Paramount Pictures, Universal Pictures, Lionsgate, and Sony Entertainment. And if you hang around Cheryl long enough, you can get great movie stories. So be sure you find her when this presentation is over because she can talk to you about all of those things. So it is my very deep pleasure to introduce the most remarkable person, Cheryl Boone Isaacs.
Thank you, Sandy. A little clicker.
Yes, you got the clicker.
Okay, thank you, Sandy. And I just want to say publicly is how terrific you are and how much you have held all of us together in this growth. There's a lot of growth going on at ASU and the Institute, and it's certainly in Los Angeles, and we are all very, very pleased to be able to bring in new students, faculty, and to help all folks who are interested in getting into this business. of entering it in a correct way and in an inclusive way. And to have the school named after Mr. Poitier is certainly an honor that I personally am very, very happy to be part of, continuing that legacy. All right, so thank you. Now I have to figure out how to work this. Okay. Let's see. Where is my the film? Yeah. People always like to see a little bit of film. Oh, okay. Can you hear it? I guess I go to the next. All right, as you saw, the Poitier School is located in 2 states and 3 cities. As you also saw, that's Tempe and that's Mesa, as well as here in Los Angeles. At the ASU California Center, film students accelerate their careers, connect with alumni and industry professionals, and spend a semester completing coursework towards their degree. The ASU California Center is home to a graduate degree based on narrative and emergent media, a joint MBA program between the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communications and the Film School. The Sidney Poitier New American Film School offers a BA in film with a concentration in filmmaking practices in California, transfer students at the ASU California Center. So I just want to talk about that a little bit more. Starting this fall, we are also starting our track of a BFA here in Los Angeles. Currently, as it states here, we have what we call a semester in LA program. So our film students in Arizona come here for a semester, and they are taught by the professors here about the industry here in Los Angeles. Guest speakers from all areas of entertainment, whether it's film, whether it's television, all come and speak with the students at all different levels, so they start to get an idea of what it will be like from those inside the business. And it has become incredibly successful and has grown through the last few years. Of course, as you know, COVID was a bit of a challenge for all and every one of us. And now the students are free to travel and to move about, and it has been very beneficial. Also part of our Semester in LA program is a robust internship program led by one of our faculty, because it is essential for students to get, again, an idea, hands-on, to actually experience being on a set, to work in an office, so that they can start equating their education in this area with the practice of filmmaking, television. Let's see, what do I have next here? Also, here in California, we have 2 prominent programs that I want to get to, which is led by Peter Murrieta, our deputy director, who's located here in LA. Peter is the recipient of, is it Imagine Foundation's Norman Lear Writers Award, and this year he was honored by this organization as one of the most influential Latinos in media, which is a major accomplishment. He's a multi-Emmy winner, and he's a professor of practice here. And now what is really interesting, and was interesting for me coming here, because I am also a professor of practice. So both Peter and I come into academia, even though both of us have taught as well, with many years of actual experience. So we feel very strongly about combining these two areas. Students get to learn about the different concentrations in film and television, and academia gives you a good depth to each one of these areas and principles. And then with practice, you get the idea and understanding of how it actually works day to day to day. Over the last 2 decades, Mr. Murrieta has produced over 300 hours of television and created the acclaimed Warner Brothers series, Greetings from Tucson, a groundbreaking series that was one of the first ever to feature a diverse biracial family set in his home state of Arizona, actually from Tucson. He currently has a first-look deal with Universal and is developing an adaptation of the novel Blood and Gold, The Legend of Joaquin Murrieta, which he co-wrote with the novelist Jeffrey Marriott. Joining him here, another distinguished academic professor, Nani de la Pena, who is the program director of the award-winning technology innovator, Nani, a PhD, who has more than 20 years working in an award-winning researcher, writer, director, and producer in AR, VR, XR, film, print, and television. Her paper in the MIT journal Presence, Immersive Journalism, Immersive Virtual Reality for the First-Person Experience of the News, is the second most downloaded article in the journal's history. Before coming to ASU, de la Pena founded Emblematic Group, a company focused on creating immersive media experiences. De la Pena has appeared on the cover of the Wall Street Journal magazine as Technology Innovator of the Year and was named one of CNET and Español's 20 most influential Latinos in technology. Often called the godmother of virtual reality for her pioneering work using cutting-edge technologies to tell important stories, she is also a New American Fellow, a Yale Poynter Media Fellow, and a former correspondent for Newsweek. Widely credited with pioneering the genre of immersive journalism, de la Pena was selected by Wired magazine as a hashtag, Make Tech Human Agent of Change. And First Company named her, quote, one of the people who made the world most creative. Also located here in Los Angeles is our Borderland Studios. The Border Cinema Lab will develop, produce, program, and study cinematic works about and from the borderlands. In recent years, national boundaries have increasingly become sites of violence, and the moving image has played a key role in these changes. In the lab, we see the border as a zone of current creative possibilities. We believe that by accelerating the production of film artists who are deeply committed to the borderlands, including artists who see border crossers as family rather than as aliens, we can expand the global conversation about national boundaries and also expand and reinvigorate cinema itself. And heading the Borderland Studios is Cristina Ibarra, Associate Professor. Cristina is a 2021 MacArthur Fellow, a multiple Sundance Award-winning filmmaker, and a genre-bending cinematic border crosser. Her award-winning docu-thriller, The Infiltrators, follows undocumented activists who secretly go into an immigrant detention center to help free people from the inside. It was broadcast on PBS POV. Las Marthas, a documentary about a pop historical creation of George Washington's birthday in the Texas border town of Laredo, won multiple awards and was broadcast on PBS's Independent Lens. She's the recipient of fellowships from Soros, Rauschenberg, Creative Capital, Chicken and Egg, among others. And joining her is Alex Rivera, associate producer. Excuse me, I keep doing this. This is my film time. Okay, associate professor. Alex Rivera is an award-winning filmmaker and professor of practice in the Sidney Poitier here in the school. His work explores themes of migration and globalization. Rivera's first feature, a superpunk thriller set in Mexico, Sleep Dealer, won awards at Sundance in Berlin. His second feature, a documentary scripted hybrid set in an immigrant detention center, The Infiltrators, won multiple awards at the 2019 Sundance Film Festival and was released theatrically in the US. He is a 2021 MacArthur Fellow, a Sundance Fellow, and was the Rothschild Lecturer at Harvard University. We are very proud of the professors that we have here in California, and you can tell they are exceptional in so many different ways. And for them to be able to instruct and guide the next generation of storytellers is something that we here in California feel is very, very important. Okay. So now I'd like to introduce Paola Sanguinetti, who is the director of the design school that has a very big job and very big school, really big school. Paola.
Thank you. I'm going to say just the brief time that I spent seeing the presentations today, I'm both humbled and honored to be here. The depth of how you're addressing these topics of housing and preservation is really, really inspiring. And what I'm going to do is just briefly talk about how we in the design school are focusing on some of these issues. First, just to tell you a little bit about the school. So we boast to be the largest design school in the country, but really what we're proud of is the diversity of the school. And both the diversity of our student demographics, our student population, but also the fact that we have these incredible design disciplines all under one roof. So we have architecture, landscape architecture, industrial design, interior design, and graphic design. But what's most interesting for us is exploring the intersection of our fields. At the core of everything that we do, our value is social justice. And you will see that in the programs that we address, the new curricular programs that we're developing, one that we're launching this year on Indigenous placekeeping and design, thinking about 7th generation thinking as another alignment with this topic of preservation and how we think about both the intersection of social and environmental justice. So I would say at any scale of the work that we do in the design school, whether we're looking at very large landscapes and urban planning projects to products in industrial design, this is the core value that sort of guide us and connects us. We're looking at the full spectrum of social innovation projects, business innovation, and really everything in between, addressing issues of community agency, sustainability, circular economy. And I wanted to share one, so I'm plugging in a book from one of our faculty, Adaptive Reuse in Latin America. And I was honored to host an online event with all of these incredible scholars that contributed to this book, where we're really looking at the theoretical and architectural connection the idea of memory, values, cultural identity, and really with the context of Latin America. So understanding the complexity, the layered relationships of history in Latin America, colonial architecture, 19th century buildings, and how we also deal and address and as part of our history, we're looking at modernity vis-a-vis our indigenous native cultures. The focus of the book is really at looking at different contexts and times in history. Brazil, of course, comes to mind when you're thinking about architecture, preservation, and modernity, but also looking at Mexico and what happened after the earthquake and how that community had to rebuild the city of Mexico. Looking at Argentina, Ecuador, and Peru, and how we're addressing issues of housing and indigenous populations. And there's some studies that compare housing developments for underserved communities versus housing developments for workers in Latin America. So this is a really important book that has just been recently published, and I urge you all to take a look at it. I actually wanted Jose Bernardi, our faculty, to join us today to talk a little bit about this work. But the idea of this search of identity is very important, and connecting that with the idea of adaptive reuse is a really important topic. We also engage our students in really understanding and having exposure to what's happening in the world. And one of the things that we've done, and the reason that we're here, we have this project where we bring students here in LA to look at architecture in LA. The most recent studio was a studio that was really looking at retrofit projects here in LA, and this is an image from one of the projects that our students visited, led by two architects, Jay Mosala and Carolyn Lobos, looking at this development for affordable housing for veterans in LA. But we really are looking at this topic, I would say, in a kind of a broader scale, from the things that we're doing infrastructurally and bring that consciousness to our students. For example, taking them to Hawaii and starting to understand the impact of the built environment on our ecosystems. And of course, looking at coral reefs. And then the students in the interdisciplinary studios propose solutions, looking, for example, at the canal infrastructure and its impact on the natural habitat of corals and how that could be transformed to have a more positive impact. We also have a long history of this kind of work, as I said. Another example is the work that we've done here, also in Tempe, I'm saying here, but there in Tempe, with the Rio Salado project that was led by, or the idea of this development between Phoenix and Mesa was started with architecture students and then became this very important urban development in the city. To the work that we're doing as an institution, the renovation and our impact in bringing more, revitalizing downtown Phoenix, and how we took the pieces of infrastructure that existed there, for example, the post office, and adapting it to be a student center. So exposing our students to all these different projects is very important. And then they bring back these experiences and these into their own studios, into their own work. An example of a recent project that we did in the interior design studio was looking at the Monroe Abbey as a collaboration with the Children's Museum and the Arizona Preservation Society to rethink how to utilize this landmark as a children's museum, how to bring new use to this space. And this project actually received an award and recognitions for our students' projects. To then what we're doing here in LA and in this amazing setting of the Herald Examiner building and also the FITM building a few blocks from here. We're really thinking about not only the context, but what is the future of design? Again, from the perspective of a school that has all of these different disciplines under one house, we're launching a new degree in interdisciplinary design, understanding that the future, well, our current practice is absolutely interdisciplinary, and how are we preparing our students to really work in this transformation of our fields, gaining expertise in technology, but also understanding their impact, their societal impact, their role in thinking about sustainability and becoming leaders in the future. And one example of one of the projects that we did in this kind of space is also looking inwardly at the impact of our student community. So this is a project that was led by faculty that are here in LA with faculty in Tempe, looking at food insecurity and how interdisciplinary groups of students can bring awareness to such issues. So again, we are very excited to be here. We have a long history of collaboration and interdisciplinary work. Again, our core value is, and everything that we do is centered on justice. And I would be excited to talk a little bit more about this with any of you and think about potential projects we could do together. So thank you. And I'm gonna introduce Elaine now. Elaine.
Thank you, Paula. So as a means to wrap up the day and also wrap up the ASU session, this last segment is really meant to be a bookend to what you just heard from my colleagues, but everything that we've talked about and discussed throughout the day. And to Cindy's point around, we fully embrace and understand that we are not in an adaptive reuse of housing. But what we believe and what we know to be true is that university growth activity students, it brings activities to cities and it spurs further development. And we know we're having conversations around housing in downtown LA. And we are here, ASU, to have those conversations with you all as a community. So Cindy highlighted, the history of the building, and you all are familiar and subject matter experts. And so I'm not going to do that for us, but I have a couple of slides to just kind of take us through memory lane a little bit and just kind of remind us where we were with this building and then where we are now. So William Randall Hearst, 1903, is when he founds the Los Angeles Examiner newspaper. It's in 1913 is when he commissions Julia Morgan to build the new home for his newspaper. By 1923, Harry Houdini is using the building for amazing performances. And by 1989, movies like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia or shows are being filmed here. We're gonna jump to 2015, 2016, and that's a rendering of what the vision and the design of what Gensler worked with us as we were going through this journey to reimagine this adaptive reuse of this historic, really beautiful building. So in 2015 is when the Georgetown company partnered with the Hearst Corporation to redevelop this building. And it was through the lens of approximately 100,000 square feet of creative office space as well as retail. The building has 5 floors. They taper up to the 4th and 5th, and then there's also a basement. In '89, the photo on your right, or your left, is the last newspaper on the run of the equipment here in this building back in 1989. for those of you that are from Los Angeles, were any of you in downtown Los Angeles and you remember when this was the Herald Examiner in the paper? Like anybody in the audience? Yeah, that's fun. That's really, yeah. And then, you know, there was the building boarded up. And so how quickly we can see that time, right? Like time is fast and slow, but for buildings to sit, time can go very, very fast when they're boarded up and they're not used and there's no activity and growth and they're not alive. This is just a larger photograph of the Houdini, but then it's also, I found them both and I thought the side-by-side was really impactful to show that, yes, it's a performance on the left, but then, you know, the sad alone facade of the main elevation. Again, the larger rendering. Couple of construction photographs. The basement is unoccupied, and there is first floor, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Storage is on the basement, and then I know that there, some of you have walked through the building and you've seen the amazing spaces, classrooms. We have an AR/VR, a planar studio. We have a green screen room. We have classrooms, enclaves, huddle rooms, and we use all of the amenities and the assets in this building in partnership and collaboration with our other asset just down the street. And then some after photographs. And again, you know, these are just, you're gonna walk around, you've been walking around, so you're experiencing it. I did not wanna go through a long slideshow of photos. And with that, that is where we're going to pause. And we have a couple of minutes for questions. And again, we do, on behalf of Arizona State University, my colleagues, we do want to really thank you for being here. But if anybody has any questions for Arizona State University, we'd be happy to take them. Any questions? Yes. That's right, please go to the mic.
It's nice to be on this side of things.
Yes.
It's not a question.
He's gonna have the toughest question of the day.
Yeah. It's not so much a question, more just adding to the story and to thank Georgetown and ASU for taking on this project. But also the other piece of the story is when it closed in '89, this building was proposed for demolition. And it was advocacy on the LA Conservancy and city council members and a blue ribbon committee that came together that really pressed for it to be, you know, retained, even though it didn't have a full use for many years. And I think it just speaks to what we often talk about. Sometimes it takes a while before an ASU or the ultimate, you know, reuse comes, and sometimes a building needs to wait until that happens. But if that advocacy that hadn't occurred, this building wouldn't be standing here today and to be so beautifully reused for what you're doing today. So thank you. But just to add to the full spectrum of the story.
Thank you, appreciate that. You know, to that point, the stewardship of our heritage culture and the renovation of buildings, you know, this was an endeavor. So Georgetown, they invested approximately $80 million to renovate the core and shell, and then it was another $40 million that ASU invested with the actual tenant improvement. So when we think about the scale of what we were all talking about today and the spectrum of what we're all trying to do and what needs to get done, it's significant. And I think it does weigh on all of us in a number of ways. Thank you, Adrian. Okay, well with that, Cindy, I don't know if you or Adrian are coming back up to close. Thank you again all, we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Elaine. And again, our deepest gratitude to Arizona State University, to you and your team, David Hong, Clark, up there in the control room for helping us today with this. We're going to close the program, but before we do, some of you signed a list for a tour of the building. So if you are still here, please let me know, and please gather outside in the hallway there in the corridor. But we do have some room for some other folks if you're interested. It's just we're limited on the number that we can have. So if you're interested, please go out in the hall. We have a cap of 60, and right now we're at 32. So it's first come, first served. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Like I said, this is the beginning of what we hope is a longer conversation working towards solutions. Thank you so much.